Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream victory show. Oh, the sweet, sweet smell of victory is so very nice, is it not? As our Seattle Seahawks were able to take care of business today at home with the Carolina Panthers 37-31. Boy, there's going to be a lot to probably discuss in this game and for us to unpack here in the chat. And this is going to be a little unusual post-game stream where I don't have a lot of opening thoughts here outside of I'm taking this as an encouraging win. We'll get a kind of a post-game vid up here later on this evening, but I think that the defense held on. Certainly would like to see the soft zone concepts cleaned up a little bit better. But you did still stop the run, so it's not all bad. You are finding some containment, and these teams are trying early on in these games to press the run. It's not merely that just they're going to the pass only and that's their approach. There is certainly early on a firm attempt on their part to try and really go and try to get you at the run game and try to take you on in that manner. And your defense is definitely, through 3 games, consistently stopping the run across the board, which is a very encouraging sign. They are getting the soft zone stuff still, though. Predominantly are these quarterbacks, and they are still showing that they have a pretty good acumen when it comes to attacking and handling these coverages that were kind of thrown at them. Still, can't knock the defense today. There were some things they did really good. Witherspoon shined and looked great. Your 5th overall pick. Jaron Reed has been fantastic. Maybe his best game played as a Seattle Seahawk in this game. You had Boye Mafe with his first sack of the year and getting some consistent pressures on in there as far as the defense goes too. Offensively, where do you want to start as far as the good things to talk about? DK's consistency, Geno's calm in the storm, the two-headed running back that we have on display now, the true thunder and lightning that we've got to call upon, the tight ends and their steadiness. You're down Disley. They don't miss a beat. Parkinson in there, and hell, it could even have been a bigger day. Parkinson had a drop on what may have been Geno's best throw of the day over there on a sideline route. But even the tight ends came in and did their part. The offense showing why it's going to be such a tough offense to stop, because it doesn't have to just hit one note like so many great offenses do. You have a Chiefs offense that's going to boil down to really at the end of the day, even when they're running the ball well, Patrick Mahomes back there slinging it. And you could have a game like this here today where, there was 300 yards there by Geno, but you also had, well over 100 cumulative yards between your top 2 backs, and certainly leaned on that quite a bit as we went along in the game especially. So it gets tough when you can't narrow in or you can't eliminate parts of an offense and say, okay, we don't have to worry about that in what they do. That's something that they don't have. We've got that. Well, then we don't have to worry about what they do if they do this thing. No, they've got that too. Well, if they... but if they do that, they can do that as well. This is how you've constructed this offense. This is why it should be very hard to stop. This is why as well, if the defense isn't going to find itself into a top 10 state, let's say, that's not the worst thing. We understand that it could be that way. The defense has just got to get to a place of middle of the road. And if you really take them on their place collectively today, on their efficiency, considering how many attempts it did take for Dalton to get up to where he got to as far as 366 yards of passing, then they are getting closer to that state. Things are rounding into the territory that we hoped and thought they would be at for this team to become a contender. That's what we're looking at through right now. How did they get to being contender? Top 5 offense, top 3 special teams unit, top 15 defense. That was my mathematical formula based on sheer gut instinct, but it feels right. It feels true. And that certainly is how it played out today. So a lot of good things to go through. Jake Bobo getting a touchdown catch at the end. We still haven't found a way to really work in Jackson Smith and Jigba, but you could make the offering that we really didn't have many opportunities to do so. There'll be a lot of lamentations out there because he has not yet been featured a lot through 3 games. And I just want people that are a little worried with Jackson Smith to tap the brakes. Just tap them. I'm not saying you got to slam. I'm not saying pull the e-brake. All I'm saying is just tap the brakes on the Jackson Smith worry and concern. It's not, shouldn't be concerning to you. Your offense is playing great. There are only so many balls to go around, and you're getting it done offensively speaking. 2 punts on this game today. 2. 8 scoring drives. If your offense isn't getting it done, then we can start worrying about Jackson Smith not getting accommodated enough. But if they're doing their part, if they're handling their business, then he'll find his footing. He'll get his games where he'll be featured and into the action a lot more. But He just brought it wasn't doing the last 2 weeks too with Jackson Smith. Just understand too, if you're one of those folks, you've had to run a lot more of the 2 and 3 tight end sets than maybe you had planned on running this season over these past 2 games to specifically help out those backup tackles. So this is also going to remove some times of him being on the field. Bobo out there, at times being as good a blocker as he is. If you got a 3 wide receiver set, but you know that you're likely to run the ball. Bobo might not find his way out on the field over Jackson. Ain't just Jackson's a bad run blocker. It's just because Bobo's been kind of a dominant receiving blocker through the first 2 games. At least he was. We'll see where he was in this game, but he posted an 82 and an 85 run blocking grade through the first 2 games. So this isn't a bad reflection on Jackson Smith, in my opinion. It just is more embarrassment of riches. First world problems. Let's see where your guys' mind's at, though. There's a lot to unpack in this game. Witherspoon sterling play. Jaron Reed maybe having the game of his life as a Hawk here. And what the offense was able to do collectively across the board. So very impressive. With having, again, that degree of difficulty. Click, 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 click. Turned on up, wasn't it? That degree of difficulty was, okay, you're going to, Geno, yeah. You're going to be down your 2 best offensive linemen, your tackles. Okay. And they've got still Brian Burns, right? Mm-hmm. And Justin Houston and Yetur Gross-Masto. Yeah, they do. Okay, I think I can get through that. I got that. No problem. Got it. Oh, one more thing. Yeah. No Phil Haynes either. No Phil Haynes. Well, that means doesn't that mean Anthony Bradford, the Raw kid's going to be a starter because we're kind of light there? Doesn't that mean? Yeah. He'll be fine, I'm sure, though. But I'm already with 2 backups. And our defense isn't playing well. Aren't I going to have to score a lot? Yeah, you're going to have to score well over 30 points in this game for us to win. Click, 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 click. Okay. Coach, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not Atlas over here. One last thing. What else? What? We're going to be down Damian Lewis for a good quarter or half this game. What? Come on. You're killing me. Who's even my left guard? Who do we even have? His name's McClendon. You're going to fill in Damian Lewis with McClendon for the next quarter and a half? No. I'm not going to be productive in that. What do you expect me to do? I'm not a miracle worker out here. But Geno, calm in the storm, under control for the most part throughout this day, steady as she goes, making good decision after good decision. Never could that Carolina Panther secondary figure out where exactly he was going with the ball. He had just a great point of movement in the pocket and, making good pre-snap determinations for easier post-snap reads. Arm strength, accuracy, throwing on the move, throwing on the run. You get a little bit of everything from Geno today, including the insane miracle ball to Tyler Lockett on the 2-point conversion, which was insane. I think it was straight out of the Packers conference championship game where Russ threw to Luke Wilson on a play just like that. Absolutely insane throw and catch by Tyler to come back and get it. But Geno was awesome. Offense was awesome. And with that degree of difficulty, click, 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 he went out there and threw 37 points up on the board. Very impressive performance. Empower Code, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Ryan Austinson, hello. JRG, Junior D, hello. Junior says, bring this heat Seattle style. Nice win, gents. Very nice win. Very nice win. Shout out to the crowd today, too. One of the best crowds that we've had out there in recent history. Power Code clutched up with a dominant Seahawks win today, defeating the Panthers 37-31, I think is what it is. Witherspoon is sticky and aggressive. Reed and Mafe bringing the heat. And let me just say it, Bobo Mania, baby. Bobo Mania is alive and well. Long live the mania of Bobo. Well said, though. Kings out. We won a man, but we did downplay them till the fourth quarter. They were honest. It was interesting throughout there, King. No doubt about it. I can't quite get to we would overlook this kind of through three quarters. I think this was a little bit of everybody was getting their depth challenged in a major way. And the Panthers were dealing with this too. But, we were all kind of dealing in our own way with what we were having to go through. You had Kobe Bryant go down at one point in this game, or not when he's out. So you have Artie Burns out there. You've got Brown. Trey Brown goes out. But offensively speaking, and forfeits your lines down. No Will Disley in this game. But we got it. We got it. Ghosty boy, y'all saw how Witherspoon was playing? Bro was playing lights out. Well said, Ghosty, and he was even a better performance than last week. He was there in a lot of plays we've seen with cornerbacks in recent Seahawk history where he's in there making a play with his hand close to the ball on a comeback route, on a shorter route being run, to the sticks where we have our corners normally drop to depth with cover three. And he's up there tight in coverage, dislodging the ball. Very impressive. Very impressive by him today. I think he showed those people that were still having these question marks about, 5'11", 190-pound corner. How are you going to make that the 5th overall pick? I think you saw today a little bit as to why and what he brings. Jared G says, the rain is always hard for offense. I thought we did well. Yeah, that's also another part of the degree of difficulty. Click. We had the rain going throughout this game as well. And the offense got most productive, it felt like, when the rain was coming down at its hardest. 3rd down and 10 here now. I'm watching the Pittsburgh game here. I don't know if you guys are watching it. Snail says, Brandon, Char's. Snail, you're going to make that a thing, huh? Snail says, Brandon, Charizard, I can't believe you got me saying that. Charizard is a fire-breathing dragon Pokemon and is an awesome nickname. Laughing out loud. Maybe I'll have to put that on the thumbnail on a video this week for Charbonnet. It makes me laugh. I'll give you that, man. Punk91, what's up, Punk? After today, are we worried about playing the Giants next week? I'm feeling a lot more optimistic. I mean, I'm going to still get kind of concerned when you got your 2 backup tackles probably still out going forward, and you're probably still looking at, it didn't look like we got any less injuries coming out of this game. Jamal comes back into the fray probably by next week, but I would imagine even if he does, he's on what I would assume to be a bit of a pitch count. So you're still going to be a little bit light there. The Giants are getting a little bit of extra rest coming off of their game against the Niners. I would think Saquon's not going to be playing. We'll see. But that could make a big difference on here as well. But it's encouraging, Punk. Again, these 2 wins last 2 weeks, the when they did it, how they did it. I don't take anything but encouragement away from both these 2 wins. King says, I can't stand our first half slowness, honestly. Offense, we did only muster up 12 points. Yeah, I mean, you would like, offensively speaking, to be getting more touchdowns than field goals. And that's something to track for the year, King, to see if this is going to be a staple of the team. It's been a little bit of a part of the team early on, though by the end of the game, you were getting it in the end zone. You were converting red zone opportunities. I think if you come out the end of the game to me, King, and you got to look at it to me as a total effort on a team basis with this of what you did over a whole course of a game. If you offensively come out at the end of a game and you've had 8 scoring drives and only 2 punts, it would be great to get those touchdowns. Don't get me wrong, but I think that at the end of the day, that's pretty much you tip your cap to the offensive side of the ball and you go, well, they did their part. They did as much as we could probably ask. Justin, Adams, Reek, and Cross come back next week. Oh, I forgot. We got Reek back too. Does Cross come back next week for sure? That'd be cool if it was. Stone continues to do a pretty good job out there, but that is. King says, by the way, all the meat. By the way, all the meat. Oh, by the way, all the Meyer haters. Sorry, King. 15 points without him. He was needed. I've been hard on him at times. I've been a hater for the King, but I've definitely been a guy at times hard on Myers and giving the content. If you're going to pay that guy, he needs to be a top flight kicker. You're going to pay the $5 million a year. He's got to produce at that level. But Myers in this game, special teams in this game, absolutely showed you why they are such an elemental part to the team. The true third spoke on this wheel. And Myers absolutely, to me, all of those kicks were needed to kind of set this game out. I know you win by well more than the points and they get that garbage touchdown, but it was those kicks helped you to get really out there to create that breathing space once the offense really got to start rolling. Shout out to Jason Myers King for sure. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights, how are you doing? It's good to see you in the chat. Megan says, God bless Canine. Kept things close for me in fantasy. Yeah, he's doing good for me here today. I haven't quite checked on my fantasy yet. I've got if you guys want to follow along with me on a current underdog thing I've got rolling. I'm watching this game with the Steelers with a very interested eye because I have a five-man pick'em bet here, pick'em thing here going with, and shout out to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. Use my code NEST or click the description in the link. But Myers got more than 1.5 field goals made. Smart on that. Jerry Jeudy got above 49 yards receiving. Isaiah Pacheco got above 55 yards rushing. And Brock Purdy got more than 1.5 yards passing touchdown. So I need just one more. I need one more, right? I need baby hands. I need those baby hands. Oh, that didn't sound good. I need baby hands Pickett to bring it home for Big Papa. We need 222 passing yards in this game from Pickett, and he's a little over 100 right now, so we're looking okay. Empowered Code Charbonnet absolutely trucked number 40. That man went into the stratosphere. He went into a different dimension. That's what happened there. He hit him and he sent him into the rift. That guy's stuck between worlds right now. He's operating in the in-between, the upside down, the alternative universe. He's like just getting up and he's looking around. There's nobody around him. Where'd everybody go? Just an empty stadium. That's how hard Charbonnet hit him on that play. Oh, that got me hyped. Charbonnet, I was saying on the live stream, he finishes runs, I think, like Rawls would finish runs, but Rawls didn't really have the sand in the pants to really do much in the finish. Like he'd grind it out. You know, he'd just be hard to bring down because he just fight and scratch and keep going every last yard. But I think that Charbonnet's probably been, I know Carson would do this too, but yeah, he's right there with Carson. When he puts his head down and he is a hammer. When he gets 4 steps up to full speed. And Charbonnet just comes down as a hammer and you got those poor defensive backs coming up to try to rally and tackle. And word's going to start getting out about that, with that guy, where it's like he's going to be physical because he was laying some punishment down out there again today. He's already had a couple of hits where you're like, ooh, oh, geez. He's a little mean with it. A little bit mean with it. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate that, Jordan. Very kind of you for that dono. Says, I was at the game today. Second game I've been to in my life. Great time. But the officiating was awful. Well, hey, Jordan, congrats to you, man. First off, thank you for the donation, first off. Second off, congrats to you because, that stadium today drew those false starts in the way it did. Partly because Dalton was getting ballsy with it and thinking that he could call these audibles up around the line of scrimmage, but also because you guys were putting and having so much of an effect on the game in a way that to me felt unique from how we've seen it there in Lumen in recent years. And there's been times where I've been in the stadium in recent years and seen this. There's times I've seen it on the telecast where they'll pan to the crowd. It's a third down and you're seeing whole sections just kind of sitting there or busy eating food, not helping the defense, not enabling their lung power. Today, multiple times they showed the fans in the stadium, and it seemed like everybody was up on their feet. Everybody was getting loud. Maybe it was having the Super Bowl folks back in the house. Everybody's like, we got the Legion of Boom in the house. We better be on our P's and Q's. Like we can't not bring it with the LOB in here. One of those things where like they're watching. Like don't embarrass us. Don't embarrass us in front of the legendary team, please. And they didn't. Fans came out and they brought back that old spirit, which is, as I say often, when we are enabled fully, We're not scalping our tickets. We're deciding that we want to be just quiet as hell and sit down. We can be the most impactful fan base in the NFL in our effect on the football game. Very much this was, to me, Jordan, reminiscent of the 2005 New York Giants game. One of the first videos that I did on this channel. You still can go check it out right now. And then I label that video the day the 12th man won the game. And that's just what you saw today, which I don't know if it was quite the impact today, but it was kind of close. I think that day you had 12 false start penalties. Today you had like 8. So tremendous of you guys to do that, Jordan. It was probably a fun game to watch. The fact you had the effect you did was just amazing. And to your final point, the officiating was indeed affreux, as the French would say. It was affreux. I did not like this. It was a bad officiated game. I do not like it. Get me a new official. Bad both ways. Bad both ways. Over officiated. You would have thought those guys were getting paid by the amount of flags they were dropping just in total. So this isn't a we got robbed kind of thing. The way they're saying one of those cliche fans. It was a badly officiated game both ways. And it kind of threw off the flow a little bit. But I felt that same way on that one, Jordan. Thank you for that donation, though. I do appreciate you, man. And congrats on doing the good work out there, man, in a way that's been very different of what we've seen out of there recently. I got to give you guys your props. You were in that stadium today. You get a big tip of the cap from the Hawks Nest. You get a special big tip of the cap from the Hawks Nest. Because I've been crotchetily bitching and moaning about it here in the last year. And it's good to see it in a much different place. Kevin be like, it was a primetime game, 1 o'clock in the afternoon game. You brought it. That away, Jordan. That's what I like to see. Megan with a couple donations, back-to-back $2 dono drops. Megan, thank you for all your donations today. I really do appreciate it. Megan says, Pete Carroll said Jamal will play next week. Okay, we got confirmation. Well, we'll see how much they're going to let him roll. I'm sure he's going to be chomping at the bit to play full time, and the safety position is indeed getting a pretty thin. So you could certainly stand to right now get Jamal back into the mix here, as you'd like to kind of deepen back out this depth chart just a little bit as well, in addition to that. But thank you for the updated news drop on that, Megan, and good to hear. So we got Jamal coming back into the mix. Hell to the yes. Hell to the yes. Megan says, thoughts on baby hands was Dave Craig. Thought baby hands was Dave Craig, B. Well, I can't deny. Dave Craig is one of the all-time baby hand quarterbacks. He's got what we call Maori hands in the business. Okay, you've heard of Maori heads, the Maori, where they take their enemy, slay them in battle, and then shrink down their heads to little bobblehead size. That's the Maori tribe used to do that. What you have with Dave Craig is you got Maori hands. Instead of the head, it's the hands. Little stick finger hands. And so he'd hold that big ball. That big ball would look like a beach ball in Dave Craig's hands. And then here comes the backside, Derek Thomas. Dave doesn't see it. And then, or sometimes they just hit him and they just go bouncing off onto the turf, off into the distance. And Craig would look like he got lit up in a car crash. But yes, I ain't going to die, Megan. I ain't going to deny it. He definitely had a little bit of the fumbleitis going on. The baby inflicted mostly by the baby hands syndrome. Maori tiny ophilocagus is the Latin name, I believe. Thank you though, Megan. Appreciate all the dono. Mumbles, thank you for the $5. Mumbles also doing a little bit of a double dono drop here. Thank you first for the $5 donation. He says, Charbonnet, my favorite besides Zach Diesel. Also, was someone counting the pass defense deflected? 12 to 15 this game. Maybe not that high, but high. Lots I noticed. Got your hands on a few more balls in this game, for sure. I mean, Witherspoon had himself a couple, I know. Julian Love, I think, had himself a couple in this game, too. Even Mike Jackson had himself a couple. It certainly does stand out. There's some signs of life from that secondary a little bit in this game. There is. And boy, getting Tariq Woolen and Jamal Adams back can't hurt. Certainly can't hurt. But some encouraging little flashes in there. Charbonnet, you're getting me. I'm starting to grow. The Charbonnet's starting to grow on me a little bit. I was initially like, I like Truck Charbonnet or Zach Diesel. Both of those to me also fit, but Charbonnet is pretty good too. You got to know Pokemon characters though, also on that reference, I guess, to kind of understand it for people because it doesn't quite quickly cognitively connect Charbonnet, but you guys are probably gonna talk me into it. Oh God, Jimmy Garoppolo just got bent in half. Yeah, that's definitely gonna put Jimmy out. Jimmy is not going to be all right after that one. Get the Brian Hoyer train going. TJ Watt just folded Jimmy Garoppolo up like a folding chair. Folded him up like a folding chair that gets stuck in mid-fold, and then you still try to pull the fold down anyway. Like you don't have it really cleanly pulled through, and you try to just kind of hulk it through. You're like, close up. And that was Garoppolo. As TJ Watt's doing that to him. Like, I shouldn't make fun. It's Jimmy G though. Come on. He's literally had former teammates call him a bitch. I think I'm in okay territory here. I'm not ever going to question NFL, the toughness of it. That would have hurt me. I'd be doing the same face. But somebody out there like me would probably be making fun of that face. Is what it is. Okay, just is what it is. Zach Diesel, I think Zach Diesel still got me mumbles. I'm still feeling the Zach Diesels thing. Charbonnet's right there is maybe number 2, number 3. Truck Charbonnet is pretty good too. But all these fit. That's the most important part. Thank you for the donation. And Mumble's coming in with another $10 drop as well. Also, it seemed like our offense remembered they had 2 to 4. It seemed like our offense remembered that they had 2 to 4 backup linemen in, and they need to try and help protect them after the first half, with Geno under immensely less pressure too. The offensive play callings, as I say about Geno's performance here with Waldron and him being able to, and here goes Garoppolo right to the locker room. No shocker. And he's walking fine to the locker room, by the way. I'm sure he's completely broken, but he's like walking with no limp or anything. I'm just saying, he's not one of my favorite quarterbacks. Yeah, I think that what they did this past 2 weeks is sensational, not only because the results you get where your offense carries you to these victories above all else, right? I mean, you've got to kind of give them that tip of the cap. Other parts had an effect and impacted this, but it's your offense that got it done. But they got it done with this crazy degree of difficulty. And you can at times, usually what I'm trying to get there too on this, Mumbles, that usually you get the points with offensively if you're down this many linemen, where what you're doing is you will protect them, but then you'll have basically a non-functioning offense. You'll have an offense that then tries to just hammer the ball and run it all the time, where they'll be like, well, we don't want to put them on an island. We don't want to put these guys at a threat. We don't want to, bop with that. So, what we're going to do instead is just, hammer in the run game and throw swing flat throws out there into the flat, and they'll try to make that work. Hawks didn't do that. They were taking some throws down the field. And I thought that they were very impressive on their stance of how they took it. In fact, I was thinking about it here. I had 4 keys coming into this game, Mumbles, for how this team could win this. We were doing the preview matchup last night. And the 4 keys were, don't let Andy Dalton carve you up. Make him uncomfortable. Don't let him beat you on just the short, steady stuff. Take away the A and the B gap runs. Don't let the edges for the Panthers destroy your game plan, and take some shots down the field at times to either DK or Tyler. And the team today did all 4 of those items. And I thought if you hit those 4 items in this game, you're going to come out with the win. And they resoundingly took care of all 4 of those things. But it's hard to offensively be this productive to get 10 drives in a football game and you score on 8 of them when you've got that tackle situation like you've got it set up. It is not easy. It is not easy. And the fact that they're able to get the productivity they have, Mumbles, is just shows you off again why Waldron's stars on the rise, why what Geno did last year, as I've been saying, was legitimate. It was not a flash in the pan. It was not that he got lucky. It's that he is a legitimately good quarterback. I'm not saying great status. I'm not saying this is a top 3 guy in the league, but I am saying that this is a guy who you can have 3/5, 4/5 of your offensive line down. You can have a defense that looks like it's going to need that offense to score just about all game long, and he still can find a way to carry somewhat of the day forward on it, as he did today. Got to give him his props there on that. Got to do it. Very good performance by Geno last couple of weeks. Great performance by Waldron and his play calling. It's so fun to watch a modernized offense at work. You know, taking apart a defense here, a little over here, a little over here. They can never quite get the bead on what we're doing, where we're trying to attack. It's like, what are they? Where's this? God, here? Oh, no, wait. We whack-a-mole them on offense, man, I tell you. Mumbles, thank you for that $15 drop, brother. I do appreciate you. Beyond Balance with a $5 donation. Says, we're big Bobo nerds and so happy today. Love you, bro. Hey, baby, on Beyond Balance, big love back out to you too as well. And you know I got Bobo love. You know, it's without a doubt unquestionable, really, if you look too deep. I got the fever, my head burning up hot. Can't stop. Don't know why. Don't know what I'm going to do. I'll say, though, give me some more true. I need me now. More Bobo, please. Now, more Bobo than ever. The man is unstoppable. What are you going to do when he's running wild through your secondary? Thank you, Beyond Balance. Much love out to you, man. And much love out to Jake Bobo getting his first professional touchdown and not doing it on broken coverage. Not doing it on some pithy flat route. No. He jumps off that line. Little rocket explosion ignition to give him that bump. Gets up a few yards up to the stem of the route like he had done in UCLA, like he made his bones at UCLA, hits the top of the stem of the route. I've been telling it to you guys 24 times over the summer. Watch what he does once he gets in the red zone. That's where he will really make defenses pay. And I go, well, you're going to the underdrafted rookie free agent. What are you talking about, Brandon? I'm telling you, watch the UCLA tape. Snap after snap after snap of those highlights is him down with his team on the 5, 6 yard line, 4 yard line, 9 yard line. Him running out of the slot, getting up to the stem of the route, 8, 9 yards in the route, hitting that cornerback right at that precise point where that cornerback's leaning one way or the other, catches them the opposite way of their leaning, and then that big body, that great jumping radius comes back into play at that point, and he just is so hard to deal with as a player. And that's what he brought on that play. So this kid's got us excited for a variety of different reasons, but that was a legitimate touchdown catch there. He had to go up high and high point that ball, get the feet back down, make sure he gets him in bound, make sure he's not getting lazy with his feet coming down. And he did so today. It was great to see. But I know you'll believe as well. Beyond Balance, I see you. You're a Bobo believer. I know. I see the signs. I can tell the symptoms. It's unmistakable, really. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I'd rather have Neil than love. Yeah, it's still a little rough going for Neil or Love. Yeah. He's still finding his way out there. He did have 2 passes defense today. So there are some signs of life, maybe not quite as bad as the first 2 games with him. And he's really struggling when he's being played into that cover 2 shell look. And then post snap, what you're having happen is he's cover 2 shell, and then you have maybe a slot, or you have an H-back tight end who's unguarded off the line of scrimmage getting a free release. And then what happens here is that tight end's going to go up the field, come to a stop right in front of Love, and Love's got to read it and drive hard on that ball and get up on it while still staying protected over the top. And that's where it's a little bit of a predicament for your safety position to be playing that way, especially for a guy that's like Love, who's probably a little bit more better in man-based coverage situations, and that would be basically a zone. So allowing that strong safety to drive a little bit more on those routes post-snap rather than having to take the beat to stand, that could be an adjustment they could make. Because right now he's doing the basic, what you would have your safeties do. I mean, you always have your free safety doing this. Sometimes you have your safety drive. Sometimes you have your safety kind of drop back a bit. But what you're seeing is he'll do the 1, 2, 3 bail drop. He's not doing a full like corner bail drop, but it's like 2, 3 back pedal steps. And then he's already got that natural space in front of him for the guy getting the free release off the line of scrimmage. And so instead of doing the back pedal, like maybe go up a little bit more into the forward range of it if he's going to have to man up on that guy. But yeah, Neal definitely was playing better from this position last year than what we've seen from Love so far. And it does make a little bit of make it a little confounding again when we come back to the reason on moving on from Ryan Neal with the $2 million contract. Especially looking at, again, now we're to having to trot out Tease Tabor onto the football field. Well, not sure exactly why they were so dead set on going that direction. Well said on your part, Sanchez. And thank you for that donation. Not for sale. Thank you for the $10 donation. He says, great complete win. Witherspoon is a dog. K9 is the dog. Can't wait till Jamal comes back. Broncos got a 70-piece nugget put on them. Laughing out loud. Go Hawks. That's right, man. They got the 70-piece nugget with all the sauces. Yeah? Now their mouths just covered in barbecue sauce. And I didn't put any barbecue sauce in the bag. It's tough look. Tough look for our guys out there in Denver. This one, as somebody had said in my comment section, this was not on Russ. This was not on Russ. Can't throw the blame down on him on this one. You allow your defense to score 70 points, and I know that Miami offense might be the best in all of football, but they were also down Jalen Waddle coming into this game. So, they weren't the full strength. They dropped the 70 spot on. You couldn't keep them to 50. Bit of two, this is to me a real bad look on Sean Payton, because you move on from Evero out there in Denver and and you start to rechange that defense. You break what's already working in favor of because you want to run your thing. And, now this Bronco defense looks so much worse than where they were from last year. It's an oddity a little bit because the personnel hasn't changed that substantially. But thank you, not for sale. And in regards to Witherspoon, he is a dog. He is an absolute. I know I've used this phrase a little bit, but it applies to him. It's the advertised, as advertised. This is a top 5 corner. This is what a top 5 corner looks like. And maybe there's a little bit of this thinking at times and thinking a top 5 corner, you're thinking, well, Dion, that's what this guy should be if he's that. No, it's not. That's not what there's only a few of those guys that come through that have been like Dion's. But a guy that is what he's showing right now, which is just so sticky in coverage, feisty as hell, a really good tackler, a hitter at the position. He brings all that to play. You got to see all of that a little bit today, not for sale. Not a little bit, a lot. I mean, he was targeted. I'm going to love to see what the PFF numbers are on this because they're going to probably clip him for the touchdown at the end, which is unfortunate because that's a tough route to defend, again in zone, where he's starting outside and the slot guy goes up and gets released, and then he's got to go from outside to the slot up the seam and get over there to make a play on the ball. Not the easiest of tasks at hand for a guy to, try to pull that off. But he was, I think that there was maybe that completion and one other one that he gave up over the course of the game. And aside from that, you couldn't get anything in there to him. He was great. He's really good. And he's ready to roll. That's the good part about this too. You're not getting the guys really rough and raw. He's ready to go. As long as he can stay healthy with as physical as he plays, he's going to continue to be him and Tariq going to get with them running together. It's going to get hard on offenses. It's going to get really hard on offenses. Because even, I think too, they're going to run more man if they do that stuff. Seeing what Witherspoon's doing in man and knowing what Tariq can do in man. We'll see. Coming soon to a Seahawk theater near you. 2 cornerbacks freakish in their own right, looking to set the stage for an epic return to defensive-based football. Appreciate you, though, not for sale for that $10 donation. And Kenneth Walker, he showed you why he has had a first-round grade on him by the Seahawks front office. He showed you why he is a difference maker at the position. Why it's not merely okay, well, he's kind of better than what you'd get in the 5th or 6th round. Or some people will try to say, it was exactly the same with what you get in the 5th or the 6th round. Analytics tell us, let me push my glasses up. Analytics tell us that is where you're going to get the value of this player. There's better players with higher distinguished value that you can only get then in the 5th round. And man, this is a bad day for you analytical folks talking about only 5th round pickville when it comes to running backs. And this is a sample size game. I'm not saying this is something that should change the nature of the debate on this or should move it into a different direction. Let's not speak in ultimates, but the whole analytic running back thing, and I know I'm going to get behind on the chat, so bear with me, chat. We're going to roll tonight. We're going to roll deep, but bear with me. I'm going to be long-winded at times. The whole thing with the running back analytic thing is this. Running backs don't matter. Running back in the 5th, 6th round is the same thing that you're going to get in the 2nd round. It's all equivalent, basically talented. There's so many talented ones. There's so many good ones. They're all kind of the same. And then the second part they say is that the offensive line is what determines and drives success for the running back. So, running backs all the same. Their success is only determined or mostly determined, almost all determined by the level of talent of your offensive line in front of them. Okay. Here you have a day, down 4/5 of your offensive line through a good chunk of this football game. And yet, you have 2 running backs, not one. So you can't just go, well, just one guy happened to get the one big run. And 2 guys today running for right around 5 yards on average, a run on up, which is really good for the position, last I checked. But they shouldn't be having that success because, number one, they shouldn't be the difference makers of the position to be any better for a running back who's got to be relying on those offensive linemen. And they're dealing with the offensive line in that state, which is probably not at its best, most maximum capacity to run block. And yet they still put up really good numbers. Doesn't quite add up in this given instance. Again, not to say it's an end-all be-all argument or debate to this, but this kind of game and the way this plays out for those analytic folks who are so hardlined, and I'll tell you guys, those guys are out there, you're very hardlined. You're very fundamentalist in your approach when it comes to saying, don't you dare pick them until 4th round and onwards. Today you saw, say you had 2 backs where there wasn't yards at times, where they had negative yard plays, where they looked like they were snuffed out, and somehow, some way, they not only got out of that tackle, got upfield and actually made something happen to get yards. Turn it into a plus play. Not just remove the negative play, not just get you back to the line of scrimmage, but then turn it into a 4, 5, 8-yard gain. And there's such a good 1-2 stack between these 2 guys with the power and the elusiveness that they bring to play. Again, as we go back to this offense and how it can be awesome, how it can be a top 5, top 3 unit. How? On the back of being able to hit that defense in every which way but loose. What I mean by that is, you got defense we can wear you down with. We got the hammer to wear you down. You got team speed issues. We can hit you on the edges with this running back. You got corners where you're a little light at. We can throw on you all day. You suck at defending the tight ends. Bam, we got you with that. It's hard to defend. It's hard when you can't lean or count on something that they don't do well. And the Hawks, absent maybe the screen game, do pretty much everything well offensively. Screen game still is what it is. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Parkinson has improved. Witherspoon is better than Jalen Carter. Let's go. Y2K bringing that energy the other way. I like seeing that. I've said with this, is Carter's had a good start, but he is, and I checked the snap count on this even recently. Ooh, what a hit. That's going to be a flag. I was even saying this recently, as much as you might like Carter, and said this in the Witherspoon video last week, which I get it. He's played very splashy, but if you look at the snap count by Carter, he's playing a low number of snaps. He's not out there running 70, 75% of that, 50% of the snaps. It's like 30, 35%. And they're pretty much asking him to just be a pass rusher there right now, which is i.e. they're letting him go on the field and he doesn't have really run responsibilities. He just gets to go out and just go get after the quarterback is kind of what they're telling him right now. And he's having success with that. But it's not the same as Witherspoon being out there 90, 95% of the snaps as an outside cornerback will in the scheme, if not 100% of the snaps in some games, defensively speaking. And especially if he can, like he showed today, snap in and snap out, be having an impact. not merely as a rotational defensive line pass rusher, which is what Carter is right now. Thank you, though, Y2K, for that donation. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I want my props for both Truck Charbonnet and Zach Diesel. Let the chat record show. Indeed, I would let counsel and our record keepers know. Can we please get this on the record, Miss? Yeah, can we get this on the record? Let the record show one Mr. R. Sanchez having due props and all tangible credit for the Truck Charbonnet, Zach Diesel nicknames. Let the record show. I will, however, say, Sanchez, that I have already started creating the t-shirts. Don't think I'm cutting in on the profits. Sorry. This is a cutthroat nature. One would be like, wait, no, he's donating. You're going to cut him out of the t-shirt profits? Sorry. We're almost in a recession. What do you want from me? But if you see tomorrow a t-shirt with a big front face of a big grill of a truck and then Truck Charbonnet right beneath it in lettering, I mean, I'm giving you credit, but it's like, it's this kind of credit. It's like, yeah, good idea. Good idea, which I will go now make profitable. Thank you for the $5 donation, and you absolutely do get credit, man. You got the Truck Charbonnet and Zach Diesel. It was awesome. I love both those nicknames. Those are my favorites right now. Charbonnet is good too, but you have to know the thing about Charbonnet. It's such an in thing that you have to know that. I know everyone knows Pokemon, so maybe I need to have better faith in the masses knowing of Pokemon, but that's the one thing that makes it hard for me with the Charbonnet. But he can have 3 nicknames. We don't have to relegate it to one when he runs like that. You go run that hard, I'll give him all the nicknames in the book. But props to you, man. Snail with a $5 donation as well. Snail says, number 26 is definitely a fire type. Charbonnet all the way, because he's burning people up. I'll do, at some point, I promise, Snail, we'll do a thumbnail with Charbonnet, and I'll put his helmet head on Charbonnet. I'll try to make it work with Photoshop. See if I can make it look somewhat. We'll test out the Seahawk Pokemon understanding out there with that thumbnail. I love it though, man. He's burning people up, and I'll tell you what, he keeps hitting cornerbacks like this, you're going to start seeing business decisions being made. Word's going to get out on the street. Do you want a concussion or you want to make the tackle? Maybe it's a choice. Maybe it's an either or. And he puts his head down and rams like he's doing it like he's loading up. He isn't doing it to just sort of finish the run and okay, I'll just kind of, he's putting it in there to definitely dish out punishment when he's laying it down. But he's a fun back. And the difference between him and Walker is just, as a defense, I can see how I could kind of throw these defenses off where you're getting used to, like, you get Walker where you sort of get things stopped up, but then you got to make sure that you're still keeping your feet active to get back wide if he gets wide. And then you have Charbonnet kind of in this mode, and you're sort of thinking that same way, and you're trying to keep the feet moving, but Charbonnet just comes downhill right at you, and now you're a little not as solid, you're not as solidly put down in your footing in your space, and then you get blown out of the hole. I could see it as a 1-2 combo with defenses being a tough thing. You get tired over the course of the game, a little less on your details, a little less paying attention, snap in and snap out, who's in the backfield. You're just sort of setting up. You're used to a certain pattern, the way a one running back's running it. 2 different running styles completely. But Charbonnet is an absolute hammer. Fire is right, man, Snail. And Charbonnet, Truck Charbonnet, Zach Diesel. The nicknames are just beginning now. We're just getting warmed up with the nicknames for Mr. Charbonnet. Appreciate you, Snail, for that $5 donation, man. I hope you guys are all having a great night and celebrating this victory Sunday with a big smile like me. I love it. Love it. There we go. There we go, Pickens. Beyond Balance, thank you for the $2 donation. Jaron Reed, is that the player of the game? It's a good question. It's a really good question. I think it does come down to him or Geno beyond balance. But I think that you got to give the nod to Reed overall. I do want to, it's hard not to do with Geno with doing what he's done because he had to overcome so much out there to make it happen. So it's hard not to give him the nod with this. It really is. But I mean, it's hard. Jared Reed just gave you one of the better defensive line performances I think we've seen here in a good bit of time. 8 tackles, 1.5 sacks, 1 tackle for loss, 1 pass defense, 3 quarterback hits. You know, he was really good. It's hard not to give him the nod. It is. Geno with how he played and what he did, just goodness. It's tough not to be looking at him going, forfeits your line down and you're still pushing drives up the field constant. It's not like they just had like 3 drives they leaned on for their production. It was like all day long you're driving, all day long you're moving the sticks, all day long you're helping to keep your defense fresh and ready for that down the stretch run. I might be switching my answer back to Geno the more I think about it. Beyond balance. Reed's my number 2. Geno, I got to go Geno. It's just too much of a degree of difficulty that he had to kind of overcome in this game. I know Carolina was light defensively. I don't know. I'm going to waffle on this one. Glad I don't have to be the one to pick it. I'd feel bad about negating somebody on this one. P Jizzy 206. What's up, P? Thank you for the $5 donation. PGZ 206. Sorry, I should have read your chat before I actually butchered your name. So PGZ 206. PGZ 206. Laughing out loud. I feel like Mike Jacks, you knew I was gonna mispronounce that, I think. He says, I feel like Michael Jackson is a liability in the secondary. What's your opinion on Michael Jackson? Yeah, I'm not sure on my opinion. I'm gonna give you where I think I'm at with him, but I gotta be honest with you, where there is a bit of an uncertainty in watching him, and that is that I think the confidence got dinged up in the preseason. I think he was rolling through this offseason and being real strong, and then he got in preseason and he got cooked up. And cornerback is a position that is one that is heavily reliant upon confidence. And when you start to lose it, you can become a vastly diminished player. And I think that that's what we're seeing a little bit from Mike here early on. He came back and gave a little bit of a good fight a bit later on in the game and made a couple plays in coverage. But I do think that we've reached a point here, PG, that, you know, he's a guy that you'd ideally not like to have to be starting out there anymore. You'd love to have Tariq first, and if not Tariq, I think Trey Brown has looked better out there when he's okay. And so hopefully once Tariq comes back, you don't have to go back to Michael Jackson moving forward because you do have Tariq and Devin going, and you just want to keep healthy. I do wonder, come back to your point on this, PG, you know, would Kobe Bryant, when he gets healthy, be better as well as an outside corner option once he gets back, giving him a little bit more run over there too on top of that? I wonder on that. But yeah, Mike's probably not going to ascend back into starter place unless you're down 2 guys at this point. And he is a liability out there. And he was a guy that Dalton worked very quickly to go attack the second that he saw him out there in the football game. But thank you for that donation, PG. And our eyes are seeing the same thing. Beyond Balance, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, my girlfriend told me to donate because more often than not, you are our ASMR. Thanks, buddy. You're amazing. Well, Beyond Balance's girlfriend, without sounding like I'm trying to, get inappropriate here, I just want to thank you. I want to thank you right now for helping out Beyond Balance, because he's being a very giving man right now. And I hope you're giving in return back to him as the good man he is and helping him out tonight in whatever fashion or way that might be, making him feel extra specially good about this Seahawk victory. Thank you so much for the donation, and I do hope you are having a wonderful evening this night. I'm gonna eventually we'll do an ASMR channel here, man. I'll go full on with that. Yum yum, hot dog, yum yum, yeah. Whatever it takes for the donos. Whatever it takes for those donos. Beyond balance, though, man. Thank you so much for that double donation on that part. And tell your girlfriend thank you very much for recommending another dono my way. Tell her I appreciate that. I appreciate that love. Makai Sahagone says that's a cute kitty. Go Seahawks. She is a very cute kitty. She says, "Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up." That's what she says right now. I gotta wake you up. He said you're a cute kitty. When they say cute kitty, that's a cue for me to pet you. Okay. I'm just saying. Now, DJ Zilla, crazy that the dang Cardinals beat the Cowboys. Cowboys, do you want to talk about a game where they definitely overlooked their opponent, or the Trayvon Diggs reverberation is just still hitting them so hard? Doesn't seem to be the case there. But yeah, they definitely. I guess I totally overlooked the Rams and the Cardinals this year. Who would have ever thought? Teams look like they were obviously tanking, and they're both playing hard as hell. And I thought Gannon was going to be a kind of a joke, and he's not been. So I'll eat that crow. I'm shocked to see it. Mark Harbicorn, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. King's House says, I call him the Zach Attack. Zach Attack's pretty good. Zach Attack, Zach Diesel, Truck Charbonnet, Charbazard, the Charbonnator. There we go, Georgie. Felipe, hey, what do you think of Witherspoon? Him and Woolen are going to be fire. Here's my dream, folks. I'm going to sell you. Some got a great American dream. I got a great Seattle Seahawks dream. Let me sell it to you now, okay? Close your eyes. I know you don't want to close. I know you're watching football. Just play along with me. Close those eyes, okay? Picture this. A future secondary. A couple weeks down the line, maybe next week. Jamal Adams. Floating muck back with your Seahawks up around the line of scrimmage. Witherspoon up in press coverage. Tariq Woolen up in press coverage. Julian Love removed from that safety spot that he's had these troubles, back down in the slot playing what? Man coverage. Bobby Wagner, Jordan Brooks, double A gap pressure. Here comes the house, and we ain't dropping out of it. We're coming. Quarterback drops back to pass. Oh my dear God, they're bringing 6. I'll throw it deep there. No, wait, there's 4-2-6 over there. I'll throw over here. Wait, no, he's 4-4 and he's on him there. I'll look back to the slot. No, he's sticky there in coverage. I can't go there either. Sack. I have a dream. One day my Seattle Seahawks team will blitz and create pressure upon opposing offenses throughout the league, and will find a way to reach that glory. I have a dream. I have a dream one day we will stack pressure-based concepts up at the line of scrimmage over and over again, trusting our corners in man coverage. I have a dream. I don't know if it's going to happen. But I do. I do hope it does. I'm a man of many dreams, and that's one of the ones at the head of it here. It all works together. You got the man-based guys back in the works. You've never had that here with Coach Carroll. When you get to the place of having Adams and Witherspoon and Tariq and Julian Love all on the football field all at one time, that will be by far like triple the amount, like quadruple the amount of the number of man-based coverage guys whose best skill is man-based over being zone-based than you've had in your entire time here with Coach Carroll. That gets me rubbing my hands together. Hopefully it gets Clint Hurt rubbing his hands together. Hopefully it opens the door to opportunity to start to get a little bit more creative, because the best stuff you've done defensively when it comes to pass coverage, outside of, let's say, Devin Witherspoon being sticky in coverage, the best stuff that you've done is when you have brought the pressure-based looks to bear. Just saying. But thank you so much for all the donos, and well said on your part over there. Jacob says, I know Russell doesn't play defense. He didn't give up 70 points, but come on, to pretend that he had nothing to do with it, that he deserves zero blame? Ha ha, no. I'm just trying not to hit him too hard here, Jacob. It's a sensitive topic on the chat at times, and so I try to just kind of not spend too much on it. But I mean, yeah, he didn't play probably at his best. I mean, I know what Russ could have done a whole lot. He threw one interception, you know. I mean, yeah, technically it's not all on the defense, but at 70 points, it's kind of mostly almost all on the defense at that point. I mean, they're carrying quite a big part of the burden at that point, I think. Where it gets, I mean, you know, offense could have done better, but and it's not to say, look, Russ, I don't think Russ is turning around anytime soon out there. That's for sure. Keyshawn Beaver says, Love's doing his job. He is the best backup safety in the league. Love will make big plays with Adams in the lineup. I agree, Keyshawn. I think he'll be better suited over there once you put him into the slot, especially. And I think he'll be on the football field quite a bit. Quite a bit. Seahawks Gaming says there should be a mercy rule implemented. If your opponent scores 50 before the fourth quarter, then your team should forfeit the game. Probably should. It's nothing but injuries can happen from there. It's not like many fans are really watching at that point. Kurt says Geno has so many mouths to feed. It's got to be hard at times. It does. Yeah, there's so many good options. It's a good problem to have, but it is a bit of an issue because you're trying to get everything worked in and everybody get their touches in. Robert says, go Kenny Mitten Pickens. Kenny Kitten Mitten Pickens. Come on, Pickett. Come on, Pickett. I got him at $164 right now. I need just about 80 more yards from the pick man. King says, I really feel for Perna today. Normally I laugh at his misery as I like the videos, but today I couldn't laugh at all. Just pity. I'm getting to the point of pity. It's working. It's taken. I didn't think I'd ever get around here to this Denver team. I thought we'd be just laughing at them and indubitably forever. But yeah. It's I'm lying if it's getting to the point of like, oh, I got to look away. I can't even look. Oh, is he hitting him again? Oh, they hit him again. Herbert says, I was watching Perna's reaction to all the Dolphins score earlier. It was funny as hell. Well, at least he's getting some views and subs out of it, you know. Tactical Brownie, what are your thoughts on Jamal Adams' return? So you kind of heard a second ago that dream that I was just talking about, Tactical, I know. And that's where I'm at with this a little bit, and that I have a little bit of this dream with this scenario of this is what I would like to see. Your defense is struggling with the zone-based concepts. You're going to have a defense that's well situated now to go to man-based stuff. You've done your best stuff, you know, at times when you're actually bringing pressure and trying to actually, you know, take it to the offense a little bit. I think this defense, in my opinion, would seem to be like one that is at its best kind of moving forward rather than going backwards, you know, and they're only going to be more that way, I think, once you get Tariq or Adams into the mix here. And so that's the change I'm hoping that we do see. I think that this is the plan that they had in place a little bit with Adams in the first place when it came to, you know, making this change to this new defense in whatever way they're going to make, is that there's a lot in this defense that rides on Adams being here. And he's kind of a singular talent in his skill set in that way. And I think that has them thinking they'll use him in that fashion. So I think tactical, a little more blitzing, a little bit more man-based coverage concepts. And this is me anticipating it. They've never done this stuff before. So I'm making a pretty big prediction to say they'll suddenly go to this stuff. I mean, as we saw today, there was times that the man coverage concepts were being begged for at times in this game. More blitzes were being begged for at times in this game, and still they would tend to fall back into some of the soft zone stuff. So it isn't in Carroll's typical nature to do this stuff, but you've got the personnel like you've never had before. Flea says, didn't the Broncos have a top 5 defense last year? How they letting the Dolphins score 70 points? Broncos defense is so trash. Yeah, what they did is they had a guy by the name of Evero there as a defensive coordinator who's cut from the fake Fangio scheme. And I think Morris might even have some tenets in that too. But you changed from defensive coordinators, and you had something that was working and you sort of broke it. You know, it's that old don't break it if it's working. You know, and that's what they did. And so He changed some things up defensively. Obviously, Draymond Jones' loss probably hurts a little bit there. They've had a little bit of defensive talent on that line drain out. You got Draymond Jones. You got Bradley Chubb, who they traded a first-round pick that they ended up trading a first-round pick for Sean Payton for. Then you had, of course, Shelby Harris out of there in recent years. So it has gotten a little bit weaker as a defense over time there, just a bit. And that's probably a bit of this cause here. Corey says, yeah, but Denver only scored 13 points. They got 7 in garbage time. I wouldn't say they did like Russ did his part, and it's only the defense. Whoever said they have blame, there's blame to give out there too. I try not to hammer it too much because it tends to send a good contingent of the chat up into a flurry of sensitivity if I go too hard in on Russ. So I always try to just keep an even middle ground of it because it's not a hawk anymore, and it's going to go the way it's going to go on that one. Spuds Max says, Joseph getting fired in Denver. Well, if there's a game that gets you fired as a defensive coordinator, giving up 70 points is a good way to do it. Seahawks Gaming says, Vic Fangio is the defensive coordinator for the Dolphins. Talk about revenge. They dropped 70 on the Broncos. I wonder if he was in Josh McDaniels' ear, like, put another tutty on him. Those sons of bitches fired me. Put another tutty on them. Show them for doing what they did to me. Show them not but what they did for me. Do on to them. Do it. Give it to them again. Give it to them again. Josh McDaniels over there just like, Vic. I got it, Vic. I got it. Okay. Stephen Braun, I know McDaniels is a genius. My mother loves him. She's an Alabama alumni. Guy's wicked smart, as the Bostonites would say. He's running some really inventive stuff out there with Miami. His use of especially pre-snap motion, kind of next level stuff. Riverside, what was the contract for Jaron Reed? I think you signed him to a two-year deal, 2-year, $10 million deal, something like that. Kind of low money. Patrick Zong says, we got to use JSN more. I'm low-key kind of scared that he might end up like Jimmy Graham trade. Great weapon, but never used him. I think you can take some a little bit of hope in the fact that I would say giving you a little bit of hopeful light on this one, Patrick. I think what's driven you to not utilize him more is the fact that you've had to go to more 2 and 3 tight end sets over the past 2 weeks to accommodate and handle the pass protection issues you were anticipating to have, having 2 backups, 3 backups today and on the offensive line. So once you get to a little bit more full accustomed to your near full strength on the offensive line, you'll probably see more of an opportunity to feature JSN as you can now have more time to be able to let those guys operate one-on-one on the line and then him to be freed up. But even coming into this game, Patrick, he was creating more yards. He was creating more separation, more than any other receiver in the sport on the routes run. For only one of the receiver was higher than him. So he's getting open. When he does get the opportunities, he is pretty much catching it. It's just there isn't a lot of opportunities to be had, but those will free up as we go into the future. Herbicide, do we have any tight ends next year? Yeah, currently, Herbicide, you have Disley still under contract, though it's for a decent amount of money, though he's been playing well this year. Feel good to do it. Seems as Brian Flores seemed to sabotage Tua. McDaniels has been a blessing for him. Oh, yeah, McDaniels has been the opposite end of the scale for Tua versus what he had with Flores. And it's been a perfect fit for talent and what McDaniels wants to do. But definitely gave Tua his career life where it looked like it was going to maybe pit her out there for a moment. Seattle KO, did Russ throw any interceptions today? I didn't watch the Broncos game. He threw one. Jacob says, my Washington Huskies could beat the Broncos easily. Not even a biased or exaggeration thing. It might be sent to OT at best, but even then we'd squeak it out against these so-called pros. Jacob going all in on the Broncos. I don't know, man. I've heard the college team thing. I don't. These teams in the NFL are differently built, even the bad ones. Jacob says the early bye could be saved the season. We need to get the holes plugged in our defensive ship. Indeed, Jacob. Indeed. I think it's also nice with the early bye, as maybe gives the team a little bit of time to take a look in the trade market to see if there's maybe a guy there that they can add and have help out here too. But yeah, we need that bye. You get back on the other side of it and you're thinking, okay, you got Cross back, Lucas back, Tariq Woolen back, Jamal Adams back, Phil Haynes back, I would think. Kenny McIntosh back by that point, presumptively. Kobe Bryant back. Yeah, it feels a little bit better at that point where you're standing on it. King says, Brandon, next week, the NFL is coming to a collective bargaining agreement to black out the Broncos-Bear game due to concerns of death by bad football play, per Adam Schefter. Move it. Move it. Move the time. Jacob says Russell would have done better with the Saints, in my opinion. I don't know. Saints don't have a very good pass protecting line either. I agree with you, Brian. I don't think NFL pros losing to 18 and 19-year-olds. It's a different. No. I know they look bad. They ain't that bad. Why do I? Mafe, Witherspoon, and Charbonnet, Bradford all showing out. They were. How about the Rooks, man? Second-year guys, too. Like Mafe, looking good. Other side of the Minshew mustache is no joke, man. Eventually, this guy's going to get somebody give him a try, man. You know? Played a lot of good football, but he can't get no love. Mariah says tough passes the DK caught too. DK was so good today, Mariah. He made everything of the opportunities thrown his way. It wasn't like he was being featured in there, right? It wasn't like you're throwing him 15, 16 times. But he absolutely got his catches in today where they were to be had. He made some big plays down the field. DK was so steady. Fear the stash, says Brian Myers. Fear the stash is right. Church of Sacred Cacti. Charbonnet is perfect 1-2 with Walker. He's also good enough to carry the load with Dallas if Walker ever gets hurt. Agreed. I think that's a great way of putting it, Church. He provides both of those things. Perfect 1-2 punch with Walker. You can challenge defenses in the run game anywhere that you want to challenge them. Outside, wide, inside, A-gap, short yardage. Do you have a short yardage back who can hammer it through? Yeah, you do now. Yeah, you do. He's going to provide a really nice compliment to Walker, and Walker's showing you that he can be a difference maker as it is at this position. Wu-Tang Financial with a $5 donation.
He says, what's best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women. Charbel Diesel says this. Yeah.
Thank you, Wu-Tang, for the $5 donation. And I do love the reference to Conan.
What is the best thing to say in the world? To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, to hear the lamentations of their women.
That's how Charbel Diesel says it. That's the voice I hear in my head when I see Charbel Diesel running with a football. I hear Arnold.
Make them think they're little babies. Only babies drink milk.
Appreciate you, Wu-Tang, for that $5 drop, brother. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I told you the Cards would screw up the tanking. Yeah, they're messing it up big time. Someone did not get the memo out there in the desert. It's a little hot out there. It's hard to think with all that heat. But I guess not. You know, I guess the Broncos are going to get Caleb. But props to Gannon, man. I was hard on this guy. I've joked about him with his shots and his weird energy and his all that. But, I mean, hey, he's getting that team to play really hard, and that is not a talent-rich environment out there. They are talent defunct. But he's making it happen for them. So props out there to Gannon and the crew getting it done year one. They've been in every single game. I mean, they very easily could be 3-0 right now. Whew. Unbelievable. But thank you, man. Told you the $2. Thank you for the $2 donation, and props to you for getting that one right. You were ahead of it on that one, no doubt. Mark Edelman, thank you for subscribing, Mark, to the Hawks Nest channel. We're trying to get up over 15,000 subscribers here. We're well on our way, but we're trying to motor on into there. So you're helping us get there a little bit closer today, Mark, by subbing on up. I hope you know I do really appreciate that. Beyond Balance with another $5 donation. I do appreciate the triple dono drop, Beyond Balance. And a big shout out to your girlfriend for that as well. Thank you to y'all for that. It says, behind in stream time, ASMR thing was amazing. My girl is blushing, laughing my ass off. On a different note, I like Charbonnet. You got knocked the F out. Charbonnet. You just got Charbonnet. You just got to knock the F out. I gotta get my Friday gif, with Smokey. You just got knocked the F out. But thank you, man. I'm glad the ASMR is working. Gotta get those nice dull low tones. Get a little purr. Get that real low purr. Let's get down low on that purr. Appreciate the donation, brother. And I hope you guys are having a fantastic night out there. One fun victory, two really fun, great games on top of you. And hey, you got the wins, but do fun games as well these past 2 weeks with our Seahawks. And thank you guys for all of your support here on the channel. As always, you guys, you stack so many donos, I can't even catch up on the donos, much less the chat. So thank you guys for all of your support here on the chat tonight and throughout this year and throughout the time of the channel, frankly. You guys have been just as amazing as ever in that respect of things. Beyond Balance, appreciate you, brother. Peter Go Hawks with a $5 drop. Thank you, Peter Go Hawks. He says, okay, number one, 70-20. We have officially won the trade today. Go Hawks. Number two, that Charbonnet trucking was the best of the year. Number three, Lockett's catch was fire. Let's unpack all that. The 70-20, I keep thinking, and this is not to say this game was all on Russ or whatever, but that he's reached that spot where finally you'd go, okay, he's definitely hit rock bottom. There is nowhere to go but up from here. Okay, you got Sean Payton. Okay, now there's really nowhere to go but you got to go up from here, right? Like there's got to be nowhere to go up from here, right? There's got to be nowhere to, and it's like, nope, there's a further low. And there's a reason that Brandon Perner's doing these videos of the worst game ever. He's been doing it for 2 years now, and it keeps getting worse every single game forward. And it's stunning to watch. And I mean, just that's where the energy's going. What are you going to do? Cano Benton, by the way, just made a hell of a play in the Steeler game for you Cano Bentonites out there from Wisconsin this past draft, wishing the Hawks had taken him. So yeah, we've officially won the trade. Sorry, Denver, but we've got this one. You're not winning a Super Bowl at the very least with Russell. You're not probably going to get to even back to the playoffs there with Russell. And I don't think it's too early to call at this point, Peter Go Hawks. It's going to turn into being probably one of the best trades in NFL history right up there. I mean, there's certainly Cowboys trade's still better, but I think that we're going to have a strong claim to lay to be saying that we're number maybe 2 or 3, depending on what this team does with this rebuild and the players that they've got in return. If we turn this on the back of it around to a team that goes and wins in the Super Bowl, you absolutely have to call it that. And it feels good to be on the right side of this one after being a little bit on the bad side of it with that Jamal Adams trade. I mean, at least with the Adams thing, we've got a chance of reclaiming some of the value there. At least he gave you a season of setting the sack record and giving you some sterling moments. Denver's gotten kind of nothing out of Russ. It's sort of been a nothing burger out there from him. Charbonnet's truck is going to be awesome to break down, and I'll probably do a little video this week with it in some way, trying to feature it a little bit because it was just too good. Like you say, Peter, it was just too good. I mean, Charbonnet's going downhill. You can see him loading up, and you get the, dear God, here it comes. It's as a guy, if you see other guys get hit with the nut shots, you instantly have that feeling of, even though you don't get hit, you have the sympathy feeling for somebody, right? You do the clasp move, grab on the sack, go, oh. Well, you do that a little bit with Charbonnet when he gets in the open field, where you're like, he's going to hurt somebody. it's going to be a violent blow. And that's what it was there. I mean, he came up and he hit that guy and he sent him flying 3-4 yards back the other direction off his feet. And he just loads up. You give him a full speed and a chance to load up. You don't want to be in front of that train. You don't, because it ain't going off the tracks. It's just going to roll over you and keep on and going. And he's got a couple moments. We had the Vikings preseason game where he laid 2 of those hammer hits out. He's done this a few times now, even on the small sample size of carries he's got. He's shown, I'm going to be a physical back. I'm going to be violent with it. And it's, as we love those kind of backs here in Seattle, right? We've had an affinity for these kind of backs for a very long period of time, with Marshawn kind of showing off why, these are kind of fun backs to have when you have these backs that run with that kind of force and power and willingness to be physical all the way through. Finally, Lockett's catch, just an amazing play. Ballsy as hell by Geno Smith just to make that throw in the first place. I think he knows, hey, if they pick this off and they run it back the other way, it's only 2 points, so why not worth the risk? Ballsy nonetheless, though, because he's throwing it back across his body, throwing it over to the other side of the field, and you're going, oh, okay, your butt cheeks clasp a little bit the second you see that throw go off from Geno. But Tyler does a good job, as we saw from DK in this game, place we'd always give receivers credit for, but was a part of some of these catches today, which is you run your route, and then when the ball's thrown, you work your way back to the ball. Work your way back to the ball. Don't sit there and wait for the ball to just come to you. Get those. It's not about getting 5-10 yards back towards the ball, but getting your momentum going back to the ball, not allowing the coverage to drift in front of it. And that is indeed what was going on there on those particular plays, or in that particular play, at least a couple of DK spots, but that throw in general there to Tyler Lockett, where he was able to come back to the ball and go make the catch. Great catch by Tyler, and nice gutsy throw by Geno. Thank you, Peter, for that $5 donation. Samuel Freeman, thank you for the $10 donation. I really do appreciate that $10 drop. Very nice of you, Samuel, to do so. He says, I just got here. You might have already mentioned it, but how about our 12s with the 8 false starts today? I appreciate all the content. Go Hawks. It is something that I am going to say a couple times over this stream, Samuel, because I want us to start this fire. I want us to start to get this awareness back out to the 12s, to get this reinvigorated. And that is that I've lamented it a lot. I've been a bit hard on it with the fans going, man, it has been quieter in here recently. It is not as kind of as loud as it once been. It feels like we've lost a little bit of that 12th man spirit that once so well resonated the Kingdom. And people would tell me, well, it's because we haven't been as good in a while. And I go, well, hey, we did this back in the Kingdom days. Back in the Kingdom days, we were able to be loud, and we didn't have a lot of good teams at the time. We were still able to be loud. In the 90s, still able to be loud, even when you had bad teams out there. And so I don't know if just the fact you haven't been good necessarily is a good enough excuse. So it's really great to see, Samuel, to your point today, them showing back that old spirit in a big time way. I think, yeah, Samuel, this is the best fan, effect that I've seen on a football game for a Hawks team going back in years. And you really did feel the crowd was being out there loudest, that you weren't getting 79% of the stadium being loud, but you were having like 95% of the stadium being loud. And that was really encouraging to see, where there's been times, and even myself going to that stadium, Samuel, where it has been quiet and you've been looking around going, man, why are people, it's third down, and everybody's just kind of sitting there silently looking at the game. Not today. Every fan in that stadium, you get your props for putting together a real special experience, and you got 8 false starts. There will not be another team in the NFL that is going to get 8 false starts at home this upcoming season. The specialness of the 12th man, the specialness of what we can do on the football field, and the effect we can have on the football field. I've said that you are the only fandom in NFL history that forced a sport to penalize you for being too loud. You're the only one. You're the only one. That's the kind of spirit we got, and we got to hold on to it and remember it and keep it in tone, because you saw today the effect it can have, the positive effect it can have on the defense when they're able to use that to their benefit, like they were today. So yeah, big time props, Samuel, to the 12s today. You guys did more than your part. That was a dominating effort from the fans today, bringing it from the first whistle to the last. And it's encouraging to see. It tells me that the spirit is not gone, that it is still there. It's just been silent and waiting waiting in the shadows to return, waiting in the shadows to step forward and provide the hellishness nature by which it is known throughout the NFL. No one wants to come to the Pacific Northwest. Thank you, though, Samuel. Appreciate that donation, man. So very much. And well said on your part. Well noticed and well said. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you, Randall. And thank you as well for that dono at the end of the last stream. I know I was cutting out right at the end to get over there to the Bleacher Report. But I do thank you for your donation over there and this donation as well. He says, a glimpse of what that team can be. I'm telling you, 3-1 buy, get right, see which way the wind's blowing, and maybe make a move. Pilfer the Vikings roster on D. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. And I do like that about the buy too, because if you get to 3-1, it gives you a little bit more time to, with that buy in the front office, to kind of assess the territory. What's the lay of the land? Who's available? Who's not available? Who's selling? Who's not selling? I think you're very right in the respect of pointing to that as an early team to look at here, being the Minnesota team, as a team that you can maybe take a look at here and say, hey, Minnesota. I mean, would Carolina, is there any chance Carolina would be willing to potentially part with Derek Brown? That'd be another one that I mean, that's a bigger move, bigger splash move, but that would certainly be one that I would be on the phone with Carolina to see where they would be standing with that one as well. The Giants, if they continue to fall back, Leonard Williams maybe becomes a guy that you could maybe look to target out there. He's a guy, Brandel out there. I don't know if Chicago or Minnesota's got a lot defensively that we want. I have looked at Randall, both of those two rosters, and I'm not really moved by anybody being a real solid upgrade on either of those teams for what we need. They have players that are good players, but just for what we need, I think it's a little bit it's a little bit light there on that, just a tiny bit, just a smidge. Give me just one sec, folks. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, kitty. We'll look at some more options though, Randall. As far as I will try to do maybe a video around some of the potential options out there the Hawks could make a move for. I think it's going to be nice here in the next week though. Next 2 weeks, you're going to get more of these teams maybe falling back. And if you get a team like Carolina 0-5, a couple of these other teams that have started in that way, things are opened up maybe a little bit now, maybe just a little bit opened up for more options to be available. We want the more options, the merrier here. We want a buyer's market in the way we want this to be set up for us. So I would love to see that be, but unfortunately, man, I've looked at the Vikings roster and I just think that it's just, Danielle Hunter is an edge guy. I mean, I don't know. I think the Vikings still end up eating some dead money by making a move there with him on that. And I don't know if that's going to exactly be a fit for the Seahawks or if they'd look for that or want that necessarily. I think it does. We do track it down to being either an interior defensive lineman or a 3-4 end, something like that. Technically not 3-4 end, to be like a 1-3 tech, basically. What we'd be looking for, Randall. But thank you again for that $5 donation, all your donations today. It's like your third one today, my man. I appreciate that. Really kind of you. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $5. He says, I literally just commented on the last of his worst game ever that I was excited to see the next one. You got to see the top Billin video for today. I'm sure Billin's having some fun, man, with the some of the plays in this game, especially the Charbonnet runs. And I'm sure there's some prison-loving metaphors being applied across the board. But yeah, you know the title's coming, Peter. You know Brandon's got that one ready up, and I'm sure I was noting too as well. I don't know if you noticed the same thing with Brandon. Anybody notice how the hair's going grayer and grayer with that guy? Like at the start of the Russell Wilson trade, as they're trading for it, brown is the color can get, pure brown. And now it's like the whole thing's gone with that sort of soft gray overtone to it. I think he's literally having years of his life taken off of it, having to watch some of these games. Can't blame him. I'd probably be fully gray too at that point. So, but I'll check out that video, Peter Go. I haven't had a chance to check out the top billing one, but I'm sure he's gonna have a fun one with this contest. There's some really good moments, on this one. But thank you for that $5 drop, brother. I appreciate that. You guys are always very kind in your donations, and I do appreciate your support. Hope you all do know that. Chronos 1009 says, Jaron Reed low-key is the best offensive free agent pickup, even better than Bobby at this moment. My boy has sealed up his run and up this run and is a monster in the pass rush as well. I think you can make a strong argument of him over Bobby. I think both of them have been very close to about the same impact, being highly impactful in what they brought to this defense to help it out. I kind of feel like it's a tandem thing with the two of them in their addition, and you're getting kind of both in their own way incrementally help out the run D, but then you're bringing the combination of the two together. They've played together well before. They know what each other's going to do. You got to feel like Bobby's able to read really well off where Jaron's going to go, and he knows how Jaron's going to read the play. But to your point on that, Jaron's been sensational, and it's been a big-time free agent pickup. He's been just great. And the fact that he's been able to be a good nose tackle for you and settle into that role really well and stop the run while also still then supplying you pass rush. Because my thinking on it was I did have confidence, Kronos, that he was going to be able to help us out in the run game and go back to his original designs as a player when he was at Alabama and take advantage of that. The thing that's caught me off guard, though, is to go back to those origins while still being able to supply some pass rush. And that's what's made him, so good. But he's going to be one of the highest rated defensive tackles in this sport by PFF after this week. No doubt about that. And I think this was very, very possibly, I think it's a strong argument made, this was his best game as a Seahawk, and maybe it's not even close. And he's played a lot of games here, and he's had a lot of good games here, but that was just outstanding all the way through. Ken Ruiz says, hello, Brandon. Good job, Seahawks. What's up, Ken? Props to the Hawks. Tactical Brandy says, what's your thoughts on, Brandon, what's your thoughts on Jamal's impact next week? I think he's going to have impact to Mac Tactical. I think they're going to have him on a bit of a snap count. So I don't think you're going to get 100%, 100 snaps, 100% of the snaps of him out there. But I think they're going to work him in. I think they're going to be creative with him. I think you're going to see some looks with him at strong safety. I think you're going to see some looks with him at the linebacker position. They're going to mix him around a little bit, which I like. Don't let the offense know where he's coming from or where, get them confused. Don't just send him off the edge, send him up the middle at times. I think that's what the team's going to implement here. So you'll get a little bit of a taster's choice sample size bit in there next week, but I don't think they're going to work him a lot having that bye at their back and having that extra week now that they can provide Adams to get just one more extra week that can't hurt. Steven says, Russ wanted to be a bigger star. We weren't big enough for him. Hope he's happy. I do too. I hope he's happy as well. He's got all that money to dry his tears on if everything, if all else fails. Luke Britt, the trucker for Charbonnet, let's call him the trucker, the human truck stick. Jeremy Bohm, NCAA teams, no matter how talented, would lose to an NFL team 10 out of 10 games. The talent gap is too wide. As good as some NCAA teams look like they have no chance against even the worst NFL teams. That's my thinking on it too, Jeremy. I just don't think an NCAA team, the best NCAA team in the sport would still get blown out of the water by the worst NFL roster. These are grown men. Brian Myers says Zach Diesel all day. I'm leaning to that one too. I think that's the best so far. Church, Jaron Reed's the best he's ever been. Indeed he is. Jared G says Russ could have been the best quarterback Seattle ever had. Instead, he left by choice and left a space for Geno to step up and show out. Indeed he did. Well said on your part. Jacob says it was cool seeing Andy Dalton play in person. Nice to see a true vet do their thing, even if it was past his prime and clearly with a crappy team. Andy Dalton played a really good game for Panthers today. You know, he was, you talk about with Geno, I've tried to give Geno props for working through a degree of difficulty that he had to. That was very much kind of the case with what you had Dalton dealing with as well. I think his offensive line was probably in a little bit of a better shape, but you lose Mingo in this game really early on, and you're already with a receiving core that's kind of a little light. And he had to just kind of lean into the Thielen. There were some times there where he had to use his legs as an old guy. He wasn't able to just sit in the pocket and pick things apart. You know, he had to also go out there and move a little bit and create a little bit more time for his receivers to break open. Props to him, man. Yeah, he played a good game for a vet. He gave the Panthers as good as you could have asked. Especially he didn't have a run game to lean back on either. That cool. Babe Brandon, if possible, could give us on impact. Okay, oh, yeah. So I got that there tactical. And again, I'm sorry on the chat. If you are new here, I tend to get a little behind the chat because I try to respond to most comments if I can or questions. So it does put me behind just a little bit. Where the hell are the Philadelphia Bulldogs? Is Jeremy Bohm? That's a nickname for the Philadelphia Eagles because they have so many Georgia Bulldogs on their roster. Stephen Gron says, hey, that Geno 2-point conversion was the prettiest spiral. Love in that Green Bay game today through an ugly, barely a spiral. Yeah, Love's got a weird kind of delivery. He's good at throwing sometimes off platform too, where he can throw off the back foot and sort of sidearm the ball in and kind of have like this weird sort of almost like a second baseman throwing it, even when he doesn't have to. At times he just likes to go to that throw. But Geno throws a really good ball. And a tight spiral, it's part of what gives him his accuracy. And it's hard for those guys that have a little bit of wobble to have that same kind of pinpoint accuracy because the wobble is going to, make it tough. Goodness gracious. Garoppolo sucks. But that was a pretty 2-point conversion, Steven. And a hell of a throw by Geno. I don't know how he walks around with those balls dragging on the ground behind him. Brian says he's got Walker as the MVP. That's a good suggestion as well. Morgan's got Myers getting the game ball. I think you could pass it around to a couple guys here. I think you could. Garoppolo is hilarious. Oh, I see the chat's definitely on the Russ train tonight, huh? Jacob, Russ clearly changed the play. My friend who watched the game even saw the formation shift. Russ had the luxury privilege to make the call. This is common knowledge. Well, we haven't gotten calm. If we're being common knowledge, I don't think that we have the common knowledge aspect of it quite yet there, Jacob. I have heard some fans saying that they think that might be the case of what's happening, but, oh yeah, you hit him kind of in the head. Is that what they're doing? Is they're doing head-to-head contact there? Yeah. Yep, you got him. Got to go lower, Minka. It may be the case that we do come to find that to be the truth, Jacob. I don't know that we can go to common knowledge, though, on that spot. I would feel like, Jacob, if it was the truth that indeed Russ had changed the play at the line of scrimmage in the Super Bowl game, that by this point it would be common knowledge. That at this point it would have leaked out and been known to be the truth. The formational shift doesn't just necessarily indicate that Russ changed the play. That could be just something you're hoping to do to throw the defense off pre-snap. But, I mean, I posed the question on Twitter a couple of former Seahawks. I haven't gotten a response back, so we don't know one way or another, but I don't know common knowledge to say we know for sure. Why you think 79 is going to see Mafe beating him on the edge in his dreams, nightmares tonight? Probably. Mafe got to him, passed him a couple times. He couldn't stay step for step with him, that's for sure. Or says, Tyler and Colby couldn't catch today. Tyler had a couple of rare drops for him, especially on a deep throw. Kind of took a weird jump on one throw, and Colby had a bad drop too. Colby was good, though, in other places. Megan says, the Hawks Nest need to get my head on the pillow, so I'm heading out. Take care, be kind, and stay safe. Talk soon. Sounds good, Megan. You have yourself a great night. Thank you for doing all your modding today. Why do I have DK's on pace for 13-plus 100 yards and about 6 touchdowns? 75% of his targets. Catching 75% of his targets. DK's having a great year, man. He's having a quietly great year here to start things off, in my opinion. Just being solid. And like you show with that, like you talk about with that catch percentage, he's being very efficient with his targets. Some of these receivers in this league can be very productive, but they require 15, 16, 17 targets a game to get there. And he's not. Part of also what helps to, unturn this narrative that surrounds him being that he is a guy that can only do what he kind of does. Lost my train of thought. Watching too much of this Pittsburgh Steelers Vegas game, but he's looking good. Why do I? I love what we're getting out of DK right now. Oh, the catching percentage, just being so efficient. Steven Garan says, I wish we could get some, as Urinating Tree says, high-end talent on our defensive line. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. There are a lot of times in football games through the first 3 games where your defensive line, you are trusting with the front 4 to get pressure, and they're not getting pressure. You're having moments where quarterbacks are having a long time to sit back there and survey the field and the landscape and decide where they want to go with the ball. That is a place for an improvement. And if we're talking about making a trade deadline deal, this is the place where, to me, that stands out. That would be a straightforward place to try to address this right now is above any other position. Because you still should remain pretty good at the receiver position, running back position, tight end position. Hopefully the offensive line can hold it together. And maybe that's another place depending on where the health goes with that. But the interior defensive line is where we need some help. Jared G said Geno's better thrower and better processing. If we had the LOB again, Geno would win a Super Bowl. Locke could win a Super Bowl probably. Maybe. Century Seahawks says, Brandon being a wingman, got to get you out to the bar. I'll go, but I ain't taking one for the team, okay? Once you pass the age of 40, you no longer have to take one for the team anymore, okay? You've put in your time. Not doing it. Mark Aldemund says, the Angry Elf had some nice plays today. Indeed he did. Why do IK9 average 7 yards per touch today? He was a difference maker out there at the running back position. It's a good point. And whoever's, I think Brian was saying MVP. I mean, he has as good a claim to fame as anybody on this one on that. Jeremy Bone, Mario Edwards has been a great pickup by the front office. He's had a couple of nice games so far. Indeed he has. He's been good. You brought him in to be mainly a run stuffer. You even brought some pressure in this game, Jeremy. There was one point he was right back there in the backfield right after the snap, pushing his guy back there, and that was cool to see. So he's been a good player. Yeah. You just need the mix of that crew working through, and he's been good in that area of things. Power Code says, thoughts on the pass-off defensive strategy, basically where the original coverage assignment is passed on to a secondary backup. How can a guy react that fast? It's the challenge to me of running zone, and especially zone in the modern era, because so much about what the offensive coordinators are doing is going to be these flood zone concepts, or I call it the holding hands route running theory, where you have 2 guys that are literally running so closely aligned in their routes that they could hold hands. This used to be a no-no back in the day in the NFL, where you'd have offensive coaches who would get pissed if they saw 2 receivers end up in the same close space. But what you're doing in the NFL is you're doing that purposefully because you're just trying to run one defender out of a zone and then put the other defender as a replacement into that zone. And so it's a hard coverage. I would imagine a run, if you're going to run it as often, especially as Seattle does, which the majority of what they do is going to be zone. That is what they lean into wanting to do. And so, maybe they get better at it with time and communication and more film to fall back on with it. But you can see Julian Love struggling at times to kind of pick those handoffs up. You've seen at times in this game that you ended up with Bobby Wagner matched up on Adam Thielen in coverage, which is really not a place that you want to be at defensively to me. And you would be thinking, I would think that you would try to be avoiding that a little bit more. But it's tough in power. It's tough. These modern offensive passing concepts are built upon attacking zone-based nature. And they're good at it. J.O. Hawksness, I wonder what Jerry had to say about losing to the Cardinals. Don't you worry, J.O., okay? That's Jerry Jones talking to you right now. I want you to hear something from me, J.O., okay? Super Bowl teams lose games. Every Super Bowl team, every Super Bowl winner, I'm going to blow your mind, J.O., okay? It's Jerry Jones blowing yet another mind, okay? It's Dallas Cowboys. It's America's team. I want you to remember that, okay? Every Super Bowl winner since 1972 has lost a football game. You ain't gonna get that Lombardi raise without losing a football game, right? It's kind of a prerequisite. So we call that down here in Texas. We got our share of prerequisites. That's all we did today. Just checked off one of the prerequisites. Now we're about to go on a run. America's team. We're about to go raise that Lombardi once again, okay? We just need a little bit of a week to kind of register ourselves. We had a major loss this week. We've been mourning. We're a loyal, stated team. We lose a player for a year. Got to come back around. Cowboys, got to say, all right, now we're back to front. Now it's good to go. We'll be fine now. We're Dallas Cowboys. We're America's team. And don't talk about the Cardinals ever again, Joe. Officials screwed us today, I tell you. David L.S., any update on Draymond Jones? Yeah. Unfortunately, no. Not anything good. He had a tackle. He had a tackle in this game. He had a tackle. Not supplying a lot for the $17.5 million we're paying right now a year. Sloby Wan says, Cardinals are scaring me. They're kind of freaking me out too. They shouldn't be this good. What's going on? Who turned on the Cardinals? They were supposed to be in off mode this year. I don't dig it. I want 2 easy wins. Mr. Dog, Witherspoon had the most tackles today. He did. And what's nice about this, you get a cornerback usually leading the team in tackles. You're like, well, you give up a bunch of catches and they tackled the guy right after he caught it. Not the case today. That was him rallying to the ball. That's him being a heat-seeking missile out there looking to help him make a tackle. That's him being active in the run game. Not just being kind of there, but being an active part and really trying to be impactful in the run game. So he earned those tackles. Those weren't just sort of empty ones on the back of giving up those catches. And good to see. Very, very good to see. Peter Go Hawks with another $2 donation. Peter, thank you for getting the double dono drip. Triple dono drip on that. Thank you. He says he's better be off being president than Bronco fan. Brandon Perner would be better off being president than a Bronco fan. Probably. Though I don't know. Maybe the joke is going to be on us with this, where the Broncos end up getting Caleb Williams when this is all said and done, and they've got their quick guy that they can quickly move on from now. They can quickly now move on from. I've kind of wondered that as well here with this. So, I don't know. Just kind of a thought. That'd certainly be a silver lining for Brandon Perna. If he comes through this season, no matter what happens this year, and they come out the other end of it with Caleb Williams, I think that he's going to be pretty stoked about that. But he's got to go through a lot of pain to get there. That's for sure. Cheese Taco, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, B, we did it again. Great to hear the 12s being disruptive. My favorite part was Charbonnet baptizing number 42 into the shadow realm. 7 yards through the air. Yeah, he hit him full force cheese and he went flying. And I'm going to somehow or another get that posted up to the channel when I get a good view of it, especially when I get the all 22 shot, which is going to look tremendous. Like the end zone shot of that from behind will be just great. But Charbonnet brings the heat. He shows you why he's that rare back who has elusiveness and he's got hammer power. He's got that I can run you over thing too. And most backs, you get kind of one or the other, and they might be able to slightly do the other thing, but they're really kind of more one of the other things. I'm really more of an elusive back. I can give you a little bit of power. This guy gives you both kind of in equal parts, and it makes him just even doubly more tough to tackle for a guy who's already hard to bring down because you're loading up as a defensive back, and you're like, okay, is he going to try to juke me, or is he just going to straight lower his head and try to concuss me? And he's a walking concussion maker. He did baptize that guy into the shadow realm. And he's had a couple of these moments too. For a guy who hasn't a lot of touches so far here, he has had a couple of these moments and spots already where he's been able to show you how he can finish a run. And it's not just he's going to drive forward and get you the extra couple of yards after he's already been tackled. It's that he will finish a run by laying a hit. He will dish out punishment. He'll have guys, I guarantee you, he keeps running like this. You'll have a couple of runs before the end of this year where you'll see the cornerbacks making business decisions going, what, did that guy have an opportunity to make a tackle there? And he just kind of let him get through there for the first down out of bounds. You'll have those moments go on because this tape will get out. And people are like, I don't want to be baptized in the shadow realm. I'd rather give up the touchdown. Cheese Taco, thank you for that $5 donation. I really do appreciate it. As I know that's like, you've dropped a couple today as well. Appreciate you. And yeah, the 12s. Let's get back to that disruptive state. Let's get back to that. My God, you don't want to come play as an opposing team. I can't hear myself think. My ears are ringing. How, my God, can they be this loud? Let's get back to that spot of things. That's what I want. That's the energy I want to be bringing in. And I hope we do. Cheese Taco. I hope we do. Keep that up. But thank you, man, for that donation. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, thoughts on Draymond Jones so far? I've found Draymond Jones to be pretty uninspiring so far out the gate. There hasn't been as much of a susceptible matchup for him to go take advantage of. I think Steve Avila, the rookie guard that he mostly was dealing with in that first game against the Rams, is proving out to be a very good player right out the jump for the Rams. Last week against Detroit, they have some good guards in there to deal with. That's not going to get easy there. This week, I don't think it got much easier with what he was dealing with. But one tackle, no pressures. The one sack he had last week was on a coverage sack where he had a very long time to get the sack. So it's been very, it hasn't been very, but it's been pretty unimpressive so far. He may be helping out a little bit more in the run game. So that's a part that maybe I've got to take a look at on the tape to see what he's doing with that. But if we're going to put it all in kind of a base place where we're at with it right now, Randall, it's underwhelming. I hope that we're going to get more of an impact, especially some more situations with more of a tackle for loss, early penetration, quick pressure, these kind of things, which just have not been there yet for Draymond Jones. It may still come. It's still early on. But if we're just making that assessment of where he stands at the moment, that's where he's sitting, which is you're not getting pressure and you're trying to trust your front four because you think you built a strong enough front four. But outside of Jaron Reed, nobody's really getting, and a little bit of Mafe, nobody else was really getting any kind of consistent pressure. I think it's the same thing here with Boye and Mafe, where Mafe's not giving, or Uchenna Nwosu. Uchenna Nwosu's not giving you a whole lot either. Both him and Draymond Jones have started out a little bit cold to begin this season. Just a little lukewarm to cold to start things off, Randall. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the Dolphins that 1 year didn't lose a game. That's why I said that's what I'm saying right now. Okay, Holy Hand Grenade. I said 1972. That was that Dolphin year. So, okay, yeah. One team went undefeated. All right, you're going to hold Jerry Jones over that? You're going to rake me over the coals? I said 72. I said that no-name defense. I was there. I was in the stadium, okay? I actually was talking at the time, all right? But nobody knows what it is. I was talking at the time, and Don Shula was here, all right? I was telling about my dream of building the Cowboys, and what happened there at the point was he heard my dream, and he just applied it then to that Dolphins team. And they went undefeated at that point. That's how they did what they did that year. But that wasn't Don Shula. That wasn't the no-name defense. All right. That was Jerry Jones. That was Jerry Jones before you finally gave me a football team. And that's why the NFL didn't want to give me a football team. That's why they said, we ain't going to sell it to you, Jerry. We ain't going to give you that damn football team, Jerry. We know you're going to win. And I said, you damn right you are. I said, you damn right. I'm going to stack me up some chips is what I told them. But Don Shula, he'll steal from you. You give him a good idea, that man will steal it. That's what he did there. That's how that Dolphin team went undefeated. So you bring that up to me, whole hand grenade. You can bring that up all you want. Okay. Jerry Jones still knows, though. This is modern NFL. We're parity now. We got salary caps here, okay? But championship's going to be raised, and it's going to be raised by Dallas Cowboy this year. Oh, I'm going to raise that. Lombardi. I got to go get my shotgun and put it in the belly of that damn Goodale. I'll do it. Thank you for the donation, Holy Hand Grenade. Steve Graham, I went to school down in Knoxville, so I like that Dobbs is starting. I just hate the Cards, but I hate those Cowboys the most. I do too. As much as I hate the Cards, I think I kind of like the Cowboys losing more than and I don't want the Cardinals to get that number 1 overall pick, so I'm happy to see them get a couple of wins here this year, even though they might be better than that. I mean, like I said, they've been in every game, so they haven't been bad at all. Please you, Darrell Taylor's injured. Yeah, he got hurt at some point in this game. I don't know if I saw him come back onto the field or not after that. I think he did, but I'm not sure. Georgie, I'm pretty sure the LOB could get Justin Fields a Super Bowl. Maybe. He's looking in rough shape right now. Wu-Tang says, oh, for sure, Peyton's already shopping for college quarterbacks. The class is loaded. Yeah, I think at this point, and this isn't to say that what happened today is on Russ necessarily, but I do think that the Peyton was already trending in a direction to start this year of softly looking to move on kind of as quick as he can with the Russ thing. I don't think that they stay with that another year beyond this. I know it's going to cost a metric butt ton of money, but they're going to do it. IC says, a beautiful dream. Thank you, IC. I'm glad I'm not the only one on that. OD Death Metal says, if only Pete shared that dream, he plays zone. That's why I say it is a dream. Maybe one that will not be reality. But I'm trying to, what is it that they do? What is it when you're trying to force your dreams through? You know, the waking sleep or whatever. You know, I forget what they call it. There's some term for it. I'm trying to do that. Time to astrally travel and force it to happen. Tommy Eaton says we should judge this team not by the scheme, but by the content of the pressure rates by which they run. Morgan says, Russ brought us our first Super Bowl. We don't need to trash him forever. I agree, Morgan. And I hope you understand I'm not trying to do any of that here with this. I do respond to the comments, but as I've said with it, I'm just trying to find a place if we talk about this from an analyzing it standpoint and where things are at in the reality standpoint, but it's not to try to throw any further shade at Russ. That's certainly not my intent. Marcus says, we all knew game 3 of preseason, Russ's rookie year versus the Chiefs, that Russ was different. Took teams about 5 to 7 years to figure him out. I don't even know if Morgan, they necessarily figured him out when he was in his prime functioning state physically. I think you could really make the argument it was just father time that was the thing that eventually caught up to Russ. You know, he aged as a lot of quarterbacks do, heading into his early 30s, and that does happen, especially for a guy that took as much punishment as he did through the hits and the sacks. But, you know, once that guy was in his prime and he had a lot of the game figured out, he was very, very hard to deal with. And it was only really, to me, once he started to slow down a little bit, maybe lost a little bit of arm strength, that, you know, things started to kind of come down a little bit further there. Chad Alpha, pretty hard to do a good job when Chetton was fumbling everything. Yeah, Chad, some folks, I can't put this on. I know Russ didn't play great, but it's 70 points. It's on the D. It's on that defense for me on this one. I think last week, too, you get Washington scored 30 points or something in that game. It's kind of like, it's kind of on the D. Michael Cam, I keep getting flashbacks dating back to 2015 with Graham, traded for a big offensive weapon and never figured out how to utilize him. JSN is in the same boat. He's a first rounder. They're wasting him. So first, let me say this, Michael Cam. I was expecting that this is going to be a take that we're going to see in the chat. And so I want to universally answer this kind of right now because I know there'll be a couple comments, and you're not the only one. There's been somebody else above that mentioned this above it. I would love to hear from those that are on the JSN train and saying, we need to have him featured more. We need to get him into the offense more. The last 2 weeks you've been down, you're starting 2 tackles. You're down 3/5 of your offensive line. So let's take this from a logical, reasonable standpoint. You have to provide your backup tackles with help. If you're going to bring that third wide receiver onto the football field, you're going to not be able to usually be able to provide as much of the help as you could if you had the 2 tight ends there to chip block, or a running back in the backfield to provide a chip block or help. So that was going to dictate the strategies for the Seahawks in this early part of the year through the first 2 weeks, that you were going to have to, at that point, lean more to the 2 tight end sets, which meant that JSN was going to come off the field in those moments. When we're making the comparison to Jimmy Graham, I don't think that we can just do blindly as saying, well, we messed up with Jimmy Graham and not finding him the right role or the right way to utilize him, so therefore we'll do that here with JSN. The reason why Jimmy Graham didn't work was not because you didn't know how to utilize Jimmy Graham. The reason Jimmy Graham didn't work is because you tried to turn Jimmy Graham into an inline tight end. You put him into a different role than by that which he flourished in the Saints, where he was basically a slot wide receiver. That is why the Jimmy Graham trade, by and large, didn't really work out well. On top of the fact the guy got injured very early on with a major injury that probably cost him some of his explosiveness and speed once he did come back. But this isn't what you're doing with JSN. You're not putting him in bad situations or positions not to succeed. It's that you can't have him out there on the field as much because you're trying to protect your backup tackle situation, which Mickelcam, to me, every NFL team would be in that very same boat if they found themselves with these 2 tackles. The third part of this is I'll say this. Look at what your offense has done for the most part this year. You're scoring points. You're getting up the drives. You're getting consistent drives. You had 8 scoring drives in this game. The offense is scoring. It's being productive. There are only so many balls to go around. You're 3 wide receivers deep. You're 3 tight ends deep. You got 2 running backs deep. It's an embarrassment of riches. But that does mean that somebody's going to get left out. Is going to be left without a chair a little bit. And if they're putting up 37 points a game, 34, I'm going to have a hard time having an issue with that at that point. And I will say this, just one final point with this Mickelcam. He's going to have his effect this year. He's going to come in at some point this year and provide that to this team. And so I understand a little bit of the consternation, but they will work him in. They will find a way to get him in more. It just happens to be that you've had to kind of work things a little bit out through on the offense with the injury situation as it is. Seahawks blue-green Russ is ready to point at his defense for an excuse to save his job. It's always someone else's fault with him. Good. Chad, going hard on Russ tonight. It's Kings, 70 points, definitely. More than Russell by far. And for those Bronco fans saying this is on him, they got to just look in the mirror and see the real clowns. Oh, Lordy. Tommy says, I feel like the 70 points is on the head coach. Yeah, to me, this is way more in past 2 weeks. You got to go defense with the Broncos. You can't. Last year, you could arrive at Russ when you're going, okay, if you guys score 19 points in the first 9 games, you're 9-1 or something. This year, he's moving the offense relatively well, and defense has just completely gone backwards. And that does come to the coaching, because it's the coach who decided to move off of Evero to go in favor of Raheem Morris, and that is on coaching at that point. King says, did you see on the interview with Garrett Bowles where he just said, F this and F everything? Laughed my ass off. That has been the breaking point for the Broncos. Jeez. I didn't have a chance to see it as of yet, but I will check it out. Garrett's not feeling good about it. Chad says, the only thing the Broncos are good for is easing the pain of Bear fans. Daniel, okay, I'm on the Witherspoon hype train. Wait until he actually gets comfortable back there. He missed most of training camp, and as a proponent of Carter, cornerback plays every snap. He can be special. I'm glad you're coming around, Daniel. I think he's starting to bring people over to his side, and easy to see why when he plays as well as he did this past week. Like you say, he's out there every snap. Go look at Carter's snap counts right now. He's being used as basically a pass rusher and a rusher only alone. And that accounts to about 30-35% of the total snaps for the Eagles team this season. Seahawks blue and green. Wasn't Bowles the guy that said Russ isn't going to have to worry about being on his back when he first came to Denver? That was indeed his quote. Hasn't worked out well, but that was his quote. Dabney says Frank Reich is just too old school. He doesn't have terrible calls, but he loses sight of the game as a whole. I thought it was kind of interesting today, Dabney, to your point on that, of how quickly he decided to basically dump the running game. And it was like, well, we're just going to throw the whole day. And you sort of went into the Hawks trap at that point. Yeah, you were able to get 366 yards, but it took you 58 attempts to get there. And it was a bit odd that the Panthers were not going to try to protect their defense a little bit, that was giving up a lot of consistent drives. There wasn't a thought seemingly from Frank Reich about, maybe preserving the defense a little bit, keeping them a little bit fresher over the course of a game. Kind of strange. I felt the same way a little bit. I don't know if it's him being too old school or just, but it wasn't a very inventive approach from that standpoint of things. Spud's back. Even if the loss is not on its fault, Denver's learning you can't pay Russ and pay for a great defense. Yeah. The cost definitely, it gets hard when you're paying a quarterback that kind of money. And it does make it tough to build out the rest of the roster. Jason God turned his back when Russ married someone who sold their soul. Oh my God. This is J.O. Oh, Lord. Jacob Davis, I just found out the Panthers' current defensive coordinator was the Broncos' defensive coordinator for the 2022 season. Ironic. It is. I think Evero did what he could do with that Panther defense today, though. Because let's look what they're dealing with. No Shaq Thompson. Frankie Louvu out in this game pretty early on. You lose Henderson. You're down J.C. Horn. They lose Xavier Woods, their safety. They lost somebody else, too, in addition to that. So they were down quite a good amount of bodies there defensively and good defensive players, too. There was a lot to work with there. Team Bomber, Jaron Reed's playing better than Draymond Jones. I know. It's your big facts, man. He was a lot of the reasons the run game was stagnant, too. Yeah, good all-around player. And ZZ Mario Edwards, same way. Great, playing good in the run and giving you some pressure from the inside a little bit, too. Jeremy Bone, do I think Jeremy Reed's going to break his career high in sacks? I think he ends up at 10. I would have told you no before the year just because he's playing not in that same position he once did, but he's finding a way to make it work. And if he can play like this throughout the course of the season, yeah, he can get there. Standard champion Jaron Reed's been the biggest surprise of any signing they made this offseason. Well said, man. I agree with you on that. I don't think anybody was expecting anywhere close to this kind of performance from Jaron Reed in his return. Beyond Balance. Behind in stream time. ASMR thing was amazing. Thank you, Beyond Balance. Leonard Toledo says, bro, go to sleep. How long you been at it? Laughing out loud. Hope you're doing well. I took a little bit of break, Leonardo. We did a Bleacher Report thing. I took an hour and a half and then came back. But thank you, man. I'm doing great. I'm riding high tonight. BP, regardless of how this season goes, Geno is done in Seattle. Bring in Penix. What? Why do you say that, BP? Gina just gave you a great performance. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez says, hit that like button, people. Thank you for mentioning that, Jose. And do please get over to Jose's channel if you could. A long-time moderator here on this channel. He's got his own channel rocking over there, trying to get up over 1,000 on his side. Let's help get him over that spot. Broncos Bear game ends in a 0-0 tie, says Standard champion. It might. It just might. 4-4 tie. Jack M says, only game I didn't wear my Carson jersey was week 1. Just saying. Hey, I've got my large and power of jersey, Jack. It's a real thing. And once you've designated and figure out which of your jersey set is the power jersey, is the one that brings the wins. You don't bring it out every week unless you're on a winning streak. You've created a winning streak, so now it comes out every week. I also hope I don't have to tell you that there's no washing. You sit in your own stink. You sit in your own foulness, because that's what real fans do when they got the mojo working in that direction. I hope you're doing so. King's House is UCLA takeover coming to Seattle. Just maybe so. Connor DK has been arguably the best receiver in every game so far. I think you could make that argument for sure, man. Yeah. Tyler had one game in there where he was pretty good there, game 2, but it's close. I think Tyler gets it when the second game. He's got the 2 touchdown receptions, including the game winner. But DK was good last week too. And King's Out, I agree. Minshew deserves a starting opportunity somewhere. I don't know if anybody's going to give it to him, but it'd be nice. Josh Winder, I noticed more blitzes in the game today and even saw a couple where they sent 2 extra guys. Yeah, I saw a couple of those moments as well. I don't know if they dialed up the blitz rate higher overall, Joshua. You know, I don't know if on the 58 passing attempts, whatever it was Dalton had, you know, you might have only blitzed 7 or 8 times, I think. But we'll have to track the stats. We'll see what the stats say on this, the advanced stats. But it did look to my eyes like it was still, the rate is still down, the overall rate. Like you had so many plays that the number of blitzes were up and the effect was there. I think you were seeing the same thing, Joshua, where you could feel the benefits of it. But at the same point in time, the team was still not running a lot of it. They were still being very much soft zone city for the most part. Nick, Jaron Reed out there being a dog. Same with Sharps, running guys through people, running through people. Yeah, he was. Both of them looking good. Herbicide, the Dolphins coach is funny. Charbonnet. Not bad, ADL. Not bad. Greg Kemp, DK's been the best wide receiver every game. It isn't an argument. I don't know. There's an argument made for game 2, but I love DK. I'll go with that. I'll do it. Jacob says, if you want a good argument for why the NFL is not scripted, consider the Broncos-Dolphins game today. No way a bunch of grown men agree to be publicly humiliated that badly, even for millions. I agree. I don't see anybody scripting that one. Chad Alpha says, I'd feel bad for Perna, but he was real smug. I had heard that from a few Hawk fans that he had maybe a little bit of this coming. You know, and he's owned that. He said, yeah, I was kind of in a way on it, so I probably have it. Coming on the other side. Chad Alpha says, that guy landed yet? He was put into orbit. Somebody was saying earlier, Chad, he got sent into the shadow realm. Jesse No Religion says the defense still has a long ways to go. It's got a ways to go, Jesse. I mean, it's got to fix up the secondary. It does have the ability to stop the run is on point. It needs to create a bit more pass rush. But it's got some things it can build upon a little bit here. But yeah, it's not there. There's a lot to be done here still. I guess I'll lean more close to what you said. Yeah, there is probably a little bit more. There's still a lot of work to be done. Georgie Perna was sad the Hawks fans are now sympathetic. He misses the chippy days. It's just gotten so brutal for him. It's hard not to be like, I'm sorry, dude. No, I mean, I get it. I'm sorry. Whereas before you're like, yeah, suck it. Ah. Now you're going like, you doing okay? Daniel says, I clicked on Perna's play-by-play video. In the beginning, it had the win odds. Dolphins had a 70% chance of winning. Incredible foreshadowing. That's for sure. King says, do you remember that 2-point conversion where Russ backs up just like Geno and hits Luke Wilson at the 1-yard line and punches it in? You're very apt to have spotted that as well, King Bomber. That's what I was noting at the very live doing the play-by-play of it. That's exactly what I was talking about on the play-by-play was that looks just like the conference championship throw from Russell Wilson, the moon ball to Luke Wilson. I mean, it was kind of startling how similar it looked. But yeah, it was a good play. Great play by both guys there. Lockett to get back and make the catch, and Geno to have the sheer balls and audacity to even make that throw. Jesse says, Hawks are going to have to show up next week. We can't sleep on any opponent this season. Nope, Jesse. Can't overlook anybody. The Rams showed us that in the first week, and the team's not good enough to be overlooking anybody either, I would say. So, well said on your part. Very well said on your part. Now the top billing thumbnail's gold. Nice. I'll check it out. Tommy says, Geno's a fantastic placeholder with big upside. Who better than to teach a young quarterback? He's learned from some of the best and hit the books for 10 years. I agree. I do think they're going to go for a quarterback. I just don't think they're doing it at the shot of moving on from Geno. Space, I like Jason Myers today too, man. he did step up after having kind of a tough start to the year, which was good to see. King says, Geno's got that dog in him. He really has a serious arm, not to scoff at it. No, it's upper level arm in this league, Geno has. And good mobility and great decision making, and he played so well under control for most of this game. And tough degree of difficulty he had to work through that to be in that state, to play so well. It was very impressive, the performance today by Geno, much like last week. Seahawks Blue and Green, do we have any fourth and shorts that we settled for field goals on instead of going for it? I was working in our first 5 drives were field goals, a little too conservative. I think we did go for 1 4th down in this game that we got, but indeed, they did settle up on field goals throughout the course of this game. I can't think of any real straightforward moments where it stood out where they should have gone for it, where it felt like, this is a bad call. It felt like kind of the right call when they did go to try to get the field goal unit out there in the moments they did. But, you look at it, to me, this is where you come down from my standpoint on it, and this is just my look at it, Seahawks Blue and Green. You come out of a game with 10 offensive drives. And if I come away with 8 offensive scores, I'm going to usually count on there's going to be probably a couple touchdowns in there, and maybe there's a lot of field goals in there. But I'm going to feel like my offense has done its part at that point. And I kind of can't get caught up too much with that. And to say conservative with it, that's the hard place I have to go with it too, because you ended up passing more than you ran on a day where you were down at times 4/5 of your offensive line, which actually shows a little bit of aggressiveness, especially on some of these throws where they were trying to push the ball up the field and needed those routes to have the time to develop in order for them to open up. Patrick Rosenberg, top villains and egotistical dude gets on his own subscribers and dogs any Seahawk content creators he thinks threaten his ego. Lost me when he kept dogging Hawk fans. The Nest is the best. Patrick Rosenberg, I have indeed heard that from others as well in some of their dealings with him. He's definitely a divisive guy. The people who love him absolutely love him, and the people that are kind of anti him a little bit. But yeah, I've heard the interactions can sometimes be a bit tough. And I don't always know. I'm not always sure as to why, but because sometimes it's going to be tough in agreement. But he does great work over there, and he's got a great big following for what he pushes out content-wise. Can't deny that. He gets those results. So, but yeah, I hear what you're coming from on that. Definitely, a few folks have mentioned that in the chat as well. Jack mode. Camille Tomas, can they cut Wilson after this year? Indeed, you can cut Wilson after this year. It's going to be an insane amount of dead money hit. You're going to have to post June 1st designate him, and then you'll split the dead money hit into 2 seasons. But I would almost all but guarantee if this continues to carry forward with this current trend it's at with Sean Payton there, that this is what Sean Payton's going to do. And I think that Sean Payton wanted this agreement before taking the job, that this could be an available option to him if he wanted to pull this particular ripcord. I think he's going to want to pull that particular ripcord. Michael Myers, I'm in Denver. I'm loving today. What a day. Seahawks Blue and Green, does this keep Russ out of the Hall of Fame if he continues to lose in Denver? I don't think Russ gets into the Hall of Fame at this point. I don't know if that continues to lose in Denver will give him, because I don't know there's another opportunity for him in starting in this league. I don't know if he's going to want to continue to be playing in this league if he leaves Denver and he finds himself as a backup. Is that guy going to want to sit in that role and serve in that role at this point in time, 33, 34 years old? I don't know. I think he might hang it up. And if he hangs it up, I think he's going to be just a little bit short, especially with the way the career ended, of not quite getting over the top for Hall of Fame contention. Century Seahawk, how do I like DJ Dallas direct snaps? I like the creativity, Century Seahawk, and I worked the first time. I think you've got to tell DJ Dallas a little bit. When he runs these trick plays, he kind of gets it fixed in his mind. He's going to do one thing before the snap, and that's what he's going to do. So you can't really give him like decision points to work off of. So, like the second carry, he should have just given it to Charbonnet, but he kept it, and there was no hole to be had. And it kind of reminded me a little bit of last year running that trick play where you run in with the fly sweep, and then you have him try to throw the ball, and the guy's not open, and he just decides he's going to throw it anyway. So he's a little bit, I don't know if the right guy to run that kind of play with that, but I like the wrinkle. Arturo says Kenneth Walker, Jake Bobo would be my man of the match. I like it, Arturo. I do. King Bomber, I'm unsure on your question. You said, didn't Pete Carroll say that they had passed so they would have another attempt? Oh, you're talking about the Super Bowl play? Yeah, that's correct. It's the part we get back to it being common knowledge that I don't think Russ changed the play at the line of scrimmage. I think, especially with some of the shade he gets from certain members of the LOB defense and their willingness to leak certain things out about Russ through the years, I don't think that one of those guys would have been hesitant 3, 4 years, 5 years after the process to leak that information out. It would have gotten out there if this was going to be I just don't think it's, I think that the play call came in and the play call was what it was, and I think Russ ran it. Snail says Doug said in his interview with KJ last week that the call was in the huddle, that was the call in the huddle. There we go. Person, what a game. Offense readjusted in the second half. Defensive line brought pressure, and we nearly scored 40. And here I was thinking we would only win by 3 because of the pass defense. Glad to be proven wrong. Yeah, you're proven wrong, but there was some rightness within there, Pearson. It was certainly through a lot, maybe a majority of this game looking close to your prediction for that. Your prediction was pretty close to what my prediction was going to be for. I think I had 24-18, something like that. So, I mean, I saw it as a 6-point win, but still not somewhere where you were just setting, just lapping them. So some of what you thought as far as your worries was right and was proven true. They just ended up able to kind of separate out at the end there. Mr. Dog, I wonder how many dudes will be out next week due to injury. Hard to say. Hard to say on that. It's definitely going to be a mash unit throughout this week. That is for sure. Gibson says the lack of pressure is compounded by the soft zone coverage leaving the middle open. I would love to see the defensive play calling be more aggressive, matching our offensive style of play. I'm calling for the same thing, Gibson. And it is something that, you guys are probably tired of hearing me say it and speak up and down about it. But it's so startling to me that when you do include these pressure-based packages, when you do look to get to use your words, a little more aggressive, you really see the beautiful benefits from it. You see and feel it. And that's the part that's frustrating, is then they'll just instantly go back away from it as though they act like it doesn't exist, as those plays didn't just happen. Happened again a little bit today. I'm hoping Gibson, with Adams' presence back in here, Tariq Woolen's presence back in here, sliding maybe Julian Love into the slot, maybe this opens things up for more of those man-based coverage concepts there, more of the pressure and aggression that you talk about. I would love to see it. Moon Lambo. If you thought the Seahawks were good, look what the Dolphins manufactured and look at what the Chiefs manufactured. The levels and coaching are different. I want to see Seattle Seahawks Super Bowl, but the Chiefs and Dolphins are doing some strange things. Yeah, I mean, right now, both of those offenses are hot. I will say the Chiefs offense has a tendency to start really hot in a given season and then cool off as the year goes on just a little bit. We'll see if the Dolphins can continue this as well. They're playing great football. They're playing great offensive. We're playing great offensive football, though, Moon Lambo. I mean, you stacked up 30 points back to back. You have the opening week where you didn't put up as many of those points, but you were consistently getting drives throughout that game against the Rams in the first part of that. In that first game, you had a missed field goal, and then you lost your 2 tackles, and things got a little bit tough at that point as far as finding any kind of offensive footing. But I don't think we're that far away from those teams offensively speaking. They also, Chiefs played the Bears. The Bears are going to be right there in contention for one of the worst football teams in all of the NFL this year. No doubt about that. Dolphins played the Denver's defense. Denver's defense is a far cry from where it was last year. And while we didn't get the Panthers up at the top of their strength, have been a team this year through their first 2 games who have been good defensively. So it's also a little bit of a different level of opponent you're playing across from you, I think. But it's a long year, man. It's a long season. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Will, is Geno the guy going forward a couple years? I don't see why not, Will. I mean, he's giving what you ideally would like from the quarterback position. Hey, I need you to be a great leader. Check. Hey, I need you to be all in with your work ethic and give everything you got. Check. Hey, I need you to be able to be smart at the line of scrimmage and help to get us into good situations and be able to read defenses right and be able to handle blitzes. Check, check, check. Hey, I need you to have plus arm strength. Check. Hey, I need you to have plus mobility. Check. You know, I'm not saying he's one of the best quarterbacks in sport, but he provides enough for the way we're trying to build this team out to make this a team that's built on the strength as a team, not been driven by its quarterback position. And I'm not against going and drafting a quarterback in the second or third round this year and having a guy behind him that you're building up. But I think Geno is showing himself to be absolutely the guy now and going into the future. No more Wildcats, says Brian. Mr. Trill Hats, what is the most surprising thing you found about the game today? I'll give you two sides because I'm kind of split on this one, Mr. Turtle Hats. I think one thing is Jaron Reed having the kind of game he did, where he's both being impactful as a run defender and he's being impactful as a pass rusher. I don't think we've ever got that version of Jaron Reed here. When he's been a good pass rusher, it's always seemingly come at the cost of his run defense. And that was not the case today. That's not been the case this season. I find that very surprising. Offensively, I'm surprised that you stayed with the pass as much as you did today. That stood out to me in a major fashion, where Geno Smith's got 36 passing attempts. You have 33 rushing attempts, but 4 of those are from Geno. So technically 4 of those are passing attempts. So that's 40 dropbacks to 29 rushes in this game. In a game where you had the lead, a very healthy and comfortable lead, kind of early on into the fourth quarter. So that told me that this team was willing to be aggressive. And the fact it's surprising to me is because you're willing to be that aggressive with 3/5 of your offensive line down, 4/5 of your offensive line down at some points and times in this game. That to me caught me off guard. Space is not a bad Jerry Hawks Nest. I'm definitely in about that total 7 hours time span on streaming a day where the impressions get a little rough around the edges. That's for sure, though. Pandemonium bad. Watching the incredible Dallas defense get beat by Cardinals is bittersweet, considering I love to watch an overhyped team lose, but don't want a Cardinals win. I get it, man. You don't want them to start getting momentum, but at least they're not going to get maybe that number one overall pick this year. I didn't want to give them Caleb Williams, especially knowing that they got the Texans' first round pick as well. We want them right about 6 wins for the year would be nice for us with the Cards. I'll take that. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for another $2 donation. He says the Ponies and the Bears is going to be a 0-0 tie. It might be one of those 6-3, 3-0 scores, 0-2. It's a bad offense off. That's what it is. Rather than them breakdance fighting, it's like them bad dancing. Bunch of them just doing the 1980s moves, you know, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air move, you know. Greg Kemp says Draymond Jones had a hip injury this game, didn't he? I don't know. Maybe. I might be right. There's so many injuries on this team, it's hard to track all of them. Connor says, I was never a fan of Jones signing. I remember him being in the chat saying, I don't know what team would sign Jones for $17 million average, and then we did it an hour later. I'm still hoping I'm wrong. We'll have to track. It's early on for sure, but it's definitely been very quiet, his contributions here early on. Why do I next week will be the first time this season we see our starting secondary. Adams, Diggs, Woolen, Spoon, and Trey. I really like this group of cornerbacks. I do too. Why do I? I like how it's setting up. I like the potential of what you can do with it. The versatility that they provide with the coverage schemes that you can run. But you are indeed right. For the first time next week, we're going to get to see this pretty darn close to full strength, depending on if Trey Brown comes back. Daniel Bailey says, laughing out loud, that hit is going to show up in air yard statistics for truck Charbonnet. Human air yards is what they call that. That's the human air yard statistic for running backs. It's not a well-tracked stat, but you can find it. It's H-A-Y. It's the hay stat, is what they call that, the hay. Moon Lambo, if you can't touch the quarterback within 3 seconds, you're not impactful on the defensive line unless you're doubled, then you have an excuse. If you're paid elite money on the D-line, you better be touching the quarterback in 3. It's true. That's what you like to see. Gibson, Jerry Jones had Dallas Super Bowl highlights on a floppy disk in the box in his attic with the Xmas ornaments. Big facts. Camille Thomas says Sean Payton yelling, "What's your questions?" at the reporters was priceless. Over or under on Sean having either an aneurysm or a heart attack before the year ends? He's out. Garrett Bowles was better. He literally said, F all this. Daniel just heard the announcer say Pickett has thrown for 229. Congrats on the picking. Hey. It's a good time to reference this. This show is definitely brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year. I think it's a good partnership. Some fun little wagers in there that you can jump in on, some games and stuff in there. Different types of things you can get on. So this week, your boy had a good week in a variety of different ways here. How did I have a good week? Well, I put down a 5 pick'em guys here. So I needed to have Jerry Jeudy get higher than 50 yards receiving. I needed Pickett to get higher than 220 yards passing. I needed Myers to get more than 1.5 field goals. I needed Isaiah Pacheco to get more than 55 yards rushing. And I went with the evil ones. I went with the Niners, Brock Purdy, to get more than 1.5 passing touchdowns because it's the Giants. Come on. You know they're going to give that up. And indeed, I have hit on my bet. So $20 bet comes away for me with a $400 return. Not too shabby. You too today can win some money out here on Underdog Fantasy. You can go use my code or click the link down in the description section. My code's NEST. Click the link and they will match you to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. So you get a little bit of money on the Hawks Nest. You help support the channel and maybe you even win some money like me. I'll be doing some more pick'ems here through this year. I'll try to give you guys a hot pick next week. I'll show you guys how I'm doing my magical touch. My golden wager touch. But thank you to the Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show throughout this season as they are. I really appreciate their support along with your guys' support in regards to that. But thank you, man. Indeed. Pickett, my final one came through. My horse came through. We're talking about ponies. Well, my horse just came through. Nick Craig, thank you for the $2 donation. Nick, I really do like that donation. Thank you so much. He says, I was reading your donations. I was reading your donation at the same time of reading the how much the dollar amount was. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I would like to see Braylon Trice in the first round. Braylon Trice, UW edge. Really fun edge. I think a guy that's probably even worked, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a little bit with Averill. I don't know that for sure, but I think he has. He's a real good player. 6'4", 274. He is a bigger guy. He's operating as a stand-up guy right now. So I like him. He's got a lot of rushes. He's a very much got more of that technician's mindset with his hands and his understanding of how to rush the passer, Nick. So I do like this guy a lot. I do think he's got a good chance of being a first-round pick. The one rub on this comes in is he's a stand-up outside rusher right now for the Huskies. And I don't know. There's 2 parts to this. Number one, you're already stacked as it is as we move into next year with, I think we've got 4 edges already on the roster for next year that you feel good with. So there's really not an opening there for Braylon Trice to crack into the lineup unless he's just absolutely sensational at that point. Now, with his size, 6'4", 270, maybe you would look to move him inside and have him put his hand in the ground. But then that gives me a little bit worried in doing that with a first-round guy, where I'm kind of now extrapolating out that this guy's going to be kicked inside and he'll still be as effective as he was as an outside rusher, which is where he did most of his work in college. That's my one little worry there on looking at Braylon Trice. I just don't think that's really where they're going to look to go is off the edge because they've hammered it so hard. You've spent all the money on Uchenna. You've got 2nd-round pick with Darrell Taylor, 2nd-round pick with Boye Mafe, 2nd-round pick with Derek Hall. You got to eventually start to get some of your returns from some of these guys unless we're looking to make a trade of one of them, which I don't Outside of Darrell Taylor, I don't think we probably are. But I do like him, Nick. He's a good player. Y2KHA, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, Charbonnet, I choose you. Throws Pokemon Ball. Throws Pokeball. Charbonnet. Truck Charbonnet. Zach Diesel. The Charbonnet. After a game like this, after that hit, I'm going to call him a lot of different nicknames. All of them good. Kings Owl, Bowles should be on the trading block now. Can we get him, Brandon? He's not yet. But after saying F this team, are the Broncos going to trade him? Well, Garrett Bowles is a left tackle, King. So unless they really feel like there's a problem here with Garrett Bowles as the left tackle going through the rest of this year, no, I don't think so. I think as well, they just paid Garrett Bowles, so I think they'd have to eat a pretty good amount of dead money in order to sustain moving him. I think he's probably just going to remain there in Denver. So you'd have to think that Denver, with some of their lack of picks in recent years, might move more into a sell mode here as we get a little bit closer down to the trade deadline. Brad Kerward, JSN's going to take at least 2 full seasons to really develop. I don't know, man. I mean, maybe it'd be at his best. I'll say that, Brad. I mean, he's not going to be at his prime right now, but I think he's going to have some impact this year. I still think he's a guy at the end of the year where you end up looking at him and saying he's going to be up around 700, 800 yards. Remember coming into this game, Brad, according to Next Generation Stats, you can go still look this up over there on the advanced Next Gen Stats here. He was creating the second amount most of separation of any wide receiver in this league, save for one, and 4th overall in the entire sport. So the man's getting off the line and he's creating separation. Not being targeted a lot. He's not being out on the field as much because you've needed to lean into the 2 tight ends and you need your pass protection stuff, which was going to make him be pulled off the field. But I think JSN's going to come in and do some things this year. I'm not saying he'll be a star, but I think he'll come in and be fine. Johnny Utah is in the same like mind as me on this. He says JSN will feast this season as the O-line comes together and defenses can't play the run and double DK and lock it. Bingo, bango. That's the way I look at it as well. David Yang says Jimmy Graham couldn't block a puppy. That's right. He was not an inline tight end, but that's what you asked him to do. You misapplied him for the role that you brought him in. And that's why he, as much as anything, failed. It was that, and that was that major injury that he had. Those 2 things together was kind of the thing that hit you up, but it was the putting him in the wrong role, changing the role from what he did with the Saints. Connor says nothing that should be a season ending. I think Brown has a concussion. Jones has a hip problem, and Taylor has something with the leg, I believe. Looked like nothing major, but there's definitely some more dings and scratches on the car today after this game. Johnny Utah, if Jamal can play, should start. Best coverage guy in the safety room and can play the rub like few others. As long as he stays healthy and improves our defense exponentially. I agree. Kings Al, I think Carroll literally said, look, Reed, just do the same thing you did when you were here, and so far he's done well. I don't know, maybe he wasn't as good in stopping the run. I'll say that. That's been the really impressive part. I knew he could always supply some pass rush from the inside, but to be able to not have it come at the cost of his run defense has been very, very impressive. David says priorities next season is mostly defense. D-line, safety, linebacker, and O-line. Agreed, David. I'd say that is a good pecking order. Snow Tiger, hi, Brandon. How are you doing? I'm doing great, Snow. The fact that we still cannot rely on this D is concerning to me. How about you? I'm worried that I can take the defense struggling a little bit. I did feel like Snow Tiger coming in this year, the defense, the best top end upside for the defense was really a top 15 unit. I didn't think they were going to be a team to ascend into like a top 10, top 5 state. I still think that they can get to that place. I also think Snow Tiger, we haven't seen them at full strength yet. And maybe you're not going to see any team in the NFL at full strength at any one given point in the season, but they're still more further away, I think, from full strength than they will be once they have everything in alignment. Specifically, maybe more of an ability to open up Snow Tiger to run more man-based concepts with Jamal out there at strong safety, Julian Love out of strong safety now in the slot, Tariq and Devin Witherspoon on the outside and their ability to play man. Maybe you can be a little bit more aggressive at that point. But they're indeed early on this season so far, Snow Tiger, it's been the soft zone defenses that's been in the past that's helped to get us kind of slowly bled to death in years past in games. That's been a bit of what you've had happen this year as well. It's not been all bad, but that is where sort of the secondary is as it stands. These quarterbacks are throwing for a lot of yardage right now. Good news is, though, you are stopping the run. That part has it. So we have this, we can kind of narrow this into pass coverage difficulties and maybe a little bit of pass rush help. But those two things can also go together in the solution for that, because blitz, a little more blitz heavy nature, a little bit more pass rush, more blitz heavy nature, a little bit more of the sacks, a little bit more of the team's not under as comfortable to just be able to sit back there and pick you apart over and over again. 360 bets, Hawks Nest. I'm surprising we have a run defense, but no pass defense. Hopefully getting Woolen back up helps. Witherspoon still impressing me. Witherspoon was great, man. And yeah, at least the run defense has been in a good spot. JL says DK's been a rock physically and metaphorically. He has been. King Bomber, underrated comment, but I think Mike Jackson has returned to his former self. Outside that one blown coverage, he played pretty well. He had a couple of completions he gave up, but he came back on strong as the game wore on, King, to your point. So he did kind of strengthen up as the game moved along, but he still had a couple moments there where he was targeted. 360 thoughts on Jaron Reed, and Boyle made a big sack. So I just talked about Jaron Reed on that. Boye Mafe was also pretty consistent in his pressures today. I think he only maybe had 2 quarterback hits, but he was back there quite a bit and did get his first sack of the season, which is good to see. Boye continues to look like he's taking steps forward this year in his play, which was encouraging. Liked what I saw from both those guys. Jaron Reed's been a godsend. Both been a really grade A run stuffer and also giving you really good reps as far as in his pass rush. I would reckon to say Jaron's definitely going to be probably a top 5 rated defensive tackle in this sport by PFF coming out of this game based on what he's done this year so far, which no one saw that coming 360. King Bomber also, I think Witherspoon wasn't great today. Boy, King Bomber, we saw some things differently today. All of his targets seemed more on the receiver not making a play on the ball, dropping the ball, than it was Witherspoon really making a play. Yeah, I've got to disagree with you, my man. I'm sorry on this, but he got his hand in on one play and was able to knock the ball out. He had another play where he jumped up high and he changed the trajectory of the ball at the very last second. That's one of those plays where you have the receiver having a deep ball come in and they're looking at the trajectory and expecting it right here, and then suddenly he last minute changes the trajectory and the hand's got to come up here to try to make the catch up here. I disagree on it, man, King Bomber. I think when you look at his PFF scores coming out of this game, they're going to be pretty tremendous. He was pretty close to lockdown to me today on the day. Gave up a couple completions, including the touchdown at the end where he's got to play outside coverage and then come back inside on the slot. It's another one of those zone coverage situations where you really are kind of putting your players in a bit of a pickle. But I thought he was tremendous today. Absolutely tremendous. And I'd offer your King Bomber, go back and watch those plays in slow motion again. There's a couple of tight shots that you can see from the game tape when you're really looking tight, where you're seeing him in there making a play, affecting the receiver on those plays. And they tested him, King Bomber. I don't know if it was he was picked on quite a bit. They tested him. I'm not sure how you come to that conclusion with it. There were so many times he was targeted where you walked away and there was an incompletion there. And most of the time he was very close in coverage in those moments. I didn't see guys like wide open just dropping balls or whatnot. Your take on that, King, is kind of the only one I've seen that's pressed that everybody else to a man in 2 different streams I've run today loved the game that they saw out of Witherspoon. Secondary a whole played quite better today, including Julian Love and Quandre after Trey went Brown. Julian Love was better today. He was. I didn't see Quandre have a lot of moments either where he gave up much. Don Power Ranger, Hawks Nest, Rob Observations Raid. Hello, Brandon All. Hope everyone is well. Well, thank you for the raid. Everyone's doing great, man. Bomber with Tariq and Adams coming back next week and Jaron Reed playing well. I could see this defense becoming really good. Me too, King Bomber. Especially if we can start to open up some more man-based coverage concepts here. Greedy does it. I saw that Shadow Realm meme. Addison, hey, Brandon. Late as usual, only by 2 hours, but who's counting? Do you think Denver will release Russ following this season? And if so, would he likely just retire? I would say if this continues to go the direction it's going in Denver for Russ, he is likely to be cut with the post-June 1st designation. And then I can't say for sure with Russ on this, but I indeed believe Russ would retire then because I don't think there's going to be a team stepping up to the plate looking to have Russ start moving into the future. He's got other things that are interests off the field already that he's kind of already for a long time been sort of, I'm not going to say distracted by, but he's a guy with many interests. And I think that that's just going to pull them all that much quicker and faster off the football field, especially since the performance is not really quite up to snuff anymore. Not to mention the defense has made some adjustments with pressure and whatnot and running some man coverage. Definitely raised my confidence in this team. I'm glad to hear it there, King. Glad to hear it. I'm feeling there's some steps taken forward. I don't know if I look at them as more major steps to me on this one. King Bomber is kind of baby steps. It's an improvement, but it is still 366 yards in the air. It still is a lot of this game where until you're able to really kind of extend it out, you're still getting kind of picked apart. And that offense didn't have a whole lot to challenge you on the outside, didn't have a whole lot to tight end to challenge you, didn't have any kind of real running back that's a threat. King Bomber says, first thing I thought when I saw that play was that a Wilson two-pointer. Definitely a Hawks fan if you make that comparison. It definitely jumped to my mind the second I saw it. It was straight out of that play, man. I mean, it was exactly like that. Crazy play by Geno there. Gutsy throw. King Bomber Metcalf's on pace for about 1,300 yards. He's looking solid. 6 touchdowns. I'll take that, man. I'll be perfectly happy with that production from DK if he does. Jennifer Cologne, the 12s deserve the winning ball this week. They rocked the house and caused chaos to the Panthers 8 times. Been in multiple whole games, but this was by far the loudest I've been. Go Hawks. Props to you, Jennifer. Big props to you out there. And the home fans in the stadium, you guys get a big time tip of the cap here. Game ball, whatever you may want to call it. But you guys were as loud as I've seen in years. I mean, it's maybe I would have to go back maybe 5-6 years to remember a game where it felt like the team, the fans were having as much effect in that home environment like they were today. The 12s just really brought that special energy that they're capable of, had a tangible effect on the game as kind of we're only kind of capable of in our unique way here out in Seattle. And it was good to see the 12s standing forward to help a defense that could use a little bit of help today. That could use a little bit of that extra loud to get that 3rd and 2 to a 3rd and 7, that 3rd and 7 to a 3rd and 12. And they were able to do that today. So fantastic job on your part, Jennifer. Well done. Very well done. You could see the energy was there in the stadium. You could see everybody was standing up, being their loudest today. You didn't have a lot of wide sweeping shots of people just sort of sitting there, where you don't know whether they're watching a movie or a football game. It's good to see. Well done on your part. Swedish Shinobi. Geno mentioned Russell Wilson's 2-point conversion during his press conference. I would imagine it was probably going through his mind a little bit in that moment there. And I'll say, Geno picked up some things from Russ. Geno was not kind of this scrambler guy, extend the play guy back at New York. That really wasn't as much. He'd scramble, but it was always going up and forward. He has taken a little bit of a page out of Russell's book with some of the pirouetting and going around and back and forth, and it can go bad like we saw with Detroit last week on that 1 sack he takes, but he got the good side of it today where he was able to get the 2-point conversion. Johnny Lucas is still on the game Lucas is still on the IR for 2 more games. That's right. And Space, 8 false starts today. 8. And King Bomber, the bye week, is working out so well for us this year. It's perfectly timed. We'll just about, ideally, God willing, as the health be good in this next game against the Giants, ideally come back somewhere close to near a full health. Somewhat close, in the vicinity therein of. Greg says, Brandon, with JSN, people seem to be struggling with what is supposed to be the most pro-ready, best of the Ohio wide receivers not leading the team in catches or yards after watching his teammates play in the NFL. I can understand that a little bit, Greg. That's why I say, though, you got to think about perspectives and you got to think about situations. And that stuff all does factor in. You have a Chris Olave that goes to a Saints receiving core that doesn't have a whole hell of a lot there, so he's going to get featured all over the place by necessity. Not because at that point Chris Olave is just so amazing, but because of the fact that they don't have anyone else to really throw to there. Same thing if you look at Wilson there with the New York Jets. They didn't have any of those other young receivers really coming forward. They traded Elijah Moore, Denzel Mims, no. So, hey, it's going to be Garrett Wilson City. And he's going to get featured on a lot of different targets in there. Now you got JSN coming here and you've got your receiving core is healthy on the front end of things ahead of him. Then you got the tackle situation going on, which requires more 2 tight end sets, which is directly going to then pull JSN off the football field. It doesn't mean to me that there's a struggle from JSN at that point. It just means that this is what the situations have brought about to cause. And much like we were, to me with this, Greg, for those folks that are worrying about JSN, I see a lot of the worries with JSN that were right there with Witherspoon not 2 weeks ago. Oh, is he just going to be a slot only? What is he really going to do? He's only 5'11". What can he really bring to the table? I mean, what is he really going to do? What is he really going to do? What is he going to do? Like I said with Witherspoon, let me try to calm the hearts out there of those that are worrying about JSN. I said this about Witherspoon, so take heed in this, that you can take heed in this in JSN as well. He's going to help you win football games this year. He's going to get a good collection of catches throughout the course of this year. Might be somewhere between 600 to 800 yards when it's all said and done. But he's going to help you win football games. And this offense has got a lot of threats. We don't just attack with one fashion. We don't just go 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. It's not the way this is going to play. 1-2-3-1, 1-4-2-1-2, 3-4-5-7, 1-1-7-2, 1-4-2. This is the way it works. We're going to lean to where we can go and get some action. And it's especially hard to make any kind of assessment when you've got these two tackles down. You've got to change the nature of your offense when you're down 3/5, 4/5 of your offensive line. Johnny Utah, when Jamal gets back, our pass rush will come alive. The threat of him blitzing will help our edge rushers. Plus, he can blitz and get home. He can do that. No doubt about that. He's got that as a special trait. D-Nugget, if Russ is let go, is that it? One season back at the 12s? I don't think he'd come back here to be a backup. I don't think that that's in Russ's wheelhouse. Johnny says, if Denver wants to cut Russ, they shouldn't do a post-June cut, take the entire cap hit during next year. They're tanking year. They have decent receivers, but their D is now garbage. That's the way they could do it too, Johnny. I'm just anticipating that they'd saw it in half because it is so significant. I mean, even sawing it in half, it'd be the most. Both of those two cap hits back to back would be the biggest cap hits of all time for one player. So it'd be tough to just have that as one and still feel even a functional football team. But maybe they decide to do that. Rip the Band-Aid off. Addison says, I don't feel sorry for Russ because he did this to himself. He forced his way out of Seattle, hoping to revitalize his career in a new city with a new team, and it blew up in his face. I think many are in your standpoint of this, Addison. That's been a common sentiment I've seen even on just this show tonight. And I think a lot of 12s find themselves feeling that way. I can kind of get that. I do. King says we're going to get everyone back after the bye, potentially everyone on defense back after the bye except Mike Morse. Near full strength. Near full strength. That'll be a good thing. Hopefully you're at that point too, King Bomber, where you can say, hey, yeah, we're also 3-1. Right? Where you're going, yeah, and we're right on the top of the record. We're good. I'll try to respond a little bit to the rest of that, folks, but I'm definitely at a point with Russ where having talked about him almost, nonstop for a year and a half, I'm definitely at that spot where it's gone from being an interest with the Broncos. I'm like, okay, it's, he's gone. He's off the team. It's revere for the past, but I know he's going to be a point of discussion as we go through the season, but I got to be honest with you guys on it with the chat on. It's not as much an interesting topic for me. We got the returns back and the trade from him. He's going the direction he's going. It's a sad story from that standpoint of things, but he's a Bronco now. Jose, hell of a game. I'm glad we weren't scrambling. The last 2 minutes to score was a breath of fresh air, knowing that the Hawks were good with 2 minutes left in the game. Yeah, somebody was mentioning that in my live stream, Jose, saying, a comfortable win? Just we've got it in the bag. It's kind of nice, isn't it, Jose? Not as much heart attacks at every turn. It was good to see. It was good to come away with this kind of win. King says having our tackles back for the Bengals game is going to be really important, and having all our cornerbacks to cover those Bengal receivers will help. You're down, no doubt about that, King. No doubt. Brandon Perry, doesn't Dwayne Eskridge come off the IR this week? They better not release Bobo. No, Brandon, I think that it's a 6-week situation for Eskridge. So he is not back yet. I don't know how the team can look at the situation when Eskridge comes back. It really probably more comes down to Derek Young and Bobo more than it probably comes down to Eskridge, I would think. But I don't know how this team could arrive at a conclusion at this point that Bobo doesn't remain on the active roster throughout the course of the season. You're certainly not stashing him on a practice squad if you release him at this point. So I would hope that they do hold on to him, Brandon. But yeah, you're still going to have to wait a couple weeks there for Eskridge. And King Bomber, I think Cody Thompson gets released when Eskridge comes back, but I don't know what the Drake Young. That's the one I'm not sure about. A Bomber, I didn't get a chance to lock in as much on Bradford today to see how he played. Here's the thing I will say about him being a guy that was so rough on the tape and had so many moments where it was either hit or miss. He's either all in and he's going to deplete a guy, or he's going to give up quick, easy pressure. And that goes back to his college tape at LSU, where just the technique was so raw and his struggles in pass protection were so vibrant and on display. There's probably a couple of those moments here today, but overall, you've got to give him an outstanding grade on the day, knowing he's coming in as kind of that rough around the edges player. Very talented, but very rough around all of those edges. And I thought he held up, but I didn't have a chance to really lock in on him too much in the course of this game. That's one of those kind of all 22 things that I'll definitely be paying a little bit closer attention to. And there are going to be some fun snaps, man, I'm sure. I'm sure he had a couple of pancakes in there. But very impressive, King Bomber. Much better of a performance from him than I would have thought, where I would have thought there would have been more than a variety of few moments where he's just getting overwhelmed over there and, he's holding on for dear life. I don't think Taylor Swift will be dating one of the Hawks. No, I don't think so. Fallen Delta, Brandon, I still have a bit of a love for Russ, but I truly see him trying to revive his career with some other teams. He has some sort of stubbornness to him. I get that. I'm totally cool with the love on that, Fallen Delta. I think folks want me a little bit in the chat to have a little bit more of a stronger opinion when it comes to Russ. Either be like, you love him or you hate him, and I just find myself at this point kind of exhausted in the Russ discussion. I mean, you folks have to understand from my perspective on this, doing 2 and 3 shows a week and having it be at the forefront of the 12's mind. And even after a day like today where, you're having a 37-31 victory, you've got your team going, you got Geno Smith playing incredible football. And we still have a bunch of the chat that wants to talk about Russell Wilson. And I'm at that spot where I'm just like, guys, I get it, but I'm also like, he's gone, you know what I mean? And it's not our quarterback anymore. And it's stuff that goes through and you can celebrate with it through it, or you can take pleasure in doing it. But if you guys are looking from my perspective, because I get asked about it a lot with it, I mean, it just doesn't bring a lot out for me anymore. It was last year good fun to watch, and we had a dog in the fight with the first round picks and all of that stuff. But now I just kind of get to the point and I just kind of, shrug, you know what I mean? It's like, we're just kind of turning over the same thing with Russ is what I feel like a little bit. We're not really getting into any new ground in the discussion. We're just kind of turning over and to some, that's the part where I can't go any, there's really nowhere else further to take it. So I support him, hate him as you guys do, but if you're looking for me to have a real strong opinion on this one, I just don't anymore. I wish him no ill will. I find myself galloping faster and faster when it comes to Russ into the, I just don't care phase of things. He made his bed. He decided he'd do where he wanted to go. He's gone in that direction. We're where we're at now. We got a good team on our hands. That's the part we should be really discussing and kind of at the forefront here. You got an amazing win, and we kind of want to talk about Russ and what he's doing. I know it's going to be a topic, folks, but it's going to be one I'm going to steer away from a little bit in here, even as you guys might want to speak about it, because I'm wore out on it. It's 2 shows, 3 shows, 4 shows a week. Russ, Wilson, Russell Wilson. That's who dangerous. What do you think, Wilson? Wilson, how's this thing? It's like, is that a Hawk? I don't care. Nick Craig, thank you for celebrating 4 months as a Hawks Nest member. Can you please make a thumbnail of Charbonnet trucking that cornerback? Also, my dream future Hawk is Romeo Odunze, even knowing it would be pitchforks from the 12s. Odunze is doing a great job of raising his stock up, Romeo is, and I think at this point, Nick, he's starting to take maybe even a firm hold here on potentially being the number 2 receiver taken off the board in this upcoming draft, which certainly will make him far away from being in line or being in contention for your Seattle Seahawks having an opportunity to be able to pick him. And as you also said there, Nick, there's really not an opportunity here that you're going to have to go and take him, absent maybe Tyler Lockett deciding to retire. Even in that case, though, Nick, I think with as strong as this draft is in defensive tackles and inside linebackers, more likely than not, that's probably going to be the pick early on for you as you go there. But Odunze is doing a great job of raising his stock by the game and moving him up much like Michael Penix is doing. And he's looking really good. As far as the thumbnail with Charbonnet, I'm going to try to get a little video put together this week of Charbonnet, maybe just some of the trucks he's already had here early on as a Hawk, just because I think that would be fun to do so. And if I do that, Nick, I will indeed put together, if I can find a good thumbnail of him trucking this defender this past week, we will put it on there and I'll have some fun with it. I'll give you some Looney Tunes stuff and pepper it up a little bit if you were, you know what I mean, liven it up a bit. But yes. Yeah, your request is my demand. I got you. Diddy Cat Lever, Draymond Jones was on the sidelines, was ice on his hip. So indeed, I think we confirm now with 100% certainty that Draymond Jones has got something going on with that hip. Jeb says Jacques Charbonnet's a beast. He didn't just run over a Panthers defender. He sent him flying. He did. That was some like Marvel comic scene, you know, when a superhero hits a regular person. That was kind of like that. Tom Eaton says it's funny you say Charbazard today because we played the Red Rocket today. It all goes together. King says, Perna definitely had this coming, but even not to this extent. Yeah, I wouldn't wish this on even my enemy. Connor Carroll said, Adams is playing next week, so I'm going to try to believe Carroll is telling the truth. I take him for it. I think Adams was chomping at the bit to get back there this week, and Carroll probably had to tell him, no, just one more week, okay? Just give me one more. So I think Adams was like, okay, I gave you that week. Now it's time. Shane Andreas, offense was fantastic given the state of the offensive line. Defense was electric thanks to the 12s. Spoon looked great playing outside today. Looking forward to seeing how he plays with Woolen back. Well said, man. Well said. Wilbur Knight says he was really worth that number 5 pick. Indeed. Toward 12 North Chad. Hello, B. Is it me or does Quandre Diggs look average at best? I don't know if he's made much of any plays so far to begin this year. I don't know if he's been put a lot in position. He had a couple hard hits last week, but he is oftentimes the lone free safety deep, and so he's center field, and center field safeties at times, 12th North Chad, are going to be far out of the screen. I don't think he's played his best either, though, in addition to that. So, you know, there's definitely room for improvement from the safety position on both positions to start this year out. And that's reflective of where I think his PFF grade's been so far, too. 360 Bets says opinions on Jamal coming back, how it affects this defense. I just did answer a guy on that one, but I'll run this again. Hoping 360 Bets, it opens the door to more man-based coverage concepts and more blitzing. I could give you the long answer on it, but that's kind of the short one, which is that let's go more man, let's go more blitzing, let's bring a little bit more pressure-based attack. We've got the guys on the back end to go do it now, so let's stop sitting back in this soft zone, letting people cut us up all day long. Let's start taking to some of these offenses. Even if it fails, at least it's trying something new out and different out. And you are then at least trying to force this towards the strength of your team and where you're good. Ricky Beavers, K9 made things happen when he turned into a runner, rushing and passing. He did. He showed you what a difference maker can be at the running back position. He made a lot of those analytic folks who hate running backs and think you should never take them beyond the 5th round and never pay them more than $100,000 a year. He made those folks look a little bit silly today, as did Charbonnet. 360 Bets Hawks Nest, too early score prediction versus Giants. I think we win 3-1. We win, and 3-1 sounds nice. If Joe is hurt for the Bengals, then 4-1 is great. I can go with those. I like your predictions. Too early score. I think you're wanting a score prediction from me for the Giants. 28-24 Seahawks. I'll go with that. Yeah, I think it's being mentioned a little bit of some of Dalton's stats came in garbage time. It did take him 58 attempts to throw the ball. I mean, this is all true. This is where the defense gave you some brighter spots in this game. I do still think, though, that the zone coverage scheme here allows way too many easy completions and allows it to be way too easy for offenses at times. And that's a part that I think that they can look to try to start to fix up a little bit here. Let's remember here with this Panther team and doing what they did today, this is not a sensational Panther offense. This is a Panther offense that had nothing that they had to offer as far as really testing you on the outside of Adam Thielen. Mingo went down very early in this game. DJ Shark showed you that he's nothing really special out there. They don't have much of the tight end position either. You know, they're kind of getting by with that personnel unit. That line's just kind of all right. They were able still to pretty consistently move the ball on you throughout this game. And it has been a trend through the first 3 weeks here that, you know, first 2 weeks we caused 2 punts through the first 2 weeks on 20 possessions. So you forced the opposition to just punt twice on 20 possessions. You got 5 punts today, probably on 10 possessions, I think, 11 possessions, something like that. So it did improve a little bit. There is still, I think, a little bit more room for improvement there, though. I think we're not quite done yet, you know. Tyler Jackson, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Tyler. I appreciate you jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. Very much so. Tony Borges Silva says the coaches are playing more aggressive on offense and defense. I'm loving it. Definitely on offense, super aggressive. Some moments on the defense with some aggressiveness. Some moments, for sure. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, have to disagree with you on saying Lockett had a better second game over DK. When one of those 2 touchdowns you're talking about doesn't even happen without DK running off the coverage. I'm okay. I'm not trying to die on this hill with it. But it's, you know, Lockett was pretty productive in that game too. What we got here? So we've got DK 6 catches, 75 yards, Lockett 8 catches, 59 yards and 2 touchdowns. I mean, it's, you know, they both had a good game. But okay. I'll go with DK, man. You sold me. I'll change my answer. Real Cheese thinks the Bears Broncos will be a shootout. Might be. Might just be. Brandon Perry says doesn't matter if Hurt just does soft zone for them. The scheme is failing them. I think a big part of the scheme's failure to me, Brandon, is the soft zone nature of it. The unwillingness to play more man at times and be more pressure-based in your approach. But, I mean, that's just my outlook on it. Ryan Woolidge, can you please help me with fantasy baseball, tomorrow's game? Baseball's tough on fantasy, man, Ryan. This year, especially with the rule changes, it's hard to predict that stuff. I mean, you can send your request, send me what you got as far as options. I'll try to give you my best. I don't have a lot of confidence in it, though. Don't have a ton of confidence. Hawks Den says we need O-line next draft. I certainly think left guard's a place you could attack Hawks Den. I don't know how good a game Damian Lewis had, but he's in the final year of his deal. Right guard, you have Phil Danes on a 1-year deal. There's definitely some improvement on the interior. To your point on that, that could be a spot that they look to address. Shane says offense was fantastic given the state. Oh, sorry, I think I read that. My bad. Lucky Borgans went to the game. It was awesome. Great job out there, Lucky Borgans. You and everyone else in that stadium did some great work, some of the best work we've seen from the fans in years. Absolutely, we're on a next level out there getting loud. That was what we've come to expect here in Seattle as a standard, and you guys reminded of us that in the stadium today. Fantastic work by you guys. Absolutely fantastic. Red Ace says, I'd argue that JSN benefits from not having to bear the load early on in his career. Two great vets to learn from. Agreed, Red. Agreed there 100%. No reason he has to be going lights out right now when you've got your stack of depth, when you got two guys like Lockett and DK that have been so consistent and so good. That's the way I see it as well. Nothing needing to be rushed here, and he will have his effect. He will have his time. Kings Al, underdog fantasy. If it's for Brandon, it's for me. I like those over-under stuff. I think that every week when you look at that deal, and again, there are some limitations here in the state of Washington, so if you are in the state, it's hard sometimes with the app necessarily, but out of the state, other places of the country, other places of the world, you can use it. I like those over-unders, though. You can look at a matchup coming in and you can go, this week against the Kansas City Chiefs, why did I choose Isaiah Pacheco in my bet for more than 55 yards? It's not because Isaiah's a great back, because you knew they were going to get up by a lot of points in that game, and they were going to lean. They were going to lean on their rushing attack. You've got Jerry Jeudy. I had more than 50 yards receiving, second game back after an injury. He's in a contract year. You knew they were going to feed him to some degree here, that they were going to get down by points in that Miami game. So I think there's some stuff you can do here that you can actually apply a little bit of intelligence in your approach on some of these ones. But I like it. I like playing these games. Camille, I don't want to be like I foresaw Russ struggling, but I knew he wanted to get paid, and I wasn't sad he got traded. Nor was I. I think a lot of folks felt that way, Camille. Eugene is him. Eugene Smith. Geno Smith. Oh, Red Ace, she took me a second there. Eugene is indeed him. Wilbur Knight, Russ would look good with these weapons we got. I don't know, Wilbur. I don't know about that right now. I'm not so sure on that one. Tommy says Bubba has a spot on the roster for special teams alone. I'd hope so, Tommy. I'd hope so. Tackman, I was impressed with Geno's second half adjustment. Waldron's play call was much more aggressive in the second half. I liked it too, Tackman. I felt like he started out really under control and even keeled to start this game, but as the half started to wind down, once the Damian Lewis injury happened, it seemed like Geno started to get a little bit frayed just for a moment there. And then you came back around on the other side of halftime. Defense gets the 3 and out. Then he comes back out there, back under control, back locked in, back to making good decisions. Very impressive to see. Very nice on his adjustment there. And I love the game Waldron called today. Jacob Chamberlain says, I feel like this was a big Charbonnet K9 game. They are a fire running back duo. I've been saying and trying to make the case here, Jacob, this is why some of those analytic folks have got to be a little bit quieter at times and being so effusive in their, you only take the running back in the 5th round onwards. Today, you got a shining example of why those analytic folks, the argument doesn't completely hold true, because they go, okay, it's all based on your offensive line, running backs, and their productivity. You got to have a good line. You don't have a good line, doesn't matter how good your back is. It doesn't matter how much difference level of talent he has. He's not going to make anything happen. He needs his line. Okay, but you had 4/5 your offensive line down for a good part of this game, and yet both of your backs still averaged right around 5 yards and up a carry. It shouldn't be the case. And if anything, it leans more into telling you, well, actually, there are difference makers in this position. And then this matches to what we saw from the eye test, because how many of those runs today did you have these guys hemmed up in the backfield, seemingly about to be brought down for a negative play, find their way to get loose and get themselves a 4 or 5 yard gain? Or, hey, it's going to be a 7 or 8 yard run, and here's 13, 14 more yards on top of it. Those guys showed you what it can look like when you have a backfield of guys that can run this way, and they are difference makers. They are unique talents in that respect, and you don't just get that in the 5th round. You don't just get that paying pennies on the dollar for that. It's where this argument and this debate has been taken a little bit to the extreme, in my opinion of things. And the Hawks are taking advantage with this Walker and with the Walker and Charbonnet pick. They're taking advantage of a market opportunity where there's been this devaluing of the backs, and that means you get a 1st round rated running back, but you're getting him now in the 2nd round. And that's how the Hawks look at it, and that's how I'd look at it as well. ADL Williams says fans would riot if Bobo got sent to the practice squad. I'd hope they would. I'd hope the pitchforks would be out, the torches. Gibson, I felt like there was a reason Geno had been a career backup and made poor decisions, but he has won me over. I think with the proper weapons around him, he can certainly lead an offense. 100%. I feel this. I certainly thought he was capable of doing this. I didn't have him as kind of cast as much as many. You weren't alone on this, Gibson. There were many that did. I always thought that there was a little bit of still potential there in Geno, but he's making the most of this opportunity. Tackman, I hope Waldron becomes Seattle's head coach in the future. He keeps doing what he did today. Tackman, he's going to be head coach too soon in order to be the next Hawk coach, because I don't think Carroll's looking to go anywhere anytime soon. J.O. says Bobo's already got as many touchdowns as Eskridge and probably just about as many catches. Camille, Clint Hurts or Dan Quinn? I think Dan Quinn's better. I think Dan Quinn's got more of a breadth of understanding in how to be a defensive coordinator. Easy E53 says we got to be careful next week because of MetLife's turf. Indeed, the MetLife turf has been a little bit brutal in recent years. It's not been good. It has not been good. On the road, primetime game, on bad turf. Especially for a team that's having a hard time with injuries. Jacob says, I do wish we had the Broncos pick again this year. Would be another easy fifth overall pick. Could you imagine if we had another first round pick from him this year? That'd be amazing. King, that's Russ's problem and his curse. He has to make the money to keep the lifestyle. I played for Sierra State. Here go Hawks. That's good sports. New worst game ever is out. That's going to be a fun watch. Ray Barrows, yeah, Russell Westbrook is the Grizzlies now. We should get over it. Did I say Russell Westbrook? I probably did. I get what you're saying on Witherspoon, and I definitely think he can be a shutdown corner. I saw some upside, don't get me wrong, but I do think if the receiver was literally any better, he was targeted like 6 to 7 times, and there was like quite a few balls that landed in the receiver's hands, regardless if it was tipped. If that was any better of a receiver, I'd be a different combo. I mean, it's kind of, it's hard, right? Because, I mean, you can say that that's the case, but at the end of the day, there weren't completions. He was there making the play. He was there disrupting the ball. I mean, he's doing what a corner is supposed to do. As well with it, I mean, I don't know. Let's look at King Bomber. Let's revisit this on Wednesday. And let's look at literally what was his targets, what did he give up as far as completions at the end of the day on this game. Where does the PFF rating system have? You know, they don't have a dog in this fight on him. They're just going to rate him straight up by how he looks on it. I would estimate that his coverage scores are going to be really good coming out of this game by PFF. And they're not. And if he was in the position like you're talking about, where he happened to just be close, but he just as much could have given up the completion, but it's just a bunch of receivers kind of dropping balls or something like that, then I think the coverage grades are going to reflect that. But we'll see. We'll see. I did see just a little different on that. I saw his hand in there. I saw him making a play. And, you know, most of the receivers, if you have a ball coming in and I have a cornerback who's a yard away from the receiver, and that cornerback is even able to slightly touch that ball and change the trajectory of that ball, I don't see it as a thing that happens oftentimes, even with good receivers, that those receivers are so able to instantly react in the moment to rechange their catch radius. That more often than not is an incomplete pass in the NFL. That tends to be pretty much a rule of thumb. It doesn't matter good receiver, great receiver or not. You get the tip as a cornerback, you get your hand on that ball. It's too fast. It's too bang bang. You don't have the time as a receiver to adjust. You know, when we're watching in slow motion, it might look like the receiver has all the time in the world to go from catching here to trying to catch up here, like on that one that he caught on the sideline where it went up to his chest and the receiver was starting here and then he ended up here because of the way that Spoon tipped it there at the last minute. But let's see what the coverage scores are. I will say again, though, too, with this, man, King Bomber, you're the first one that's mentioned today. Come in the chat. I had 700 people on the live stream show talking about, not all of them, but many talking about Witherspoon on that. We've got a lot of people talking here. You're the first person I've heard mention that you saw issues with him in coverage today, or that he was looking vulnerable in coverage, or that there was anything but him balling out, which seems to be kind of the consensus on this one. You might be right, but that's just kind of how it seems like the land's set up right now. King Bomber says, and for those 366 yards, almost 70 of them were in garbage time on that last drive. Yeah. You definitely had some garbage time pickups there, that's for sure. Taste Buds, you guys worried about JSN? Not much output for first rounder. Do we know how to use him quite yet? Common thing being said, Taste Buds. I've answered just a couple times over on the chat stream. I probably have 5 times, so I'll just quickly go through. Nothing wrong with JSN. He's creating yards of separation. It's not a matter of the team not knowing how to utilize him. You've had your backup tackles out for 2 of the first 3 weeks of the season. You've got to now bring on more 2 tight end sets, Taste Buds, in order to bring them more protections, more chip blocks, more help. You're not going to want to leave those tackles out on an island as backup tackles, okay? So why you're not seeing more JSN this past couple of weeks, more featured, is he's not on the field as much. Why he's not on the field as much is because you have to have your backup tackles have a little bit of help. This doesn't mean that this is the way it's going to go throughout the course of this year. It doesn't mean that the team doesn't know how to use JSN. It means that you have to adjust to what is a pretty horrendous injury situation, and that most teams, if they were put in the same situation as the Seahawks, would react the very same way in bringing those kind of protections in that manner. JSN's going to be fine. JSN's going to flourish. JSN's going to be productive in this offense. We just got to be patient for it. Those folks that are chomping at the bit for JSN, I was seeing the same kind of chomping at the bit for Witherspoon. He's going to be good. Just got to be patient. It's early on in the year. I know that football is this kind of sport that's so emotional, and week to week, it takes you to the ups and it takes you to the downs, and you got an outlook on a player being something and they're not that, and why aren't they that? And they should be this, but they're not being that. We got to be patient with the whole process to play out. It's still very, very early on in this year. So you're not alone. You're not alone. There has been a lot of worry about JSN, even in my chat here, both on the live stream show and in the post-game discussion. There is a lot of consternation going on. I can see posted up about JSN. Are the Hawks messing this one up? Is it a Jimmy Graham situation once again? I got to say, and I feel very passionate about this, no, it is not. Everything is going to be fine with JSN. This is really more of a symptom of you having your offensive line in shambles because of the injury situation and you trying to protect those guys and help those guys out a little bit. It'll be fine, I think, long term. Dorian, who do I think played the best on defense? I think it was 3 guys. Might have only been about these 3 guys. But you had Jaron Reed, who I think played the best, Witherspoon, who I think played top notch, and then I think Boye Mafe were your 3 guys that were rolling in this game. King says also, do you think Tyler Lockett could potentially retire after this year? I think he's a good player, but I just don't see the juice in him anymore like it was last year. I don't know, man. I have a hard time. And again, I'm sorry, King Bomber, we're probably in just a little bit of a place of a difference today. I'm going to see things a little different in certain spots with it than others. Tyler had a couple drops today that were very unaccustomed to what we see from Tyler in recent history. 3 catches, 34 yards, targeted 7 times. Those 2 drops really looming huge in this game for where he had an opportunity there to help his day out a lot more. And he was there in position to make those catches. He typically makes those catches. If he makes those grabs, he's now at 5 catches for the day and 75 yards. And through the first 3 weeks of the season, he's looking like a pretty productive receiver for us. I don't think he's at prime level Lockett anymore, but I don't see him as well on kind of like he's at a shot end of things and like he just needs to go right off in the sunset. He's obviously shown that there's nothing else left there. Last week showed in getting open for those the touchdowns like he did, and just in general in his route running in that game. He gets open and he tends to be very productive as a player. I don't want to draw too many conclusions, King Bomber, on 3 games of a 17-game season coming to some finality yet on this. I think things have got to play out a little bit more to come to those kind of certainties. It's just too much of a small sample size, especially on that where there's been productivity from Tyler. He's not been a bad receiver for us so far. He's not been a shell of himself. No, I think he's still here for beyond this year myself, but it's possible. I mean, maybe it's there. These kind of questions are hard to know because I don't know what's in Tyler's mind, but I don't think from a performative standpoint, he's been reduced. I'm sorry if we're not necessarily seeing things on the same with that. I'm not trying to be contentious. I just see it a little bit differently. Yeah, so it's hard to go with he's on pace for less than 600 yards, King Bomber, for me because it's 3 games. It's 3 games where, again, through a lot of these games, you've got 2 of your backup tackles in there. You're having to I think that it's tough because we're being very productive offensively wise. And so it's kind of forced, well, we could be doing a little more, we could do a little more, but it's like we have been dealing with an arm tied behind our back through 2 of these 3 games. Through 2 games and a quarter and a half, we've had a hand tied behind our offensive back. And that's going to have some downwind stuff that affects everybody a little bit, including the receivers on the outside. But let's give it some time, King Bomber. It's just the 3 games into the season. I think it's too early to make that kind of ultimate final determination. He makes those 2 catches today, and I don't think you're talking about it in that way. He makes those 2 catches, King Bomber, and now he's got 70 yards instead of where he was at 39. And now he's on pace for almost 1,000-yard season. And now he's on pace for basically what he's been at as a historical norm going back 4 years. That's the problem with going to sample size approaches on making determinations for a full season is the data doesn't really tell the true tale of the story when it all probably settles out. But we'll see. You might be right. I just don't have enough data on that to come to that conclusive point. Glenn Carroll, so much agreement about your Russ take. Why the hate? Thanks for your service. You brought us a Vince Lombardi and a boatload of assets and drafts. I say thank you, Russ. Thank you, Schneider. This is where I land with it, Glenn, and you're going to find me as we do go forward, folks, when it comes to the Russell Wilson talk and discussion on that. I know it is very much at the forefront of my fellow 12's mind, but you have to understand as well, my fellow 12's, is that we got a wide range of an audience here. And if it's a discussion or a topic I want to talk about, whether or not a certain segment of the audience isn't going to want to hear it or bristles about it, I won't normally mind. But if it's also a topic that I feel like we've beaten the hell out of this dead horse, we've beaten the hell out of it. And maybe there's enough hate from certain camps of folks out there. Maybe you hate Russell Wilson with every vestige of your being. Every fiber of your being has a hateful eye where if you could shoot rays into his soul and burn his heart out of his chest, you would do so. I get that. I get that there's some out there that seem to feel that way on it. But there's some of us as well that are just to the point of like, look, brought a Super Bowl title. It wasn't a good end. Burned some bridges. Wasn't good. It's a tough look. It's gone downhill for him, but he's not a Hawk anymore. And we're still now a year and a half later. It's still filling up the chat full of thoughts and discussion points. And is he going to do this? And is he going to come back to Seattle? Is he going to retire now? Who cares for me? I'm beyond, I revere what he did, but I can't find myself caring as much. I'm kind of surprised as much Hawk fans are as much caught up with him on it. I know there's a bit of a nah, suck it, Wilson. You get to sit in your own crap and your own feces now and just enjoy it. Enjoy it. I get that. I do to a degree. I do. I know the passions are out with this guy in various ways, from the supporters to the naysayers. But I just find myself back to like, hey, we got a team here that's trying to make some noise. We got a team trying to move to contender status. And every last minute we're spending talking about Russell Wilson is one less minute we're not talking about this team, which is what we should be doing. We ain't a Denver Bronco franchise. We ain't a Russell Wilson franchise. We got to move on, I think. I hope my fellow fans do as we go on this season. I hope we kind of start to now push this a little bit more forward. Let that be what it's going to be. It'll play out and we can tell the story. And I'll promise you guys this. Someday I will do a full stream where we will go for 10 hours straight and you can do nothing but rip into Russell Wilson or make every question and wonder about what you want to have happen with Russell or what he should do next. Or how's the strategy in Denver to cut him or not to. We'll do a whole stream at some point this year, I promise you, because I know that there's an interest in doing that. But now, right now, as we're in the year, as we're going, as we're winning, as we're doing well, let's talk about this team. Tommy, zone was a gift to a backup former starting quarterback with no weapons. Whoever came up with that game plan should retire in 2 years. I think we made the game easier on Dalton at times in this game. Yeah. Hawkston, I don't think Tyler Lockett is done after this year. Camille Thomas, how long is Tyler under contract? He's got about 2 more years left on his deal. And Power, we have hammered this soft zone so many times. At some point, you have to admit that things maybe just never will change. And that's where I'm maybe going to get to close to. I've waited to make that final assessment through this year. I want to see what they do through this year. If they're truly just going to let it sit there and sort of stew and simmer a little bit through the course of the year, or if they actually take some real firm choices and stay, nay, no more of this. Let's do something about this. Let's jump forward on this and actually go, no more. And now once you get the personnel on point with the Jamal, with the Witherspoon, with the Tariq Woolen, with the Julian Love down the slot, you've got more of the personnel base to run more man-based concepts. We'll see if that point they do. But if they choose not to at that point, and we're still sliding into soft zone coverage and we have not upped the pressure rates any much more at that point, then I think indeed that would be the conclusion that we could draw, is that as long as Coach Carroll is here, it's going to be a soft zone defense, and that's not changing. No way, no how, no shape, no matter what anybody may want. Tyler Jackson, also thoughts on Anthony Bradford's performance. Bradford was good today, I think, Tyler. I didn't get a chance to lock on him too much, so maybe check back in with me if you can on Wednesday or Tuesday's show, because I'd like to have an opportunity to look at the All-22 tape with him. It's hard with linemen when you're doing the play-by-play and color commentaries just to get them to kind of lock in on that one guy in there. The thing I'll say that's really good about him, Tyler, not a lot of no penalties came out of him, I don't think, today, maybe one. And you didn't see a lot of those ugly moments where there's just instantaneous pressure off the snap. I have to think that he was also a big helping hand in creating some of the running lanes that were out there in this game, as that is his forte. That's where he's good right now. He's rough around the edges in pass protection, but he's strong as a run blocker. And so I would estimate that we're going to have some pancakes on the tape with this kid. Some really good moments like that with him on the tape doing what he's doing with that. And it's probably going to be a couple moments where he has some struggles in pass protection, but overall, this is to me, a grade A performance from Bradford, considering how rough he was looking coming out of LSU, considering how rough he was even in the preseason. I mean, I think he posted like a 6 PFF grade in one of the preseason games. So he's come a long way from that. And he does give Dickerson down there one hell of a great raw talent to work with for his potential and where he could be going as a player, because he is uniquely strong, long, and he can move really well on top of it. Thought I was going to say down to get the friction on, but no. Athletic. Yeah, King Bomber, it's on 600 yards on pace right now. But again, if he had caught those two passes, it would have changed the whole day up. Yeah. King Bomber, I'm not sure. Just thought maybe his role in the offense changed, but definitely does not look like the same player. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not sure how you kind of reach that conclusion quite myself on this one. As I said, he's 3 catches, 34 yards today on 7 targets. 2, if he had caught those 2 other balls that went off his hands, and I think even you would admit, even if we have a disagreement between whether or not he has the quickness or athleticism to get open on routes and get free, he's usually a very sure-handed guy. If it's going to hit him in the face mask or hit him in the hands, he's going to make the catch. Those were unusual drops today. If Lockett goes out there and instead of having 3 for 34, he goes out there and has 5 for 70 on what he did last week, now he's very close to being on pace for near 1,000 yards. That's where the on pace through 3 games thing, like, it's a bit early for me. And you may be right, King Bomber, but I just think 3 games is a little early to make that assessment, especially, let's keep this in mind. This is a little bit of what affects the JSN thing too. When you have defensively a defense that's going to allow 3rd down conversions constantly, right? When you're going to defensively allow the opposing offense to just keep moving the ball up the football field throughout the course of the game, what that's going to do is burn clock, burn the amount of possessions you have in total over the course of the game, burn the amount of offensive snaps you're going to have over the course of the game, and that's going to reduce down the opportunities for that kind of productivity. And when that has been the case through the first 3 weeks of the season, is all 3 of these offenses on the other side of the ball have been able to move the ball through a good portions of the game with pretty good fluidity. And so, I think that's probably also affecting a little bit of the productivity. There's only so many balls to go around. And if you're going to be balanced offensively in general, then you're going to have guys that aren't going to necessarily be ultimately hugely productive or put up a ton of stats because you don't have to lean on them as hard as you once had to in the past. But this is kind of, to me, more, I guess, along the lines, King Bomber, you're looking at it as kind of like an ailing part of the offense. I look at it as more a part of, this is the awesomeness of the offense, is that it has so many ways it can go and attack you. We need Tyler last week to get the 2 touchdown receptions, to be the intermediate guy that he was. He provided that role. You needed more this week for that DK to be that kind of more of the metronome pipe. He was able to do that. You were looking to run the ball a little bit, maybe more here this week. You need to lean on the tight ends. But I don't know, man. You might be right on this, but I'm not quite there as far as seeing that from Tyler. And it is so young in the season to come to that conclusion, especially when he's not been bad. I don't think you're saying he's a bad player, King Bomber. I get what you're saying. You're in a place of nuance with it. I appreciate that. So I don't want to try to sound like I'm dressing up your argument that he's a shell. You weren't saying that. I get it. I don't know that he's even the player we got last year. If I might say, I think what you're saying, well, maybe he's at 90% right now of what we had last year. I think he's still very close to what we had from last year, but let's give it some time. Greg Kemp, Brand, I wasn't trying to make you die on a hill, just disagreed. No worries, Greg. No worries, man. Tommy Eaton says, how about our offense averaging 29 points a game even after the week 1 stinker? I think we are on the road to a top 5 offense. Well said, man. Very, very well said. Jared G says, even if Lockett is slower, his route running will keep him open. Agreed. Agreed there. King says, I love Witherspoon so far, and I think he's got a ton of potential, and he can get better as the season goes on. This game was definitely in his favor. He's going to have good production. I'm saying we should release him or anything. I feel you. I'm not trying to overstate your argument with it. I get where you're coming from on it. King Bomber just saying the difference from the last year to this year is significantly more negative than any other year in Lockett's career. Yeah, I mean, I think you got to be realistic about where his age is. You're definitely not looking to lean on him as much as you've done in the past, King Bomber. I think he was a guy when you took JSN that you were looking was going to lose some of the touches just naturally in the flow of this offense. So I think some of this was understood by the team and where this is going to go, but he still has a role that he can play on this team even beyond this year and helping this offense out would be my feeling on it. I could be wrong on that. We'll see how the season goes on with it, but that's just kind of where I sit with it. Radu, hey Brandon, what do you think of the possibility of trading for Matthew Judon? I'm not sure I see really the benefits, Radu, to going out there and getting another edge. I don't know. So we're taking Boye Mafe off the field, or are we taking our $20 million guy almost in Chenna Nwosu off the field at that point? Are we taking Derek Hall second round pick off the field, or we're going to take Darrell Taylor second round pick off the field? You know, that I get that's where probably we're going to have the assets to go get those guys is on the edge. But I also think that the really more of the necessary part, Radu, for helping out some of the pass rush is probably more of the interior as it sits. I think you could end up stacking a bunch of edges where you've got really good guys sitting on the bench because you can't play them all. New Lax, I really don't know why people are freaking out on JSN. Dude's like the 4th option when he's out there. Yeah, I agree. Not quite sure on it as well. It doesn't quite fit for me. Gibson, Reek, and Witherspoon could be the start of a great young core in the secondary. We have a lot of youth still, and we've also been hit by injuries. Yeah, those guys could be maybe one of the best tandems in the league. You know, if they can ascend, it'd be great. They got the talent, they got the skills to pay the bills. New Blacks guarantee JSN will be putting up some numbers if Lockett went down. I agree. And Power, I think this season has taught us that you can never have too much depth. Personally, I thought we were oversaturated in the secondary, but look at us now, laughing out loud. Indeed. People were talking to me a little bit of the time in training camp about, should we make a training camp deal? Should we move one of these corners, these glut of cornerbacks that we have? No, you need the depth in this day and age. And you're learning this across, not just here, but across the sport. It's the injury problems aren't just with Seattle. It's an NFL issue. There's maybe a few different reasons for it. Doesn't seem like it's going away anytime soon. And with the 17 games, the 2 Thursday night games, the only one bye week in each conference, you're going to need the depth now more than ever before in the NFL. And it's great that the Seahawks can call upon it. Tight end depth, you can lose a Disley and still throw Parkinson out there and not miss a beat. Not miss a beat. You know? Secondary, having Witherspoon to bring out there and have his impact and do what he did to this game, despite being down Trey Brown and Mike Jack, Tariq Woolen. It's nice. King Bomber, I didn't even notice the drops, really. It's more of the explosiveness thing. It was him making those catches. Those were tough catches, and he was playing defensive back to a point on those. Yeah, there was one where Geno threw it, and there was no separation there. He just sort of threw it up there as a trust throw, and Geno threw it back to the inside. Geno, and sometimes some of those deep throws, his placement isn't in the right spot where it needs to be to give the receiver a chance. And there's been a couple of throws, King Bomber. For instance, there's the first game of the year. Lockett breaks open deep. And he's got separation on the very kind of route where, like you're saying, if he slows down and he's not the player he was even last year, he's not breaking open deep there. But then what you have is you have Geno throw the ball 15 yards out of bounds and doesn't give him a chance in the back corner of the end zone to even make a play on the ball. But Rick Zapata, I was at the game and it seemed like the 12s came out to be loud. It seems like somebody woke them up in this game, Rick. It's been a little bit disconcerting watching that stadium in recent years as far as not being really awesome with the level of the noise that they're generating. And today was a breath of fresh air. It seemed like they were as loud as they've been in years in that stadium. Camille Thomas, Jaron Reed's having a better year than Jalen Carter. Agreed. Absolutely is. Carter's also playing on kind of a snap count. King Bomber, it's not as much of a production thing on Lockett. It was a thing in week 1 that I had noticed. He just seems different. Can't put my finger on it. Maybe I'm just not watching football, but I don't know. You could be onto something here, King. I think it is early in the season. I mean, you're coming off a game where he was last week where he was kind of vintage Lockett awesome. So I mean, it's, 2 touchdown catches last week, a variety of catches across the board, big catches. We'll see. We'll see, King. Let's give it some time, though. I know you feel this way, but let's give it a little bit more time before we come to conclusion. 3 games, not enough. You got your backup tackles rocking 2 games, a quarter and a half. Your offense isn't able to function normally within that. Let's just give it that little bit of time. It's a sport where I know we're jumping at the bit to hit our conclusions and our takes, and I do so as much as anybody. And it's the nature of the beast a bit. But just on this given one, with Tyler's track record and being as productive as he's been, I think he's earned a little bit of right for us to give him a bit of time before coming to maybe that conclusion. I'm not saying you might be right. I think we need more time. Ricky Beavers, I noticed Pete doesn't use tight ends to the point where they're Pro Bowlers. We had Jimmy Graham, and he wasn't powerful for us. I think, Ricky, the offense has changed over time here, and what we ran the last couple of years versus what Carroll ran as an offense are kind of 2 different things. The willingness to throw enough. If you're going to make a tight end a Pro Bowler, you're going to need to have a guy that's going to get featured quite a bit. That's going to get a lot of throws out there. We weren't going to run an offense like the Saints were running with Jimmy Graham there. We did misplace him into the wrong spot and try to turn him into an inline tight end. But if you look at last year, Ricky, I mean, if what you're saying is true, where you say Pete doesn't use tight ends, how do you have 1,100 yards receiving last year collectively from your tight ends? How do you have 9 receiving touchdowns last year from your tight ends collectively? That's one of the best production points you'll find across the league from a tight end unit. Is it one guy being a star? No. But are you not featuring and utilizing them quite a bit? I mean, let's just take this random last game. Let's see what the tight ends did. We're down Will Disley, so we only got 2 live bodies for this one, right? We go over, we look, we got Noah Fant targeted 5 times, 4 catches, 41 yards. We got Colby Parkinson targeted 4 times, 3 catches, 38 yards. So on this day, down one of your tight ends, 7 catches, 80 yards just about receiving from your tight ends. That's pretty good production in a game from the tight end position. And so last year productive, this year productive. I think what it needed here, Ricky, was a change to more of a pass-happy offensive approach than what they had been in the 10 years prior. And that's the change that you have seen now undertaken by Shane Waldron, as was representative a little bit today in that department of things. Young 3-hour Russ only stream. Yeah, we'll have to maybe do one at some point. I can tell that he's definitely still a very hot target commodity thing here with the chat. Surprisingly so. I didn't think it was going to be as much a point of emphasis from the 12s this year. Alexander never liked Russ even 10 years ago, so I didn't because I think he's fake. I don't do fake, but my focus is on Geno and the Hawks. Well said, Alexander. Raising kiddos, I don't mind if they play zone. They're just terrible at it and horrible at figuring out how to be in space versus when to stick to receivers. Agreed, raising kiddos. There's not a lot of feel for the zone coverage right now in the secondary. There's a lot of miscommunication, a lot of broken up holes in there. It's a little bit rough to watch right now. I wouldn't mind it either if they ran it more efficiently, but they're definitely not doing that. Johnny Utah, you don't have to be like Russ, but we all harken back to his heyday when we were a dominant team. The Packers were tired of Rodgers at the end, but he was a great quarterback for them and won the Super Bowl. I feel where you're coming from, Johnny. I don't have much to add on top of that. I feel where you're coming from on it. Tommy says, nothing wrong with zone. If it's a cloud zone, cover 6 or zone blitz, but we are playing a cover 3 and have our corners 10 yards off the ball. Yeah. There can be good zones. You can have run tighter zones. We just tend to run the softer, protect against the deep ball kind of zone, which just allows quarterbacks like the backup Andy Dalton today to just kind of pick you apart. Marco, you're right. Russell's situation is a sad story, but he's the Broncos quarterback, and we got to see how the Hawks are doing, not them. Amen. Alexander Tyler drops a few balls against the Giants last year, and today dropped 2 balls. I'll take that all year long. And if we only get one bad Tyler game a year, I'm okay with that. Or substandard Tyler game. Marco says it's normal to be sorry for him, but that's all. Why do we worry about for that? Agreed, Marco. Agreed. Kitty looking comfy? She's looking comfy. She's staring at me in the face right now, too. It's kind of freaking me out. Why are you staring at me? Tyler Jackson, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate you. Washington Fish Quest, thank you for celebrating 23 long months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, if we're going on pace, Tyler will score 11 touchdowns. There we go. That's a great point by Washington Fish Quest there, King Bombers. If we're going on pace, he's going to get 11 TDs on the season. This is the hard point with doing that sample size kind of thing is we got to give him more of the games to kind of start extrapolating data. Tony says Tyler's on the back end of his prime, still a baller. It's the way I see it as well, Tony. Johnny Utah, Jamal will make the difference for the D, better coverage than Love, plus run D and pass rush. He will help all three levels, just with a big asterisk for when healthy. Well said on your part, man. I agree. Spaces, what's Pumpkin's picks standings? I forget who she picked through the first 3 weeks, but I'm not sure. I can't remember which were the first 3. I think she got the first game wrong, if I'm not mistaken, but I'd have to go back and check the video. King Bomber says, yeah, precisely. That's a good way of putting it. 90% of what he was last year is exactly how I see it. Not close to being a bad player whatsoever. 90% of last year, Lockett is still a number 1 receiver on a lot of teams. Beautifully put, King Bomber. And that's what I'm trying to get to. That's what I was trying to get to with the nuance with it. I get where you're coming from, where you're not trying to just paint this in a broad fashion to suit the argument better. You're trying to be accurate in what you're trying to present this. And you could be right with it. Just give me a few more games to get to the kind of that conclusion. But I think to my eyes, he's still been okay. To my eyes, he's still been much more into like 97, 98% of what he was last year. But we'll see. D-Nugget says, K9 jukes and totally muscle relaxed a dude on one of his runs. Top Billin has in the video. Yeah, he was amazing. It was amazing today. Love how he looks. And clean cuts, the kitty is very comfy as she gets off the deal. Clean cuts felt like the second half we were handing the ball off more in the red zone, which helped instead of just chucking the ball into the back corner every first down. I think you saw the same thing I did, Clean Cuts, was there was a little bit too much falling into the pass-heavy approach in that first half, even when you were having success as a passer. Even when you were having success as a passer, where, you were, let's keep the balance here. You're running the ball well. Let's keep leaning into that. And it did seem like that was a bit of an adjustment that Waldron made with his play calling moving into the second half. And I think it's a good point on your part. Maybe what helped to bring a little bit more of the touchdowns rather than field goals. Because as they say, you throw between the 20s, you run to score. You run in the red zone. And that's a little bit more of what they brought to the table. Great point on your part. Alexander says Pumpkin's in a soft zone now. She is in a soft zone. She's getting ready to go after her sister for some weird reason right now. Isaac Wesley, what's up, B? Checking in late, but I'm here. What a game. Geno shined. We fed K9 and the 12 showed up. My girl kept laughing when I was yelling like the fans at the TV, but on defense. Go Hawks. Hey, doing what you got to do as a 12. We all got to do our part in our own way, man. I get that. And it was a great game. These have been really 2 entertaining games from your Hawks back after a really tough opening week showing that was a bit of avert your eyes. But these past 2 games have been really fun to watch. A lot of encouraging signs within it. The team feels like it's maybe coming together bit by bit here. Maybe we're going to start getting a little bit more healthier bit by bit. But Geno was great. He shined throughout this. He was a stable, constant force. And K9 showed you why, in my opinion, he is a difference maker at the running back position. Is he a top 3 back in this league? Okay, not that. But is he a top 6? Is he a top 7 back in this league? I think there's a good argument to be made that he might very well be. And maybe Charbonnet is not too far behind him. Johnny Utah, if they don't blitz Jamal, they aren't utilizing him in the best way possible. Agreed. You're going to just drop him back into cover 2 defenses or ask him to play in a lot of zone all the time. As we saw in the first year with Jamal, when they weren't blitzing him 13% blitz rate, they were dropping him into cover 2 in single high situations as a safety. And that's not his best place to be. So hopefully they can avoid sticking him into those kind of situations, Johnny. D-Nugget says, until Russ is out of the league, we'll still be chirping about him. Maybe so on that. Maybe so with that, D-Nugget. I will say with me, though, it's as far as interacting in the chat a lot and wanting to get into deep discussions on it, and maybe that's something that I'll disappoint the fans out there in this, and that I'm not looking to go over the bridge really too much often myself. I'll probably stay on this side of things. Tommy says the only thing we need on defense is a scheme change. You're probably right. Jamal loved to blitz from the mid to high secondary. Indeed. Base, I'm all in for Jamal. Let's go, Jamal. Raising Kiddo says Jamal playing big nickel makes sense. They might do some of that. I don't know if they're going to like him matched up against a slot receiver at times in coverage. I think the plan is instead to try to have Julian Love come down, be the slot corner, and Jamal play strong safety. We'll have to see how what plan they have in place and how they want to do it this upcoming week. But I think that's the way they're leaning towards. We'll have to see. Tommy says Pete has made midseason scheme changes on defense before, believe it or not. I am hoping we come out of the bye with a new look. I'd love to see it, Tommy. I'd love to see it. There's also been many times where they've tried different stuff and then been married to trying that different thing out throughout the year, even when it didn't work. Like 2019, where you ran base defense 75% of the time. That wasn't good. But I hope they do, by whatever means it takes for them to eventually get there and arrive at the conclusive state of, okay, we got to change this defense up. Soft zone coverage, not going to work. Because I feel like when you got the quarterbacks doing what they're doing now, when you get to a team that's really loaded up to bear, when you get to a team that's a Niner team or an Eagle team or a Cowboy team, and they start going after this defense, it's going to be kind of easy sailing as it's currently constructed. And I'd sure like not to see that with how much talent you really do have on this defense. Not saying they should be a top-end unit, but they shouldn't be a league worst unit. We shouldn't have whole sections of the game where it just kind of feels like they're holding on for dear life at times, which has a bit been the case in the first 3 games for me. Empower, why am I so hyped up for Jamal? Knowing him, he's going to come in for like 20 snaps and make 2 tackles. Hey, man, he's still a really good player. At least as far as if he's able to come back to his health. You are getting one of the better strong safeties in the sport when he is able to roll. But is he going to be ready to roll? Is he going to be at 100%? How is he going to bounce back truly from that injury? Hard to say. We'll just have to see. I like the hype, though, man. Get hyped up for him to come back. Especially if it means maybe they're making some schematic changes with it. King Bomber, to wrap up the whole Witherspoon thing, he showed a lot of flashes today, and he was great today. I think he'll be elite, but I need to see a little more to get on the same page as a lot of other fans. I think that's a fair take. I think these are all fair takes on your part, King. Even in our disagreement, I think these are fair takes. Gibson Reed has been great for us, but I still feel like we need some help up front and superior depth defensively to take the next step. Reed, the scheme change, getting healthy would help too. Agreed. There's stuff that needs to be done here more. I am with you 100% on that. And that's where we come to Gibson about maybe a trade deadline deal and where that presents itself, how it presents itself. Can you go get a Leonard Williams? Is that a trade maybe on the table from the Giants at that time? Would that significantly or at least a bit help out? Yeah, I think it would. King says, I'm at a point where I think he's a good corner and can be great, but I need to see him play a little more to get on the hype train. I get it, King. It's 2 games. It's 2 games. Consider as well, though, and what he's doing in these first 2 games, even if we want to consider it on just a flash level, being Witherspoon's just kind of, it's good overall, but there's remember well, no training camp, no preseason games. First 2 games is his first live action. Here we go, and he should only get better from here on out. But I got to be consistent on it. If I tell you, you got to give me it's too much a sample size on Lockett. It certainly is too much sample size on Witherspoon for me to try to convince you he's absolutely the real deal right now. So I get that. Jake Patterson says, saw your results, guys. Congrats. Ready to play you guys in the Meadowlands this week. No more Richie James fumbles this time. Hey, sounds like a bad Jake. And tough game you had this last week against the Niners. I know we're going to get your guys' best effort out there in the Meadowlands. But you got a good Giants team. I still do believe that. I'm glad we're not having to face Saquon Barkley, it looks like, in this game. Or if we do, he's not going to be at 100%. And that bodes well for us. But it's going to be, I think, a tight matchup. I don't think it's going to be one of those games where either side runs away with it. We're going to be battling it out throughout. Bomber, I got on the hype train a lot sooner for week 1, I'll admit. But that's because he was a 5th round pick, and starting week 1 is an impressive feat. Yeah, different level of expectations a bit there, King. I get that. Jeffo Heffo says, thoughts on Trey Brown. Trey wasn't out there for very long at all here, Jeffo. I mean, he got concussed pretty early on, so you didn't have a lot of run of Trey Brown in this game. Obviously, really good last week, and looked like he was coming forward in a big way. It sucks he got the concussion here. But I didn't have much tape to go off of today. I don't know if there wasn't a lot to really go through. He was injured pretty early on. Marcel Dilworth says, leave Lockett alone. He's good. I'm fighting that fight, Marcel. Fight that fight. Defy King says, we need to get Njigba in the flow and feed that kid. You haven't been alone on that, Defy. That's been more than a few folks in my chat today who have had that sentiment. If I could try to give you a little bit of hopeful optimism on this, I don't think that the lack of Jigba being targeted has anything to do with him not getting open. Indeed, he's getting open. I don't think that it has anything to do with the fact that they don't know how to work him into the offense. I think it has everything to do with the fact that you have to feature more 2 tight end sets, which is then going to remove a wide receiver off the field, and that wide receiver is going to be the slot, which means you're going to limit a little bit of his snaps over the past couple of weeks as you try to overcome the issues with the tackle situation. Once those tackles come back healthy, I register to guess that you're probably going to see a lot more of Jackson Smith featured at that time. King Bomber, and I should give Witherspoon credit because he missed almost all of training camp. Oh, we're thinking alike on that there, King Bomber. You read my mind there. Empower Mario Edwards has also been a low-key underrated steal, usually a lock to make a few impact plays per game. Worth the price, in my opinion. Oh, I think he has been very good for us, yes. And what I've liked about him, like with Jaron Reed here in Power Code, giving you some help in the run defense and then also giving you a little bit of pass rush. No, he's not lighting the world on fire, but giving you a little bit of some sparks. Maybe not a full flame, but you're getting some sparks. Scott Wallace says Lockett had 13 catches for 132 yards last year in the first 3 games. Okay. I mean, not crazily off of his pace from last year. Pretty closely on to what he was doing last year at this time. Power, oh yeah, did y'all see Graham catch a touchdown today? Such a throwback. Laughing out loud. I didn't have a chance to say that. That's good for, how about Jimmy Graham? Still going. Space is one playing against the Giants. I think it's anticipated that he's going to. Somebody mentioned maybe Parkinson would be the tight end in the future. He might be. He might be. Alexander, Jimmy Graham was absolutely not the right fit for our team as one of the worst trades. Yeah, that was a bad trade. Made it worse because you didn't have a real plan for him. JL says that the way we use our tight ends must be sneaky because every time we go to them, they're open. You vary to your point on the sneakiness, JL. You use them in functions so unusually. It's not just putting them on the line of scrimmage. It's not just putting both to one side or 3 side to one side of the field. Sometimes, like we saw today, they unveiled this package where you had Geno and shotgun, and then you would have 2 tight ends set, one tight end to Geno's right, and then a tight end to the right of the other tight end, and then you would have the running back in the backfield behind Geno. And that's something that Waldron's done the past 2 years at a really, really in a cool way. of just finding different ways to feature those tight ends in different places that does, to your point, then seem to create some natural openings in the scheme for them to be open up to make those catches. Because a lot of times they are just wide open where you're like, is anybody covering the tight end here? What's happening here? What is it? This is kind of weird. How does it work? But they get open. They're efficient with their touches. They make their catches when you throw it their way most of the time. When Parkinson had a drop today, it was like, one of our tight ends dropped it? Red Ace says, nah, Colby, Will Disley, Mabry in the draft, a tight end, love Fant, but I don't know if he resigns a lot of money. I don't think Fant probably ends up coming back. Yeah. Probably not. I'd reckon to guess. Jamal's playing, says Defi. So yeah, we got Jamal, Woolen, and Cross coming back next week. Bring on the cavalry. King Bomber, considering he's blocking Kayvon Thibodeau, dude has like one pressure all season. Thibs is still not quite coming forward for that Giants team. They're still waiting for him to pop a bit there. Space Sharps just blew up a dude. We call it sending them to the shadow realm here, Sharps. Camille, Brandon, I just wanted to say your insights are on point and the amount of time and effort you put into your channel is commendable. I appreciate it. Keep up the good work, and I hope your channel grows. Well, thank you very much, Camille. That is a very kind thing of you to say, man. I hope I aspire to do good work here and to keep things entertaining and informative and rolling here. And so if I'm hitting that mark, that's great to hear. Really appreciate the kind words on your side of it. And I'll tell you what, man, there's no doubt about it that from a channel growth standpoint, we are locked and loaded. You know, we started today out just right at, I think, 13,500 subscribers. You know, we're well over 13,550 now. You know, I'm pulling in by tomorrow after I do the post-game reaction video, we'll probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of close to almost 13,600. So it's, you know, we're pulling in well over 100 a week now. It's cooking. I'm getting the love back from my fellow 12s as far as that support goes, but that's always been here with this channel from day one. No doubt about that. And it's tremendous, but thank you, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate the support from all my fellow 12s too. Space says Bobo's touchdown was an incredible toe tap. It was, and to get you more excited, I tried to warn fans. You know, people ask about Jake Bobo, and I said, you know, look for where he starts to make his first impact, maybe, or where you start to see him shine really brightly is down in the red zone, because he was such a tremendous red zone threat with UCLA, and he ran that route at UCLA that he ran down by the red zone today so many times over, and had so much success with it at UCLA. Got so many touchdowns on the back of running that very same route. He just comes up off the line. He eats up the cushion between him and the cornerback. As soon as he reaches the stem of the route, or essentially right where he's facing up the cornerback, he can feel the body language of the cornerback, run an option route, get inside or outside off that option route. And oftentimes it's inside where the corners just for some reason always want to go to the outside shoulder, but then he's wide open there. And then he finishes the deal by not only getting open on the route, creating separation in a small space, but then jumping up, high pointing the ball, showing off those hops, showing off that catch radius that he has, and then getting the 2 toes down. 2 toes down, all toes down, 10 toes down. And he gets those toes down, gets in bounds, and a great catch by Bobo. But why I'm really excited by it is that you can see him do this type of stuff going in the future because he did it at UCLA. It's not just he just got one-off thing there that happened with. That's how he did it at UCLA. That was the majority of his highlight tape. When you look at the best of his highlights, are him doing just that down there in the red zone. Red Ace, the tight end committee are definitely unsung heroes. Without our starting tackles, they have been helping out tremendously in the blocking game. Defenses don't zero down on one tight end, so they all eat. Wonderfully put, Red Ace. Wonderfully put, man. I agree with every bit of that. Every bit. Duran Evers says, Pumpkin, I love you. You're getting some love, Pumpkin. Duran says he loves you. You love him back? Okay. She says, love you back, Duran. She's giving you love right back. Arturo's giving you a shout out too. Say hello, Arturo. Arturo? You mean Arturo? Arturo? Arturo. That's all she's got. Alexander says, maybe Pumpkin can blitz us for catnip blitz. I might have to do a pumpkin catnip time at some point or another. She gets weird about it, though. She just starts eating it and then gets all tired and drugged out. She's like, yeah. She's not like super playful with it. King Bomber says week 1 was definitely a low point in the season. Glad I feel much better about this team than I did back then. Still need some improvement, but at least it wasn't as terrible as week 1. Week 1 was horrendous, King Bomber. I ain't going to cover it up. I ain't going to gloss over it. Pete Carroll didn't gloss over it. Fans shouldn't gloss over it. That was a disappointing loss, but it was an embarrassment. Hopefully it did serve, and it seemed to have served as a bit of a wake-up call for the team. But I think you're right to have been down on the team and be at that point. And we all were at that point. That was not your atypical loss. Even in the bad losses we've had where offenses have been able to at times move at will against us, that was its own kind of brand and style of loss that was a little bit different. It hit a little bit different. Law Rep 2. Sorry, I've been a little bit late in acknowledging your $2 donation, but Law Rep 2, thank you for that $2 donation. Says the defense is close. Need our defensive back studs back. That's what I'm hoping with here, Law, and I'm certainly doing some forward-thinking steps on this that I don't necessarily have a lot that I back this with. It's just sort of the given instinct of what I'm hoping they're going to do in this scenario. You get Jamal back. He's a man-based cover safety. That's where he's at his best. Not zone-based, man-based. You pick Julian Love, you put him in the slot. Julian Love is at his best as a man-based slot corner. You can move him all over the place, but he's really probably best in that role. Then you've got Witherspoon, best in man. That's, as we saw today, he held a touchdown he gave up, was in one of those few moments in this game where he's in zone. And then Tariq Woolen, as Carroll said last year, does his best stuff in man. So now you have two different things go together. You got man-based guys in your coverage, like in a fashion you have never had before here with Coach Carroll. And now you have the door opened up to be able to blitz. Because being in man coverage concepts with the blitz game go hand in hand. And that's where, when you say they're close, Law, that's where I can see them close. Because you can keep all of the same stuff that you're doing and stopping the run. And now you can build upon that. You can build upon that, not sacrifice that, but build upon that by maybe bringing a little bit more heat. By maybe stacking a little bit more of the boxes. By playing a little bit more of those man-based coverage concepts, which feels like your defense has been at its best when it's doing that. And again today, like last week, Law, we could take a couple of collections of snaps in this game defensively that were your best snaps defensively. And on those plays, if you weren't blitzing, you were showing a blitz look. So, well said on your part. Thank you for that donation, but very, very well said on your part. And I'm hoping it all comes together once we get all of our cornerback studs back, like you say. Appreciate you. And sorry I get a little bit late on that acknowledgement. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, just got to work. Going to catch up on the stream. Just want to say it's comical to see Bobo be better than JSN. More Bobo. If you're going to be an undrafted rookie free agent, you need to carve yourself out a spot in the team. And that usually leads with being really good in special teams. Be a factor in special teams. And indeed, Bobo so far, even going into the preseason, showed you that he is a willing guy when it comes to being a special teams guy. That's been a common part of what he's done here. Then he built on that further, because then the Seahawks coaches realized, wait, this guy's actually is kind of a difference maker as a run blocker at the receiver position. He started to separate himself more. He started to solidify down his roster spot even more, found himself further more of a role. This has helped to find him snaps over the past couple of weeks as a run blocker. And he's been really good. You guys saw it in the video I dropped last week. The man blocks like 4 guys on one play. But then he puts it on today. There's just something about him that's sort of extra special. There's just something about Bobo that's just unusual. We can't quite put our finger exactly on it, but he's a football player. And he's a guy that belongs on this football team for the rest of the season, belongs as an active roster spot. I want to hear about Eskridge. I don't want to hear about Tariq Young. It's Bobo time. More Bobo, Ski Nation. Please, now. I need him. More. 1 second, folks. I will be right back. Please do me a favor, folks. Hit that like button for me if you haven't already. Handy hand grenades says B needs to make a GIF of that Bobo TD. I do. I'll be getting to work on that stuff after the stream. You better believe it. Johnny Utah says, yeah, that catch cemented his cult hero status. It did. It did. If the Bobo hype was already blowing the roof off, then there's no longer a roof. Red A says, I love this team, city, and fans. Me too, man. I really do. I love that we have a fan base like they showed today in that stadium where, hey, we can have effect on this game. We're not going to just sit here and stuff our faces all game and be content to just watch this like we're sitting in a movie theater. If we all collectively get together here, if we all collectively get our voices as loud as we can help our defense out. We can maybe move these scales a little bit in our favor. Put our hand down on the scale to one side just a little bit. And this fan does it in a unique way like no other fans in this sport. And it was great to see them recapture that again today. It was absolutely fantastic. That's why we are a special fan base like we are. I know every fan base thinks they are, but we got a lot of tangible proof to back it up. And that they showed that to you today with those 8 false start penalties. Flick of the switch. It's been so long since Jamal has played consistently, people forget he sucks in coverage. He sucked. The zone coverage stuff is where it's a struggle for him, flick of the switch. That's where it's a struggle. And so let's go back to 2020, Jamal Adams' first year, because there's a couple of things that stand out. You went really in an extreme direction, not you, but the team did, in their use of Jamal. So Jamal comes here from the Jets, and with the Jets, he's blitzed at a 6% rate. 6% of the defensive snaps, Jamal Adams is blitzed with the Jets. That's considered a very high rate, right? Especially for a safety. He comes to the Seattle Seahawks, and in that first season, it was way higher through most of the year, frankly. By the end of the year, it ended up lining up about 13%. So you doubled his blitz rate with the New York Jets. And a lot of the year, it was 25%. I mean, you were sending him like every other play. So it wasn't efficient to get those sack numbers to 9. It wasn't as efficient as it was back in his Jets days. And then what you did on the other side of that flick of the switch is then you dropped him into cover 2, because that was Seahawks' big wrinkle in 2020 is the deep ball's hitting us. We got to take away the deep ball because Russ and company are scoring so much on the other side of the ball. The opposing offenses are trying to keep pace. They're taking shots deep. We got to play into cover 2. And so now you left Jamal in situations where he's playing, unlike he had with the Jets, in these cover 2 situations, far off the ball to far depth of coverage, and he wasn't good in that role. But that's not how to use Jamal Adams. He's actually really good in coverage in man-based situations, like he showed in the 49er game in 2020 there on the road where he really helped to kind of lock down George Kittle. Don't put him on wide receivers. Don't put him in cover 2 situations, and he can flourish in coverage. Put him in bad situations like that, though, and yeah, he will fail and not necessarily look good at it. Red Ace, I just want another Super Bowl parade. Me too, man. Me too. Brandon the Cut says, when we sent Bobby and Brooks, we got instant pressure. I'm glad I wasn't the only one that's seeing it. The few times that you send it. I mean, even when you put the double A gap pressure there with both of the 2 linebackers right over the center and you just drop it out post snap, that still functified Andy Dalton's mind. Like you messed him up. You still saw him super nervous and super dodgy after the snap, and it was clear, but they just wouldn't go to it very often. They still kind of, it's sort of in very vague terms, kind of here and there, just a little of sprinkling it in. Johnny Utah, imagine how good Jaron Reed would be if he only played 50% of the snaps instead of close to 80%. Yeah, it'd be good to get these snap counts back in an alignment. And this is also, Johnny, why I say let's look for that to be the place we look to make the trade here to help out. Brian Monet is going to come back. That will probably help out a little bit more of the zero tech. Cam Young, hopefully developing along, can help out a little bit more with that zero tech nose tackle position. But the 3 tech, those other positions around, getting a little bit maybe stronger there, finding a little bit more of an impactful pass rusher from within there, especially because you feel good about the run defense. You can maybe pinpoint target in on that. King Bomber says, I think we can potentially start 9-1. That'd be aggressive, King Bomber. I'd love to see it. Let's look at the schedule going forward. So you got Giants. You could take that. They haven't looked good so far, right? So you definitely could take that. Bengals, depending on where you're at with Burrow. Cardinals, winnable game. Browns. The Browns have looked up and down. I don't think Watson's looked as good, but that's certainly no Nick Chubb in that game. A little bit more winnable there. Ravens, Commanders. I mean, there's a couple tough games, but to your point on that, King, now is the time to go make this work. Now is the time to go make something happen here with the schedule. Create that room for error later on in the schedule when then you're looking at Niners twice, Eagles, Cowboys. It's a little bit more hellacious at that point. Johnny says, sad for Morris out. Wish you had some good D-line depth to give Draymond and Reed a rest. Me too, Johnny. It is kind of tough to see. King says also, you feeling Mike Jackson or Trey Brown at this point? I'm starting to get back on the Jackson train. I'm not quite there on the Jackson train. I think he had a bit more of an up and down day from my perspective of it. I liked what I was seeing from Trey Brown. Sucks he went out to that injury because he was starting to look pretty decent. So hopefully he can bounce back off that concussion, not in a fairly fast fashion. But I'm hopeful with Mike. You know, I wasn't low on Mike coming into the year. I think he's just gotten a little bit of some confidence issues in the preseason games, and that's kind of carried over a little bit. But he did get better as the game went along, King. You know, made a couple plays in coverage. He was a little bit tighter. So I'm getting that confidence back a little bit. In Power Codes, the funny thing is that Denver's point total from 3 games was 69, meaning they still would have lost if you gave them 3 games of offense to match what the Miami did. Space, I can't believe Dalton had so many passing yards. We need to D the F up. Yeah, we do, man. As someone else did say, Space, it did take him 58 attempts. Panthers basically bailed on even trying to run the ball almost about halfway into the second quarter. They're like, running? Let's just throw. In the rain. But I think if you get a guy to 58 attempts and he's thrown for 350, I think overall you're not going to hate that. Space says we all have our opinions, and I like that. It makes for good conversation. It does. It does. I never want this place to be an echo chamber in here, folks. I'm not looking for people to agree with me. I might disagree with you on it, but I might try to sell you to my side, but certainly not everybody's got to think in the same alignment here. That's part of what's going to make this great for having open and honest and good discussion, fruitful discussion, like you say, Space, now and on into the future. And I know you as the chat all get that. If we start 9-1 though, King Bomber, I'm going to feel good about this year. I'll tell you that. Woo! 9-1. That'd be good. King Bomber, Woolen and Jackson and Witherspoon in the slot. I'd go Woolen and Witherspoon on the outside, and I'd put, if I was defensive coordinator, here's how I'd roll it. And that'd be Julian Love in the slot, Jamal Adams in strong safety, sometimes flexing Jamal down as a linebacker, and then flexing Julian Love back out to the safety position. But then I'd still be going back to Kobe Bryant or Artie Burns in the slot, and then I would just keep Witherspoon and Woolen on the outside. Witherspoon looks comfortable out there. I don't really want to look to change up his role this first season. If he's good on the outside and he feels good out there, let's get him and Woolen both operating on the outside. And then if it comes down to teams attacking our slot all over the place, every which way but loose, then we can make some wrinkles in there to adjust to that. You've got the guys on the outside that you can count on. You can count on to run in man-based situations who can run with anybody. I want to, at this point, I'm more likely to want to keep Witherspoon out on that outside. Alexander Reed might be one of our best defensive players. He was all over the field today. And he was chasing wide receivers. He was, man. He had one play. Yeah, he came back from the line of scrimmage, making a play down the football field, hustling. He's been playing hard every single game. He's trying to lead the way on that defensive line unit. They've talked about his leadership that he's supplying now down there. And he showed you today. I think, Alexander, there's a strong case to be made that Jaron Reed, who's had a lot of good games here with the Seattle Seahawks, who's put some very good seasons together, he maybe had his best, most complete game in this contest. Red Ace, I didn't watch the first game, decided to listen instead. We took an L, watched the game on mute with the Hawks Nest as audio the last 2 weeks. Different results. I think that's the new method. You're on to something, Red Ace. You can't change it. You got a certain pattern now that the universe is going to match. Got to keep that match. Ran the cut. Those tight end routes out of the backfield are lethal. They are. They are. It does seem to confuse defenses a little bit more when they're in the backfield like that versus up on the line of scrimmage, especially when you put multiple back there. You got the one guy here. No, I got that one guy there. No, I'm covering the outside tight end. No, you got the inside. Oh, wait, they ran a release to the outside inside. You flip it up, switch it up. Get on him. Too late. In power, when Geno gets it out quick to the tight ends, game over. Teams have no defense for that stuff, I swear. Yeah, agreed. Holy Hand Grenade. By the way, Shadow Realm is a Yu-Gi-Oh reference. At least that's where I learned it from. That sounds right. I've heard it a few times before. I didn't ever know where I think the origin of the reference came from, though. I like me says his run block ability is going to open those type of plays. It really sells the play action. Yeah. You mean Bobo? Power code RA12s. I'm going to head out for the night. Thanks, B, for a great stream. Awesome win today, and I'm excited for the Giants game. Take care, everyone. You have yourself a great night, man. Thank you so much. In Power Code. King Bombers says 11 years ago on this night was the Fail Mary. Hee hee. And I was in that stadium that night, looking around dumbfounded like the rest of the stadium for about 30 seconds after the play, going, "What's the call? What's the call? Did he catch it? What's the call? Did he catch? Did you get? They're not calling it. He said incomplete. No, he said touchdown. The guy said incomplete. No, he said touchdown." It was a pure moment of confusion. His back looked busy. JSN will be fine. Absolutely not Eskridge. Thank God. Yeah, Alexander. JSN will be fine, but Eskridge's days are numbered. Sorry, just are. King Bomber, I like the confidence. 9-1 to 13-4. I'll be riding high if we're at that spot. Space, didn't the Colts beat the Ravens? Yeah. Yeah, the Ravens didn't take the mustache seriously. They thought it was just a mustache. But that's a Minshew mustache. Okay? It's not your everyday ordinary mustache. It's a Minshew mustache. That's an American mustache right there. Okay? The Ravens didn't get beat by the Colts. They got beat by America today. All right? They got beat by America. Let's go Gardner. Space, Dalton was tired. Probably was by the end of the game. His arms, I bet that arm's sore tomorrow. And Hero says the Ravens look good and Jackson's balling. I wouldn't say they look bad. I will say that. I mean, they haven't looked bad. I think they're, 2-1 now. But, you lost to the Colts. And they've played the Colts and the Texans on their schedule, so they haven't exactly been really challenged here early on. I think next week's game against the Browns will be a very interesting one to monitor with them. Holy Hand Grenade, someone forgot to give the Cards the memo they were tanking. Somebody was joking about it on my stream earlier, Holy Hand Grenade, that they can't even tank right. They can't even lose right. Save the Key says, Bears are so terrible, the NFC is so top heavy. That's true. It's very true. And yeah, the Bears, another team looking like just everything's a tough look. I'll tell you too, you look back this week, folks, it's something to monitor kind of a little bit, but you look back at the teams this past week who both lost and struggled to score. So Tennessee Titans team scores 3 points, gets beat 27-3 to an offensive-minded head coach. You got the Saints team with Dennis Allen, only able to put 17 points up on. They lost Eric Carr, granted. They were up by a bunch before they lost Eric Carr. They lose to an offensive-minded head coach. You got the Commanders losing 37-3 to the Bills. Another defensive-minded head coach. I don't know. Bears defensive-minded head coach get blown out of the water by the Chiefs and company. Oh my God, Justin Fields only 99 passing yards. That Bears offense is stinky. Hold your nose when you look at that offense, guys. Space says, so we just need to peak at the right time of the season. I think that's a big part of getting a championship, Space, and not one that's often talked about, which is that you want to be hot at the right time of year. And as we see every year, there's a lot of teams that start out hot and then they fade down the stretch. And some of it is just by it's going to happen how it's going to happen. You can't always control, I think, a lot of it. I think some of it is Coach Carroll controls as much as he can, especially with showing a little bit of, I think, conservative nature when it comes to injuries early on in the year, with the hope that he gets to full strength by the end of the year so the team is at its strongest down the stretch. But sometimes it's easier said than done. Alexander says, cakewalk Cardinals. I think not. They're playing like they're 15-1 for the number 1 seed. They're playing hard, man. You got to give them credit. Teams are probably still not yet taking them seriously either. Glizzy Gremlin says, Bobo is that guy. Boy, is he ever. Glizzy, he looked really good. Very impressive kid. Johnny, Miami's offense looks like a video game with cheat codes and unplugging the opponent's controller. That's right. Hitting the lag button on your Wi-Fi router. They're using all the tricks of the trade. And shout out to McDaniels, man. He has been incredibly inventive. A lot of what he's doing, especially with the pre-snap motion concepts, like you said, it looks like it's cheating. It's not, but it looks like it. King Bomber, the injuries to teams on our schedule is significantly worse than our injuries. Yeah, I would give you that as well. I think that's a very, very well put on your part. Giants are down Saquon Barkley, who's definitely their most important offensive guy. Bengals, Burrow, where's he at with his leg situation at that point? I'm still saying Cardinals are Cardinals. Browns got no Nick Chubb. I think they're down a couple other guys too in that game. Ravens have got like half of their squad out right now as it stands. I agree. We're in a better shape, better positioned. Hawkaholic, I was also in the stadium that night for the Hail Mary. We were doing a military display in the event corner. Ooh, nice. Were you guys right near it then? Were you down near that side or were you like other side of the field? I was up in the 300 section. So you see the ball just disappear into the sea of hands and then you just don't know what happened after that. It was so cool, though. Everyone in the stadium was everyone was hugging everyone as soon as they announced the touchdown. King, I think we have a good chance of winning these games if we get our players back. Me too, man. We can stay a little bit more healthier and get the guys back in from reserve. I think you got a good chance of going on a bit of that run like you talk about. You got to get a little bit more healthier. Can't keep losing more bodies as you gain them back, but they can do that. Then, yeah, they can go on a run. Johnny, love that Minshew is a starting NFL quarterback and still lives in an RV. Me too, man. He's a colorful personality. And I'll tell you what, Johnny, maybe at some point somebody's going to give that guy an opportunity to actually be a full-time starter in this league. I got to meet Jerry Rice that day too. What's Jerry Rice doing in the stadium? User, I'm still sore about the 2009 final regular season game where we were on the 1-yard line versus the 49ers, and we could have given the ball to Lynch again to win the division. Yeah, stopped just short on that one. Came down to that game and couldn't quite get it through to get the division there. Would have made a big difference because you wouldn't have had to travel to Lambeau. Well, that would have helped. But that was indeed a tough one. King Bombers is going to be a race to pick up Devin Archain off waivers. Probably already grabbed in our league. User says, but of course we got the Wilson delay game. Well, he doesn't like to wear the armbands, man, He's not an armband guy. I was going to take him a little extra time to get out of the huddle. Holy Hand Grenade, the Shadow Realm is Yu-Gi-Oh! And where you would go when you lose the duel. It was the censor way of saying death because of the overseas censorship. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they get touchy about some of that wording. Even YouTube with the K-I-L-L word gets a little bit up in arms on that. I don't know why, but okay, I like Shadow Realm though. That's a good way of putting it, He was baptized in the Shadow Realm. Johnny Utah, the Cards are playing like Major League. Gonna win despite their owner. That's it, man. They got a couple people out of prison over there. They got a guy that was washing cars the previous week. Another guy selling cars. They're getting it done though. They're playing for the love of the game. And every week, just like in Major League, every week that they get a win, the Cardinals, they take a little bit of clothing off of the owner. They got a little like they did in Major League, where they had the stand-in little piece for the woman owner. And every week they took a little bit of a piece off of her until she was buck naked. They're doing that right now with the Cardinals owner. The team is. I love that reference, Johnny. It's so on point. Space says, all we needed was the missed field goals and we would have won. That stop at the one hurt my heart. Agreed. Yeah, that was tough. That was a tough one. Right at the end of the year, hard fought year. Just a year at the end, you were kind of getting it going with Diggs in there, and then Diggs got hurt. The John Ursula game. Glizzy, I can't wait to see this team fully healthy, though. Once JSN is able to see the field more, it will be scary for opposing teams. Agreed. JSN's going to hunt at some point. JSN's going to eat at some point this season. And there are many fans, Glizzy, that are clamoring for that to happen. It's going to happen. I'm trying to give them a little bit of hope there as they get a little bit down a bit on not yet getting to see him shine. But the shine is coming when it comes to JSN. He is too good of a player to keep held down. And you haven't even been held down. It's just you've had the embarrassment of riches. You have an offense that's cooking right now, and there's only so many balls to go around. But he's going to be a problem for opposing teams. Hawksaholic, we were standing on the concourse at the opposite end. We didn't have actual seats. Laughing out loud. Hell, hey, you're at the ground level, though. That'd be a cool way to check out the game. Alexander Brandon, Jerry Rice played 1 or 2 seasons in Seattle. He only played 1 season, and technically it was only half of a year. Your receiving core got decimated by injuries. I mean, really wiped out. So you made a call to the man who had run the West Coast offense his whole career, and a former compatriot of Holmgren, brought back in, and he was good for us. I think he even had one game where he caught like 150 yards in a game. ADL Williams says, dang, between play-by-play, Bleacher Report, and post-game, Brandon is going on 10 hours of content today. Hawks Nest is in mid-season form. We appreciate your work. I know you do, man, and I appreciate the kind notice of you noticing. And I'm not even done yet. The scary part of this ADL is I still got to film the post-game video for the channel, and then that's going to be about another 3-4 hours of cutting up stuff and prepping that up for the upload tomorrow. So I still got quite a bit of the night left to do as far as the work goes with it. But yes, indeed, you can catch if you have a chance. I got offered or I got invited back over to the Bleacher Report. So we did a half-hour breakdown of the game over there for them. They were kind enough to have me back. And we'll be going back there and doing it next week. So the same way we did this week, ADL will be doing next week, where it'll be play-by-play stream, go back over to Bleacher Report for a half hour, come back over here and do the post-game discussion. So, I live for this, ADL. You know that, man. I live for this. I love it. User, imagine if Wilson came back for us as a backup to Geno. Ha ha ha. That's the part where I just can't. Maybe I'm wrong with it, but I just don't see where Russell gets to the place of feeling like he wants to be a backup in this league at this point. He's earned all that money. He's taken all of these hits. He's got all those pursuits off the field. I think if it fails out in Denver, if it doesn't work in Denver, I think that he probably just calls it a day. Maybe he has that much of the love for the sport and trust that if he can just get that one chance of down the road at some point, maybe. But hard to see Wes willing to do that and kind of wait for a couple of years to get that maybe eventual possible chance. Grandizer are at the Hawks Nest. Brandon Kane, I apologize for Panthers Nation podcast. Could not reach out to you for pregame preview. They ran out of time. Congrats on your win. Onward and upward. Go Hawks. I'm glad you popped in, Grandizer, because on your suggestion, I did reach out to him. And it's my fault this year on that, really, at the end of the day, because I should have gotten more ahead on some of these fan channels of reaching out to them and trying to do more of a kind of behind enemy lines thing. It would have been great for the channel to do that, I think, on a weekly basis. And I got to admit, I dropped the ball on that one. But yeah, I don't think he was able to be messaged on I tried to message him too on Twitter. I don't know if you can message him on Twitter. I think they had it like turned off with Twitter when I tried on that. Or maybe I was able to. I did reach out to him though. I swear I did. I promise. Because it was a good suggestion on your part. I want to do more of those shows where we're having some interactions with other fan channels and chopping it up a little bit. But thank you, man. Appreciate that. And thanks on the congrats on the win. It's a nice win for us. Feel good about it. Panthers played good, though. They were down a lot of guys. They put a good fight up today. They didn't make it easy on us. Space, I saw Joe Montana play in the Kingdom. He was just playing for Kansas City, and he beat us. He made it look like a 9-to-5 job. Yeah, Joe by that point had mastered that offense, and he was at that point quarterbacking where you weren't going to confuse him. He knew what he was seeing. He knew where to go with the ball. That back, I think, eventually just couldn't hold up for him, but he still had the ability. That was one of those things. It was a little bit like it was with Bird in basketball, where just the back ended up being the thing that I think ended up nipping Montana and holding it up a bit. Random the Cut says, you were awesome on BR, Bleacher Report. Made an account just to watch. Thank you, man. I hope it was okay. I got a half hour there. You guys know I like to speak so long that you try to box me into only having a half hour to say something, and And I get worried about that. I start sweating a little bit, that feels like 30 seconds to wrap up the game to me. But thank you for making it a count. They notice that type of stuff, and people are, it's causing extra new logins and stuff to catch my content on there. And we'll be doing it again next week, and maybe be doing it on into the future. I certainly would be. I would love to do it as a kind of a normal thing with them. Marcus B2828 says, just the visual I wanted before I go to bed. The Cardinals owner naked. You remember that scene, Marcus, where they're pulling off little pieces after every win? A little bit more, a little bit more. Hey, Gannon's a live wire, Marcus. What can I say, man? He marches to his own beat, these young coaches. They got their own view for how they motivate teams. Who am I to question it? I'm not a head coach. It's just what I heard. That's all. Just what I heard. Ryan, hear a lot of injuries today. What are the most serious ones? Thanks, B. We got to monitor what's going on with the Draymond Jones hip thing. Hips can be dodgy. Hips can take guys out in bad ways. So we got to kind of pay attention to that one a little bit. I think Trey Brown's going to have a concussion, so I'm sure he will be back relatively soon. Looked like Jordan Brooks was battling through some back stuff throughout the course of this game a little bit. Damian Lewis went out with a hand injury, but then came back and was able to play. Anthony Bradford went down to an ankle injury, but was able to come back and play. I think if we're talking about coming out of this game and there being a lot of any kind of real new serious injury, I don't think that was the case. Did we get a little bit more beaten up? Yeah, just a little bit. I would say that is the case. So nothing serious. I'm trying to think if maybe there's one that I'm forgetting here. I think either Darrell Taylor or Draymond Jones, because we don't know quite the severity, but both of those guys were up and standing and looking like they're getting through it okay. We'll have to just kind of monitor it, I guess. But nothing major. I don't think there was anything major. The user, if the money worked out, I think Wilson to the Jets would be cool to see. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way that unfortunately, the users, there's just no way that I think the Broncos can pull off that kind of trade. I don't know if the Jets would really want him. I mean, I know they're desperate. Beggars can't be choosers. But if I'm the Jets, I'd be more locking in on Cousins. Especially with the Vikings 0-3 now. JL says the Giants will be coming off 11 days of rest, and it still won't matter. 12's taking over New York. Let's do it. That's our stadium. You're our daddy, New York. Johnny Utah, B, did you watch any college football this weekend? Who do you like if we draft a quarterback to develop? Brendan is in love with Joe Milton. Oh, Brendan's got he likes those big arm talent guys. He likes the big cannon shooters. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to as much lock in so far this year on Milton. I've been a little bit overwhelmed by the number of quarterbacks to watch. And I find myself on Saturday mornings, like Saturday days, kind of rather than just concentrating on one game, I'm kind of flipping through a variety of different games, And so it's been kind of hard to just kind of lock in on one. Let's just start out from this standpoint of things, Johnny. And that is that, in my opinion, the tremendous part of this year is that not only do you have as a deep a quarterback class as maybe we've seen in 20 years. I'm talking deep. I'm not talking about just it's stacked at the top with a ton of talent, but as deep a quarterback classes that we've had in 20 years. And so many of these guys coming into this year, with that depth being on the horizon as we entered into this college season, what you're seeing is these guys take steps forward. Michael Penix taking steps forward, pushing him in more firmer into first round discussion. Cam Ward, hey, I got something to say about that. Bo Nix coming out with a nice signature win for this Oregon team against Colorado this past week. He himself looking improved. Spencer Rattler down there in the South looking improved. Riley Leonard coming up out, looking like he might have be able to make some noise. And a lot of these guys, you got big arms, you got good size, you got some mobility. They're bringing a lot to the table as well with their skill set. And so it's just been tremendous to watch so many stepping forward. When in doing this coverage over the last couple of years, something that stood out to me as kind of a dissuading theme or trend is that we've had a lot of these quarterbacks come into the final year of their college career and they play down. They have a bad season. KJ Jefferson last year thought he could ascend. No. Spencer Rattler couldn't quite get to that ascend state. Sam Howell, his final year of college. Right? You got kind of go through the list of names on some of these guys in recent history where they're just not playing their best year. But these guys are on the opposite end of things here now. They're going the other way with it now, Johnny. And this means that there's going to be a ton of different guys to look through. I'm not as laser locked in on just one guy in particular that I really am in love with, but I love a lot of the guys. I love a lot of these guys. We end up out with a second round pick that's one of, Cam, second or third or fourth round pick of Cam Ward or Jordan Travis, Bo Nix type or anything. I mean, I'm not going to have a hard time making that choice if I'm Schneider in this draft with all the talent that is there. But everybody's basically stepping forward, Johnny. If you've got 15 draftable quarterbacks coming into the season, truly good draftable quarterbacks, all of those guys, for the most part, have taken steps forward, not steps back. It's Tyler Van Dyke playing some of his best football right now. Guy that had started to kind of fall back as far as his prospect status, coming a bit more to the forefront now. He looked very impressive this past week against Texas A&M, I believe it was. Johnny Utah, I did like McDaniel's explanation on not chasing the record. Also, I think karma football gods would have kicked in and someone significant would have gotten injured. Yeah, probably so. You got to be careful there. Be careful playing that game where there's no upside. Alexander says Miami should have just kicked the field goal to reach 73 points and they would have broke the 72-point record. Yeah, but it's like Johnny says, it's like the karma you bring on at that point. I don't know. There's some bad juju coming down the other side of that. Drunk, when do you think JSN plays a bigger role going forward? Doesn't seem like there's many slot formations since we use the tight end sets more. You think we use more when Charles Cross comes back? Yes, I think you have the answer within your question there, Drunk, being that you utilize these tight ends, not because you prefer them more necessarily. I knew we used them at a high propensity last year, but I think the plan was to go to more 3 wide receivers this year. The problem is that you need the help for the tackles. So when the answer would be, once you no longer need to have to help the tackles on both sides with chip blocks, now you can go to more 3 wide receiver looks. Then with that, you will see more production come from JSN, in my opinion. Space, do I have the link for the BR? They can't afford it. I'll post it. I'll post it down in the chat here before we sign off today, Space. I got to go track it down, I think, but I can go find you it. For sure. I will get that down in there. Drunk, can't wait until Jamal Adams, Tariq, and Devin Witherspoon play together. Me neither, man. I'm looking forward to that too, Drunk. Very interested by maybe some of the coverage concepts you can instill when you do that. Michael Penix looks amazing, honestly. A late first-round pick so far. Agreed, Drunk. I think he could be even pushing himself maybe with this performance level right now up and around the mid point of the first round. But he's solidifying himself right now into that state of things. Jacob Davis, I just got through watching 80 to 90% of Brandon Perna's stream for the Miami Massacre. Laughing out loud, rest in peace, Bronco hopes and dreams for the start of the Sean Payton era. Yeah, almost over before it even began, Jacob. But yeah, poor Brandon. Hopefully that's going to be the worst game that he's ever seen. Hopefully that'll be the final one, Jacob. Jacob says, like, hype for Caleb Williams is going to quiet down when on 11-4, my Huskies defense makes him look like garbage. Mark my words. I love it, Jacob. Get it. Get it. Knock that guy off his high hog, off his high horse. Take him out. Show him Penix is the real deal here. Lefties are the truth. Drunk Drake May fell off, so isn't off to a good start. Maybe not off the strong start. I don't know if I go full on fall off phase of things, but maybe not quite as strong. Johnny, I pray we don't draft a quarterback until the 3rd round or later. Need defense to complement our epic O while Geno's window is still open. I like where you're coming from with that. I do. And I wouldn't mind waiting that much. I mean, this is the thing with having such a deep quarterback class is that, you know, you can find maybe a 1st round talent in the 2nd round. You can find maybe a 2nd round talent in the 3rd round. You can find maybe and that's maybe the best place to strike. This is a little bit of what I've thought is that this could be a little bit like your Russell Wilson draft, where part of the reason that you had the Russell Wilson draft happen as it did was, yes, he was undersized, and the NFL had that whole thing about how they were all size queens. So if you were under 6 foot tall, you just couldn't be a quarterback. That was part of it. Part of it as well was that was a pretty deep draft for quarterbacks. Kirk Cousins, RG3, and Andrew Luck. So you got lost a little bit in the shuffle with how much depth of the quarterback position you had. I think we could be running into something very similar this upcoming year with these quarterbacks, which makes it a little bit more likely that they strike in that second or third round area of things. But third round feels like kind of the money area. You're right, for the best value, best bang for the buck, and you can still address those defensive things that you need to want to go attack, specifically defensive line, linebacker, with the earlier picks. Mark Cottigan, Cam Ward to the right NFL coach is a huge threat to anyone. I agree, man. He's just as much right there with Michael Penix in what he's doing and being legitimate, and what he's doing is raising his stock up. Comes into this year as maybe a guy looked as a third round guy, is raising up into the second round. Maybe he can raise himself into a first round discussion before it's all said and done. It's a long college season yet still in front of us. But out the gate in the beginnings here so far, Cam's been very, very, very good. Space, we have a third round pick still from the Denver Broncos for this upcoming year, which is looking mighty tasty. It's looking kind of like I'm just going to call it a sub-second. Can we just call it a sub-second round pick? I mean, if they're the worst, if they're like one of the worst league records, then it's basically a second round pick, right? It's technically a third rounder, but let's call it a second rounder. I bring this motion to you, the public. Get an amen on that. And Cam Ward does look like he can be the guy. I did watch a lot of that game against Oregon State yesterday, and he was so very impressive. Really controlling things from the quarterback position back there. John says, wouldn't it be awesome if we had Mike McDaniel and all the offensive weapons were used to their full capability? I mean, it would be nice. I mean, the offense has been doing pretty good so far, John, But McDaniel's a smart guy, that's for sure. User, is it me or do teams know we're going to run when we bring out Bobo? I think people are probably picking up a little bit on that. I will say there was one point in this game where we brought out Bobo and Cody Thompson, and I was like, well, if I'm a defensive coordinator here, this has got to be a pass or run. And they did actually pass it on that play. So it seems like they're a little bit aware of that. But yeah, most defensive coaches are probably doing the math that it's probably a run if Bobo's out there. John says, I love how Miami uses motion to get a jump start with their speedy receivers. How would you guard DK at a full gallop at the snap? That'd be probably pretty tough. Certainly we want to get in his way, John. And yeah, that's really at the heart of what McDaniels is doing. He's multiple. He'll hit you and he'll stretch you out laterally, but really it's that pre-snap motion with those fast receivers where he's really making his hay right now. Play hand grenade. Is Spencer Rattler still into college? I thought he was coming into the draft. And now he went back another year last year. He's coming out this year. He is going to be 28 years old in his first NFL season. No, I'm joking. He's going to be a little bit old, maybe older prospect at that point, but he's having a good year. He's improving. He's getting better this year. He's playing in the tough SEC, so he's got to go against tough defenses every week, and he doesn't have a lot of talent necessarily on that team versus the talent he's going up against every Sunday. But he's looked better, and he's got a good arm. No doubt about that. Drunk, is Russell Wilson done in Denver? Like, honest question. 70 points has to be the final straw there. I think that he's not going to last past this year. I think they're going to cut him and make him a post-June 1st designation at that point. And I think that's where it's going pretty fast and pretty quickly here. I mean, you can't really put on Russ the 70 points in particular. I know maybe he didn't play his greatest in this game, but 70 points. That's your defense. Can we get a stop today somewhere? Maybe a field goal, please? Just one. But yeah, I think it's heading in that direction at this point. Johnny Utah says, before today, the Broncos were 0-2 by a margin of 3 points. Now they allowed a 70 spot. Oh, that plus-minus ratio ain't going to look good after today, that's for sure. John says, yeah, Penix playing like a top 10 pick, having a Burrow-type year. He's got a stronger arm, and his deep accuracy is unbelievable. I would honestly consider whoever running the Huskies offense for head coach and draft pick Penix. Penix looking good, man. I ain't out. I'd be in on Penix, John. I don't know if he's going to be where we're going to be picking in this draft, because I do think he's going to be picked probably higher than when we're going to be picked where we're taken. But I've seen the same thing from you. I think if you're looking for 2 points of improvement from Penix this year, I think the arm strength has dialed up even a little bit extra, a little bit more now. It's got even a little bit more snap to it, a little bit more explosiveness coming out of his hand, and I think his accuracy has been a little bit more on point to my eyes. I mean, he's really put it in some real special spots at times on some of these throws. But I think he is quickly driving himself into top of the first round discussion. Alexander says, I just gazed my eyes on that 70-pointer like it was a foreign alien. John, man, these coaches can fall behind the curve quickly if they don't keep up. Sean Payton, prime example. A little bit. Let's remember too, John, I mean, that wasn't a particularly good Denver team. He certainly has maybe eroded a bit more of that defense and made them for the worse for the wear. But, he had a tough proposition ahead of him coming into this Broncos team. They weren't going to be good in pass protection. They didn't necessarily have the dynamic guys at the running back position to make it go. They don't have necessarily the guys on the outside who are really going to be difference makers there. And defensively, they've been kind of bleeding talent a little bit in recent years. But yeah, NFL moves fast. We've seen that. You can be on the cutting edge today and a grandfather clock tomorrow. Drunk says the Texans are making noise. CJ Stroud looks like the best rookie quarterback so far, playing good football, especially with the weapons he has. He has. He's looked really good, made some really good throws. He says, yeah, preach it. I'll try. Show me the Mortys. Hi, Brandon. Sorry, I'm late to the stream, so you probably answered this already. But why do you think JSN hasn't broken out yet? The main reason is all down to just really one simple thing. Show me the Mortys. You've had your 2 starting tackles down for 2 games and a quarter and a half. So what an NFL team does, show me the Mortys, when they lose 1 offensive tackle, they're going to bring in more help there with tight ends and running backs for chip blocks. And that's most especially going to be the case now when you are down 2 of your tackles. So what this means is that you're going to 2 tight end sets more than you probably planned on doing so at the start of this year to accommodate the backup tackles, to get them chip blocks, to get them help. But this doesn't mean that JSN isn't getting open or doesn't have still a lot of potential ahead of him this year. He will make his mark before the year is over, but that's why it's not happened as of yet. He's getting open coming into this week. According to the advanced stats on this, show me the Mortys. I think he was creating 4.5 yards of separation on average per route. That was second best in the NFL for any wide receiver in the sport. So he's creating the separation. He's caught the ball when targeted. It's just a matter of you got an embarrassment of riches and you've got a situation where you're leaning on 2 tight end sets, which just come directly at the cost of him. John says every top offense is doing motions and giving multiple things for defenses to look at every single play, just like college, and they're all high percentage throws. Geno flourished in a spread offense in West Virginia. We're having more wrinkles, but we have to wait till later in the game. I wish we waited till we were ahead before we played so conservatively. Well said, John. Definitely open it up a little bit more in that second half. DJ looks great, says King. I'd like to take credit for that. No, bro. How do you think Wagner played? I thought that TD was on him, and also a couple of 3rd and longs were in his zone. Maybe you gave up a couple of plays in coverage today. No, bro. I think you put Bobby Wagner in a tough situation at times in this game where you had him trying to cover Adam Thielen. I don't know why in your zone-based concepts you end up with a middle linebacker on Thielen, but offensive coordinators are going to attack that. And I think in most places around this league at the middle linebacker position, whether you had an elder statesman at middle linebacker or not, if you're going to end up having a linebacker covering up a wide receiver, that's going to be to the benefit of the wide receiver. And that's going to be a tough cover for a linebacker. So maybe there was a couple of completions given up. I don't think it was a huge overarching issue. I think maybe he gave up 2 or 3 completions in the game overall. The one in the end zone, if it was the one with, I'm not sure which one you might be talking about. I mean, if it's the last one at the end, I don't know if I could put that on Wagner. But I'll have to go back and take a look at the 22 on that. Get a little bit more from a read. Hans says, good morning, Brandon. Short night, but awesome game today. Go Hawks. Love the Impro. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. User says, I still can't believe that we traded Wilson and got better. Amen, man. Drunk, if Young played today, it would have been a worse score for the Panthers. Yeah. Dalton was a tougher matchup for us. Oh, yeah, and if the Broncos get a decent defensive coordinator, they can probably have only 50 points scored on them. Hans, improvement on the defense and the offense, who came back in the game in their second half. Daniel, I went to sleep, took a 3-hour nap, so missed your reply. But as someone said, we didn't draft Jalen Carter. I'm very optimistic for Witherspoon. And as you mentioned, he plays 2 to 3 times as much. That's it. I'm very happy with what I've seen from Witherspoon. absolutely has met. I would have high expectations for a top 5 pick. I would expect you to do better than a guy maybe picked in the 20s or second round. I want to see impact from you and directly when I put you on the football field. And held to that standard, I think Witherspoon is holding up. And I think he's only going to get more comfortable. I think he's only going to get more better. I think he showed you the full skill set today. I think his PFF grade is going to be great. And I'm very encouraged out of what I'm seeing from Witherspoon, man. Very encouraged. And yeah, as opposed to the difference between him and Carter is Carter's still at this point playing about 30-35% of the snaps. He's only being in there. If you look at him too, they're protecting him a little bit where they're not even asking Carter to really do much in the run defense. It's all really pass rush. And so 30-35% of snaps versus 100% of snaps on the outside. I'll take Witherspoon right now with what we're getting from him. John says the Husky receivers are unbelievable. Too many making diving and contested catches routinely. Oh boy, are they ever. There was that one throw from at Michigan State a couple weeks ago where you've got Penix in his own end zone, John, and he lets it rip, throws it 55 yards just to seed down the field. And I think Jalen McMillan goes up and high points it in front of the cornerback who's over the top. He's got the receiver stacked, and McMillan just jumps up and takes it out of the air. I mean, yeah, they make crazy. These receivers are awesome for the Huskies. They got a hell of an offense. Hans says, don't forget the 12s with the MVP today. No, man, Hans, the 12s were great today, man. 12s were great. Best game in that stadium, as loud as it's been, most impact that stadium's had on a field and directly in the manner by which they did in years, in my opinion. John, what in the world happened to Darrell Taylor? He was on a good trajectory, and now he can't even do what he was good at. Why? I don't know there, John. I don't have a good reason on that. Just not taking steps forward, I guess. But he should be. He should be better than he is here with this, I think. Especially just as a pass rusher, but it's not showing up yet. No, bro. When I watch JSN run routes, it looks like he's not even running full speed. I don't know if that's the reason he's not getting the ball. I don't think it's the reason he's getting the ball. Kind of like I said, I think it's the 2 tight end sets. And again, to back this up, no, bro. The next gen stats on this had him as having the second most amount of separation per route run in the entire NFL for receivers coming into this game. So he is getting open, but it gets hard because he's not having a lot of opportunities on the field, and he's probably not always option 1 through the route progression for Geno. And so, yeah. John, Bobby Wagner single-handedly fixed our run D. Also, Jaron Reed has had a monster game, but PFF still doesn't like him. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Bobby's getting it fixed out, Jeffrey. John. And I do think Jaron's helping out as well. I think the combination of those two have been the big factors in helping us step forward. Mario Edwards is also doing his thing. But run game issues have seemingly been turned around. We still have to fix out the coverage stuff, but the run game stuff has been handled. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, our red zone offense is pitiful, B. I think we get a little bit too in love with throwing the ball at times, Jeffrey, and we just got to get back to running the ball inside the red zone. That's typically how you're going to score in there, is run the ball and run it efficiently. And there's times we just fall a little bit, as we did in that first half, fall a little bit too much in love with the passing attack. Got to go back down, and remember, you got to be a little more balanced at times. We'll see with that, though. And Witherspoon does play at the Swagger space. Next game is Monday night, right? Against Danny Dimes. I think, is it Monday night or is it Sunday night? No, you're right. Monday night. Monday night game. Monday night matchup. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, Monday night, Danny Dimes drunk. Danny Dimes. No Bro says, do you think the reason we don't target the middle of the field is because of Pete? Because I thought the only reason was because of Russ's height. No, and I know I'm probably late on answering the question there, no, bro, but just apply down what's going on with the tackle situation. It's not something to gleam over or just gloss over or just sort of like, okay, yeah, you got backup tackles in. So what? What does that do? It changes a whole offense's design, and it really should speak to how rather than right now, in my opinion, we really shouldn't have any kind of discussion about JSN not getting enough done from people's perspective. Your offense is showing itself out to be one of the best offenses in the NFL. You got 8 scoring drives on 10 offensive opportunities this game, coming on the heels of what you did to Detroit last week. The offense is moving the ball. The offense is scoring points. The catches are going to come for JSN. He's not getting targeted because of the fact that you have backup tackles that you've had to trot out there and you're trying to provide them help. This is a concept that I'm having a hard time getting across for some reason, and it keeps getting asked and brought up, and I don't know why people can't quite see it. If you're going to the 2 tight end set, you can't run 3 wide receivers and 2 tight ends at the same time. So if you go to 2 tight ends, you're taking one of the receivers off the field. We're not going to take Tyler off the field. We're not going to take DK off the field. The Hawks will target in the middle of the defense eventually. But I mean, here's the thing. If they didn't target the middle of the defense, then how are they hitting these tight ends all the time? You know, we're targeting our tight ends plenty, but that's the reason why, is they're on the field in situations when JSN isn't. JSN's not on the field because you have backup tackles in there. So with the backup tackles, you got to get them chip blocking. They need to get help. This is the way it rolls. And any NFL team, the Miami Dolphins, the most explosive offense in the entire NFL, if they're down their starting 2 tackles, they themselves will be in the same kind of state as us here, trying to do the same kind of things. This is the nature of the beast if you lose your 2 starting tackles. But it's beyond lamenting that the lack of JSN's targets. It should be more of the revering of Waldron, more of the celebrating of Geno Smith. The fact that you have still been productive. You put 2 30-burgers up in back-to-back weeks, despite not being able to call upon JSN. That's still waiting and sitting in reserve for us. No Bro says, Boye Mafe played great today. He's taking Darrell Taylor's pass rush snaps. He might be taking some. I saw little Taylor out there today, but maybe he's not getting as much run, to your point. Daniel says, just thought, but do these tackle injuries help our game plan versus the Niners? I.e. Cross Lucas should return when we run the same game plan versus the Niners D-line. Might help. I don't think as much. No, you're going to need to have those guys blocking an island so you can send out more pass catchers into routes against them. And my reasoning for this, Daniel, is that you tried that as a strategy in week 2 last year. You were worried about those rookie tackles holding up in pass protection. And so Coach Carroll gave those guys a lot of help, and it was a lot of short throws, and your offense just came out of that game looking really limited. I think you got to go full a little bit more harder at the Niners. Alexander Brandon, I'm curious, what do you think of Trevor Lawrence? It seems the Jags are regressing. Been a bit of a struggle for them early on. I'm not sure what to make of it. Admittedly, Alexander, I haven't had a chance to really watch a lot of the tape. He's made as many big-time throws in this sport as Tua Tagovailoa, and they've made the most big-time throws of any quarterbacks out there. So he's making still those wild throws. Jaguars might have gotten a little bit ahead of things last year. They had a lot of work to go, it seemed like, when the last head coach was out of there. So maybe there's just, from their standpoint, they gave him a little bit of fool's gold last year, and that they're still really in kind of the early stages of getting this thing turned around there. So I still think Lawrence will be fine when it's all said and done. But I think he's also having to be asked to kind of carry a little bit of the load there right now, where that defense is not very good, I don't think. Johnson's Mario bull rushed on one play and put the guard in the quarterback's lap. He did. I saw that play too. Good to see. Kashmir, I don't know what if Shane Waldron becomes head coach after Pete retires. Kashmir, it's definitely brought up quite a bit on my channel as well. People want to see Waldron stay in-house. Don't let that guy get away. I get the thinking on that. Here's just the issue with that, Kashmir. Coach Carroll has not shown any inclination that he is looking to retire or move on. I understand by his general natural age, there might be a sentiment out there, well, certainly he's ready to retire. But Coach Carroll has given you no indication that he's looking to do that. Waldron, very likely, if he continues on in his current trajectory, is going to be a head coaching possibility even after this year. So I just don't think Waldron, if he's going to be this good, is going to last long enough to be the next head coach. Ski Nation, thank you for another $10 donation. I do appreciate that, Ski Nation. He says, it feels like the team is still getting to know each other on offense and defense. The players are still gelling together. When all are healthy, we will be legit. I love it, Ski Nation. Let's go. Let's go. And I feel you on that, man. I do think that you're not at your full strength. You've not yet played up to your maximum capacity as a team and a unit, both I would say offensively and defensively speaking. And that's something when you're putting up 230 burgers in back-to-back weeks on the offensive side of the ball. But I think we'll eventually get there. I think we'll eventually get to that full strength. And like you say, once they do, I think we're going to be a tough team to deal with at that point. I don't think it's going to be an easy one at that point. Thank you, man, for that $10 donation. And I love the optimism, Ski. I do. And I share it, especially defensively. Getting Jamal back, Tariq Woolen on one side, Witherspoon over on the other. Get your guy Julian Love up in the slot. John, I want to see Walker running more sweeps. Me too, John. Get him on the outside more often. He gets to the outside on a lot of his runs on A-gap runs where he just happens to find his way out there. John, why do we go away from DK? He's like Jimmy Graham, who gets stronger the more he's targeted. They got to scheme him open. Yeah. I think some of it, too, is just that you got to pick your moments a little bit with these backup tackles. Again, I think, John, the offense ain't running full. I think there's a bit of an expectation, and I'm not trying to put this. Maybe I'm misaligning this on you, so if I am, you're free to correct me. But there seems to be a general feeling right now that, like, this offense was supposed to just lose both of its tackles and still just go full force. Like, JSN's supposed to be out there lighting it up. DK's supposed to be out there. And even as we stand right now, John, I mean, DK's on pace through 3 games for a 1,300-yard season. You know, one of his best pro careers. I think when you've gotten a bit of an embarrassment of riches on an offense and you've got a lot of different guys you can call upon, it's going to be hard for any one guy to get featured or be carrying the day wholly on their own. I think you're going to be more spreading the ball around in your general nature of things. But I think as well, too, John, there's just going to be some limited nature to this offense when you've got 3/5, 4/5 of your offensive line down in this game as they were. I think it gets hard to say, like, let's just run all of our stuff normally. Let's run our 7-step drops and just trust our protections on that stuff. You're not going to do that, I don't think. You know, Drunk Seahawks could still trade for a defensive lineman before the trade deadline. They got the money. They got the resources. Is there the player available? I'm not sure. John says if we can ever get JSN the ball, I think it's the missing piece to get our outside receivers open. I think he will get his targets before it's all said and done this year, John. I do believe that. ZD wants Bradford to start. He looked pretty decent today. I gotta get a second look at him on the All-22. Johnny Utah, Bobo, highest rated run blocking wide receiver last week and good this week too. He's a demon as a blocker in the run game. Very impressive. Very impressive. Central Valley, Dante Pettis was a second round from Washington, and he would not play because he would not run block and wasn't tough enough. It certainly isn't going to work Central Valley Kings in a Shanahan offense. He's going to expect his receivers to block and block well. But yeah, Dante Pettis was never quite able to ascend on that second round pick status. I didn't know that about them. That's interesting. John Utah, Canella is already lighting it up in the Tampa Bay, saving Baker's career. Waldron would be a hot hire this offseason. I think he'll be gone too. I agree. I think if they become a top 5 offense again for back-to-back seasons, I think he becomes as bright a candidate out there as any other for a head coaching job. And I don't think the offense is not going to be anything but productive anytime soon and explosive. And that's just going to, if not this season, then next year, be ready to go on that. Red Ace, our franchise seems to be in a better place compared to a lot of NFC franchises. Yeah. You got the Saints with their cap hell on a yearly basis. You get the Panthers unsure if they've got the right quarterback here at Bryce Young. The Packers today were sweating bullets for a lot of this day as they're about to lose their first home opener in 10 years against the Saints and then barely were able to squeak it out. I know they're, I think, 3-0 right now, but I don't think you got a lot of people in Green Bay feeling super uber confident as it stands. Washington, where are they? They're a defensive team that doesn't necessarily always play very good defense, and they don't know who their quarterback's going to be or where it's going to be. You got the Giants giving $45 million a year to Daniel Jones, $40 million a year to Daniel Jones. Yeah, I agree. A lot more of a, let's call it a healthier state. Red says, I can't believe I'm saying this, but holy F, I'm excited for Blitzboy to come back. Hey, me too, man. Me too. Brandon the Cut says 30 burgers with our O-line in the state it is scary. Can't wait to see for Cross to be back with Lucas. Yeah, me neither, man. Get these guys back at full strength. We'll start to see a little more JSN here. You'll start the explosive level of the offense, I think, start to ramp up a little bit. And Johnny Utah, shout out to Canales, too, for doing the work he's doing with Tampa Bay. I would not have thought you'd get a Baker to play any kind of legitimate level, and he's making it happen. Even McVay couldn't pull that off. Johnny Utah says, who came up with Zach Diesel? That 12 deserves a beer. I forget who. I'll end up giving the credit. I forget who it was. Maybe it was Why Do I think it was on that one. I didn't come up with it, that's for sure. Jeffo Hefo says DK at tight end would help get Jackson Smith and Jigba on the field. It might on that. Chaz Johnson. Seahawks are awesome, says Chaz Johnson. Seahawks are the best team ever, says Chaz. Chaz says Seahawks are super cool. So nice of you, Chaz. Such a kind comment to say about our Hawks. Appreciate you. John, our backup tackle's playing good with decent grades, but it's probably because we're protecting them. No? Yeah. I mean, think about it, John. If you're in a place of if you're a PFF guy and you're trying to grade these tackles on a snap and you've got to give a grade every snap, you can't take a snap and go, well, that doesn't count because he had help. And so, yeah, I think when you tend to have help, your grade's going to look a little bit better. You got the reinforcements there. So, yeah, I think it's definitely an aid, John. Red A says losing our starting tackles early has been a massive test upon Waldron. Agreed. And he's answered the bell. I was talking about today, both with Waldron and Geno Smith, I think they had a very high degree of difficulty coming into this game. Down all of those offensive linemen. No Will Disley. You know, it wasn't going to be easy. I know the Panthers had their share of injuries too, but this has still been a very good Panther defense this year. It's been a stingy Panther defense this year coming into this game. So the fact that you were able to flourish in that environment, put up 37 points, and be consistent throughout, 8 scoring drives on 10 opportunities, only 2 punts on the day. Just a great job. Great job. John says, it scares me that Jamal isn't playing thus far. How much better can his injury be in 1 week? Do you think if he gets hurt again, he retires? And that's a good question on the second part, John. You would wonder if he had a major injury again, if that would not be one where he's like, okay, the body's not letting me do this. I think he probably, if I was to make a guess on this, John wanted to come back even next week, and Pete was like, just give it 1 more week. And Pete doing it, and maybe as much not John, because he's thinking that it's going to get him more better or more healthier with that 1 extra week, but that's 1 less week of wear and tear. And we've got Andy Dalton coming into our house with how we just played after last week. We can beat this team without you being in, Jamal. And maybe that part of what I've thought of their strategy here, John, is to wait a little bit of extra time with Jamal in order so that then when you bring him back, you can have available him for the whole season rather than get him out there quick, wear him out, break him early in the year, and then you get to the playoffs and you got no Jamal. You know, which would you rather have? And if you could have some kind of control of that as a coach and enable that control, would you not enact that control to take that extra week if you could? So I kind of get where Coach Carroll's coming from to make that choice at that point. I don't think it's that he'd be healthier, but just let's get this guy by the end of the year rolling. So we have him on the roster rolling at the end of the year. So we're not going, well, he wore down. Thanks, John, for handling business in there. In the chat, John says, how in the world is Arizona winning? Their coach has got to be in consideration for coach of the year. Where is he from? Offense? What offense was he running? He's a defensive-minded head coach. So it's impressive what Gannon's doing. I don't know how the Cardinals are doing it, but they've been a fun team start this year off, John. And they don't look like they're in tank mode. Just like the Rams. Looks like we're going to get a little bit of a tougher team than we thought. Kashmir, Jamal is supposed to play next game. Indeed, Kashmir. Carroll said he's going to play. And I agree, John. I think it might be on a pitch count. It might be on a pitch count. That would make sense if they did that, especially having that bye. You get him out there, get him hitting a little bit, just enough to get the body sore and get in there and get kind of back in. And then he gets the extra week and then bam, comes back full steam the week after that. Brandon Taylor, thank you for the $10 donation. That is very kind of you, Brandon Taylor, for that. He says, with the week 1 loss and the Cardinals taking out the Cowboys, we can't expect any easy wins this year. Hopefully the bye helps us get a few key pieces back and we beat the Bengals to start the year 4-1. That would be a hell of a start to the year, Brandon. The schedule gets tougher. We got to get things done right now in this moment when the schedule is a little bit not weakened up, but it's a little bit more easier roads to navigate. The Cardinal game is looking tougher than it looked at the start. The Rams game is certainly going to be tougher on the road to go try to play that one as McVay can give us all that we can handle. So you're absolutely right about that. There may not be a lot of easy stretches in this particular schedule this upcoming season. So hopefully we can get that 4-1 state. The bye is coming. We didn't think it was going to be a good time at the start of the year, Brandon. We were like, bye, early year. but it now looks really good, looks really welcomed, because it's going to help to maybe put you in a position to get back very close to full strength by the time you come up back on the other end of the bye. And if you could do that in addition to being 4-1 at the same point in time, we're rolling at that point. We're feeling good about things at that point. But still some work to do with this Giants team. Still some work to do with that potential Bengals team on the road at 10 a.m., depending on how Burrow's health is going to hold up at that point. So that'll be a big factor into this as well, Brandon. But thank you for that $10 donation. I do think we're going to have to take every opponent pretty legitimate. There's not going to be any easy walkovers here this year, I don't think, in the way that it's setting up. And I don't know how the hell the Cardinals are doing it. I really don't, man. Thank you, though, Brandon, for that $10. You're very kind for doing so. I really do appreciate it. Jeffrey A. Thistle with the $2 donation. Jeffrey, thank you for your multiple donations tonight. He says, Florida fishes put 20 on poor Russ. Rest in peace. Yeah, indeed. You think that the low has hit the lowest of the low in regards to Russ in that Denver situation, and they end up finding a new low every week. I don't know how they do it, but they're doing it. And I don't know if there's ever been an athlete that's quite had kind of the fall from grace where you couldn't point to it and say, well, there's this one incident that occurred that just scarred it and brought everything down all the hell, or there's one major injury that happened that took a guy out. I think in the case of this, it's been just almost a day after day like thing since he's gotten to Denver. Well, Russ gets his own office. Oh, Russ was doing this, and it's an avalanche down on him. He didn't give up the 70 points today, but it does speak to how I know that where this is going to sit is that it will be reflective upon Russ, nonetheless, in a lot of respects, fair or not. And I do think, like some have already talked about on this stream a little bit, the end may be coming down sooner than later for Russ as a professional quarterback, and certainly at least as a starting professional quarterback. I'm not saying that gleefully or celebrating. I'm just saying that's where this is kind of trending towards in general. You can be a Russ backer, and that's just kind of where it's sort of heading to. But thank you so much, Jeffrey, for that $2 donation, man. And I'm seeing the same thing. I'm seeing the same thing out there in Denver. Drunk Squitter, that Bengals game is going to be crazy. It very well could be. Very well could be. And especially the way you're giving up yards in the air. I mean, Burrow might throw for 550 in that game. Phoebe Moore, the Seahawks says, I think we should wait one more week on Cross. I'd be okay with it if they chose to. I'm more worried with what the Giants bring up the middle in the defense. I'm more worried right now where it stands with Lawrence and Williams. But I'd understand if they want to take it a week. Those turf toes can be gnarly. Central Valley Kings, did Russ believe in the let Russ cook hype too much? He's losing his Hall of Fame status. Indeed, he is losing his Hall of Fame status. I think that this is definitely potentially going to cost him that. And I don't know if it was the let Russ cook got to his head thing. I think, what happened here was that you got to know yourself. And when what really comes down to Russ, I've said this for about 3 years now, and I'm going to maintain that this is still my answer. And that is that when you have legendary quarterbacks through their 20s who are highly productive and they get into their early 30s, most of those quarterbacks who continue to play on into their mid 30s and even into their late 30s are guys who have then mastered the sport by their early 30s. They've mastered protections. They've mastered blitzes. They've mastered the ability to throw with anticipation. These are the glaring holes that have always been in Russ's game, even when he does all of the other great things on the other side of it. And there are many great things that he brought to bear. Those were the things that were always a part of Russ. And he never developed it. He never did that thing normal quarterbacks do, which is to get your masterate degree, your doctorate degree in quarterbacking. Instead he was like, I got my 4-year degree. I'm fine. That's enough. And it was enough when he had his athleticism. It was enough when he had his full arm strength that he could unleash. But when he lost half a step, when he lost some of the arm strength, that started to go down. When that started to go down, and he didn't have the stuff from the neck up to fall back on to get better at, you see the end of his career come very, very quick. And Russ just never grew the game from the neck up, and he didn't because he didn't have to. Why? Because he could always improv it. He could always freelance it. He could always make it up as he goes along. Sometimes you can't once you get in your mid-30s. Sometimes you actually need to have a plan. Drunk, who covers Jamar, Chase, Tariq, or Witherspoon? Drunk, we don't move our corners. So remember that. Going back to the Sherman days, you don't move your corners. You don't travel. Guys stay on their sides. And that's for the betterment of the defense. Red Ace, shout out to you for fostering such a great environment for the 12s. You demand. No, you demand, Red Ace. And let my community did it on their own. These folks collected and realized what we're trying to do here, and everyone's gotten on the same page. I've had no part in it. It's something that I just get to inherit wonderfully. But I agree with you. I've got a fantastic community here, fantastic chat. People know what we're trying to do here. People are all on the same page. We all think very closely aligned in that we don't necessarily agree on all things, but we think deeply about this team. We love this team, and we're trying to think about it in a deeper level of things. Agreeing or disagreeing, we're all trying to kind of get to that state in here, and I love that about this place, man. Thank you. Brooks says, quarterback tuna and running back mustard. Florida Fishes are a good team. They are a good team. Simranjanit. What's your say on Draymond Jones after 3 games? Overrated? Maybe. Certainly have not been tremendously impressed by him out the gate. He's not getting really any consistent pressure. I haven't locked in on him in the run game necessarily. Maybe he's holding up his end of the bargain on that. He's not been well graded by PFF through the first couple of games. So, from my standpoint on this, Sim, you're not getting your money's worth right now. You're not getting the impact as a pass rusher that you thought you were from Denver. You didn't expect to get a game changer, but you did expect to get a guy, I think, a little bit more a couple times through the game could come up and flash, especially as a pass rusher, and it's just not quite been there. John says maybe want to see Bush in coverage and spell Bobby a bit. I mean, maybe, John. Again, coming back to the worst times in coverage for Bobby today was when he's guarding a receiver. You can put Devin Bush in there. You can slide Jordan Brooks to Bobby's spot. Nobody's covering a wide receiver if that's what you're going to ask him to do in your zone coverage looks. So we come back to me pretty consistently on this, John, when it comes down to how do you want to ham up this coverage situation? What is the problem with coverage? We can start pinpointing little symptoms here and little symptoms here. The problem with the coverage is this. You play cover 3, you play to deep depth, you give up short completions. Full stop. Let's not push it any past further that. Let's not go any further beyond that. If we go to fix that, if we go to address that, the secondary will be helped with it. They will start shutting down passing attacks. And that's even with Bobby having moments in games where he's given up yards in coverage, and Jordan Brooks having moments in games where he's definitely given up yards in coverage. But I don't know. To me, John, when I look at the coverage things between Bobby, maybe he gives up a couple completions. You're asking him to cover Adam Thielen at least 3 or 4 times in this game. I still do believe as well, John, that Jordan Brooks is by far the bigger liability to a much bigger degree there in coverage. And if there's one of those 2 linebackers I'm looking to float out and bring in Bush to be more of a coverage guy, I would do that with Jordan Brooks before I would do that with Bobby Wagner. But you're not alone. There's a lot of people out there that don't feel like he's holding up his end of the bargain in coverage. John says Bobby's a workhorse still at this point in his career. He's always been a 90% of snaps player. Amazing. Absolutely. He's still getting it done, man. And he's having an outstanding year here to begin things. Even a couple of coverage issues. I don't think he's getting roasted out there. Johnny Draymond playing almost every snap needs to lower that snap count to stay efficient. He's better at the run D than advertised, though. I think those are good points on your part, Johnny. Very good points on your part. Scam Blyven. Tua is special and has great talent that he's been able to use to make great connections and win games. Geno has the same weapons, and he's spreading the ball as much as possible to keep the defense guessing. Agreed, Scam. Well put on your part. Really well put. Red Ace can't say I didn't enjoy all his backyard BS he would pull off every other play. Geno the man. Yeah. I don't miss the backyard play. I don't. John, God, I hope when our secondary is all healthy, we start playing more man. Everybody will benefit. Jamal will better man. Spoon sticky. Love came from man defense. Olin can mirror. We have fast edges. I agree. The defense is set up to make this transition, John. The soft zone coverages aren't working, so you think that would impel the coaches to make that transition. But as you know, John, this is not Coach Carroll's pedigree. He has resisted this at every turn over the last 12 years. Does he embrace it now? We shall see. Central Valley Kings, is the Russell Wilson trade the best in the Seahawks history? By far, Central Valley Kings. By far. You got a Joey Galloway trade that got you a couple first-round picks. You got a Rick Meyer trade that got you a top 10 pick, I believe. But this does far surpass that. And folks, we're about 5 hours, 30 minutes in. I think I'm going to go ahead and put a wrap on this. I've got about 11 hours of streaming in so far today. So I'm starting to the eyes are starting to get a little blurry. And I got still about 4 or 5 hours more of work here left to do and cutting up videos and stuff here once I sign off. So if I hope to get to bed by 5 in the morning here, I got to start to kind of put a bit of a button on this show here today. Don Power Ranger, the Hawks Nest. Well, I must go now. Thank you, Brandon. All have a great week. Have a great week, man. Good night. John, it's hard to know how much this defense has changed because the cogs keep getting hurt. So we'll see when they're healthy what the plan was. That's what I'm anticipating too, John, is I think a little bit of this changing back to the old stylings of defense, soft zone concepts have been because of the injuries, and that they're just trying, much like you're doing offensively with the 2 tackles and having to kind of buffer around that, you're having to kind of do some of the similar stuff here defensively. So with you on that, and kind of wondering if once you get back to closer to full strength, does this kind of change schematically a little bit? Doesn't have to be a major way, just some adjustments in there, you know? Since Valley Kings, I would hate hearing when the media would blame the O-line on the high sack numbers Russ had when he was the main reason. He was a big contributing reason, Central Valley King. You want to hold the ball for a long period of time. That's going to put linemen in bigger peril. You're going to line up in shotgun an extra 2 or 3 yards back at deeper depth than a normal quarterback. That's going to put the angles, especially with the wide 9 technique angles, that's going to make it really hard on tackles. Johnny says, getting our secondary back. I can't even speak here. I'm definitely getting a little bit dodgy here. Getting our secondary back full will help the pass rush more, and it will be a beautiful sight when Jamal and Bobby are both on the field. Well said. Central Valley Kings, Russ's new contract hasn't hit yet, if I'm correct. It's been hitting a little bit slightly, Central Valley, but you're going to have the really contract come to bear. They can make him a post-June 1st designation, Central Valley Kings, and split the dead money up into 2 years. I would anticipate that this is probably what Denver's intending to do. Cut him after the year, post-June 1st designation, split the dead money into 2 different sections. Man, chat is humming tonight. You guys are rolling. 12 o'clock at night. We still have well 200 people in here. I'm still seeing new comments just busting through. You guys are on it. I love it. The key to getting Wilson playing better is getting faster receivers who can be deep threats and separate during scramble drills. Maybe why we barely drafted a wide receiver who ran over 4.4s. That would probably help him out, John. I might offer a guess too that if you want to help out Russell in a major way, how about you get him a pass protecting offensive line for the first time in his career? You know, he's never had the opportunity to be benefiting from that. And I think that could help him out a little bit too. But your suggestion also would help. George Twitter says, don't forget Kenny McIntosh comes back. That's right. Can he be back in the flex as well? I don't know if it's next week or if they'll wait for him past the bye, but he's due to come back soon. John says, crazy Bobby used to carry receivers all the way down the middle of the field. I think Bush may have that athleticism. He might. Bush is a fast cat, John. He's got a special kind of brand of quickness. I don't think that they're going to look to take Bobby off the field, though, if that's what it would take. Scam Bliven, how does Dallas lose to a tanking Cardinals roster? Laughing out loud. NFL is like an episode of Twilight Zone every week, I swear. Yeah, I mean, the Cardinals are certainly playing harder than we thought they were going to do under Gannon. They're playing over their skis as far as their talent is concerned. But I do think this was probably also a game in Dallas who, got kind of a gut shot this last week with Trayvon Diggs. Probably came into this game overlooking the Cardinals, right? They were undefeated. They thought they're probably just going to walk over the top of them. As we saw with our Hawks in week 1, as an NFL team, you've got to get up to play. You can't just think that you're going to give 85%, 90% of what you need to require for you from an effort standpoint, and that's going to be enough to win a football game. You play like that against any NFL team, you're going to lose. And Dallas had to face that fact this week. Brady says, by the way, just want to plug, everybody should try to shop at Trader Joe's. Times are tough, and we offer the most competitive prices. Trader Joe's where it at. I love Trader Joe's, man. Alexander Pete knows we are getting sliced and diced running soft zone, but he continues to use it. Why? That's the foundations of his beliefs, defensively speaking, Alexander. He starts his defense off in 2 different places. I'm going to stop the run. I'm going to limit the big passes, the big plays. If you're going to make that choice as a coach, every defense is going to pick a place that they're going to be weak. There is no defense that's, unless they're legendary defenses, that's going to be great everywhere. Every place is going to have a weakness you can attack. The place to attack for us is then going to be in those soft zone-based defensive nature, Alexander, because you're dropping everybody to depth, man. You're protecting against that deep ball. And if you're protecting against the deep ball, you're leaving the short stuff wide open. And so quarterbacks can slice and dice their way up the football field however they want to do so. And that's what that means at that point. Why doesn't Pete go away from it? Why doesn't he notice it's not working? Well, he hasn't noticed it not working over the past couple of years. I'm hopeful that he finally does realize it, but there also could be just a reality that we're facing here where he ain't going to do that. Cameron, thank you so much. I had a great time streaming today. Appreciate you watching, brother. Another awesome Sunday here. After 3 weeks, does the trade line targets change? 3 weeks, do the trade line targets change? Trade line targets. I'm definitely getting blurry-eyed. It's sometimes hard to, when I get late on these streams, guys, to kind of figure out what you're saying on certain stuff. Yeah, we've got D-line targets that could start to expand. It's a little too early. Red Ace, we got to see who are going to be the teams that are still contending, who are the teams that are falling out of contending status state. Can't quite get a feel for it as of yet. You got the Giants 0-3. If you take the Giants to the 0-4 state, do you have a Leonard Williams type that's available to you at that point? Maybe so. I think it's a little premature, though, to make any kind of certain assumptions yet on who is and who isn't going to be available because teams are not out completely yet. There are a few teams out that are out in this league. Not a lot, but even guys that we might know they're out right now, the Bears, the Vikings, which I'm not even sure the Vikings are out quite yet, but they don't necessarily have anything on the defensive line to offer as of yet. So there hasn't been a clear team that's gone into that mode of, oh, this is a team with some really good defensive linemen who now we have available to us. Going to need to give it another couple weeks to get kind of more of a firm hand. And the good news is you get all the way through October to kind of get to the end of the deadline in order to make that determination. But I can't say that there's a lot of guys as of yet that's jumped up based on what we're seeing across the league with the teams that might be starting out right now, 0-3 and saying, okay, that team's now out. If that's what your question was, if I misunderstood your question, please do repost it. But I think that's what you're trying to ask. For the goal, for we calling Charbonnet Cadillac Zach. Bob says, yep, for the veterans who skip preseason, it takes 3 to 4 weeks to shake the rust off and see which parts of the body need to be tweaked. Can you imagine Rodgers playing hardball with Russ's final contract? Can you imagine Rodgers playing hardball with Russ's final contract? I don't know if there is going to be another contract. John says Russ gets cut and asks for $70 million. Yeah, I don't think there's even going to be a starting opportunity. There isn't going to be a person there to negotiate with at that point. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $2 donation and helping us finish up in a nice fashion. I really do appreciate it. Jason says, sounds like Gannon's pew, pew, pew kind of worked. Hey, shots. Shots. I guess it did, man. I guess you wouldn't think it would resonate. You think he has that moment in the press conference where he's saying some embarrassing stuff, you know? I want kills. I want murders. I want people to think of people. It's like, okay, dude. It's not 1985 anymore. That's not going to work. And he's saying it like with that sort of like paper boy level of intensity. Where you're going, yeah, okay, coach. Right. But props to the guy. I mean, that team they're a couple bounces of the ball away from being 3-0 right now. And they've been competitive in every match. Hell, they lost Buda Baker this week. Buda Baker goes on the IR, and they beat the Cowboys. Kind of amazing. Got to give him credit for it, though. Very impressive. Jacob says, I work at Trader Joe. Appreciate the shout out for the company that employs me. Hell yeah. Trader Joe's a good company. I love Trader Joe's, man. Shout out to them. Support your local Trader Joe's. Be more Seahawks. Thanks for streaming. See you on Thursday. Go Hawks. Thank you, man. We'll be doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday stream this week for sure. Actually, we'll be doing 2 streams on Thursday. Jacob, if the Cardinals make the postseason, Gannon should win Coach of the Year unanimously. Yes. Even if they got in on like a, 9-8 year, he should still win at that point. That would be some of the best coaching work we've ever seen to pull this off. I mean, they were making trades at the start of training camp with Simmons, and Josh Jones is a good offensive lineman. I mean, they were clearly tanking. It was a clear tank. John says, how do you think our defense would differ if Pete took over play calling duties completely? I don't think it would change it much at all, John. I think that and this is in essence why John changing different coordinators, like some people change their underwear, has not brought any kind of real change to the defense. Going from Richard to Norton to over to Hurt, you haven't seen a lot of different play calls being had in that secondary. And that's because why, John? He's hiring yes man. He's hiring from the in-house. He's hiring people that are going to do what? go along with what he wants. If Coach Carroll was interested in outside ideas or a play caller to come in with his own unique set of designs on how he wants to call the play, he'd hire from the outside. So he's dictating as much of this game plan going through the week. He's dictating as much of this play call going throughout the game. I have no doubt there's times where he tells Hurt, call this here or call that there. So, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it would make any kind of difference myself. Flag, man, Broncos versus Bears is going to be a barn burner next week. Somebody at the start here was put in my chat on that maybe we'll get a 0-0. 0-0. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you again for that $2 donation. Florida Fishes put 70 on poor Russ. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. The Marlins got him. The Marlins got him this week. John, how do the Vikings lose so many freaking games with the offense smoking? Because their defense is in shambles. You went from the old defense with that guy that was the former DC for whatever his name was. God, my brain gets dumb about 10 hours into streaming. My brain just like, as we will definitely wrap it up, folks. Let's go ahead and put a button on the questions at this point. I want to kind of get some food, and I'm definitely starting to kind of, eyes are going a little bit crossed here. John, they changed the Vic Fangio scheme last year. They had a 4-3 defense. They went to a 3-4. They did the same thing the Seahawks did. They were like, 4-3 linemen. They can turn into 3-4 linemen now. Their defense got old on the back end where they're just hoping these guys were essentially going to play great forever. And that was not going to be the case. You were going to see Father Time finally catch up, and it has. So, they don't have any talent defensively speaking, or much talent defensively speaking. And so while the offense is really good, the defense is equally bad on the other side of it. And they've kind of sabotaged this. They're on their second straight defensive scheme in as many years, and they still don't have, I don't think, the right personnel to make it work. Jason says, oh yeah, whoops, shots, not pew, pew, pew. I know what you meant. I think he does pew, pew, pew. No, John, you're right. He goes pew, 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 shots. It's a combo. Hold on. I got it here. I got it on hand. Hold on. Let's determine this once and for all. Where is he at? Where's he at? Here we go.
Good.
Shoo. Shots. Explosives. You can run. Oh, Johnny Utah, night be a great day for the 12. See you Tuesday night. Sounds good, brother. Sounds good. Rockman Drums just goes to show you can't sleep on any NFL team. You can't fall asleep against a team either. Broncos. Ha ha ha. Nope. No sleeping on any teams in this NFL. Everyone's even the weak ones are legit. Oscar, how do you think next week plays out with the Giants seemingly having their backs against the wall? I think you're going to get the best effort from them at home on prime time. I don't think that you're going to have a team that's going to give you anything but their best shot next week, Oscar. So I think it's a game that comes down the line. I'll give the Hawks a slight edge here because I just don't think Daniel Jones as a thrower is going to be able to do some of the same stuff that some of the quarterbacks have done to us early on this year. I think he'd be pretty proficient. I just don't see a guy who's going to put up 350 passing yards on you and, just pick you apart. He's just kind of not wired that way. But close game. They do score their share of points, probably like a 28-24 kind of game, I guess is how I'd see it. John says, I remember the one year Jamal got all those sacks. Norton was zone blitzing all the time. Yeah, he was blitzing him at like double the highest rate he'd ever blitzed in his career, John. It was like blunt force is all they're trying to do. There was no sense of like hiding the blitz or, being exotic with it. It was blunt force. It was just the boring blitz. Jason says, no, don't make us watch. It's so cringy. It is very cringy. It is very cringy. D-Nugget, impressive. 200 people in the chat. Very impressive. We had 200 people hang on here. It's almost 12 o'clock at night. I've been streaming for 10 hours. You guys in here running along solid with me. I can't believe it sometimes how long you guys go. And you hang in there with me on it. I really do appreciate that. And so I'm getting a little blurry-eyed tonight. Like I just said, my brain's getting a little mushy. But I've had a great time here with you guys tonight. I hope you guys know that. It's always a fun time. That's why I go long like I do. Big Country streaming them's tomorrow. The weekend was depressing. I'm going to have to work my way up to it, Big Country. I'll give you a soft maybe right now. I'm going to be the stream ended up going kind of late tonight again. So you got to keep in mind, I'm going to be up till 5 a.m. this morning, cutting up the post-game reaction vid and all that. So It depends on how tired I am. I'm going to be, usually by Mondays, I'm absolutely wiped. But I'm going to try. I got to be honest with you, too, Big Country. The Mariners' performance over this past month, it's just, they're losing steam. They're running out of energy. They don't have enough. They just don't have enough, The bullpen, not enough. Starting pitching, not enough. Hitting, not enough. Not enough. It's kind of the story of the 2023 Mariners, unfortunately, for me. And it is getting hard, and it's getting really frustrated. It's part of why I stopped streaming as much here as I just concentrate on the football stuff is, I'm getting tired of watching 0 runs through 9 innings. I know they scored a lot today. That's great, but I'm really getting tired of watching those games. I've seen so many of those already throughout this season. Last year, it's gotten lame and old, but I'll try. I will try, Big Country. If I can dust off the voice tomorrow, it's going to be pretty snaggle-toothed. But indeed, I'd like to probably try to still do it because I'm only going to be able to stream twice for Mariners game as we go forward the rest of this year. That's for sure. Neek, can I send you a pic of how my fantasy team performed? It includes Kenneth Walker. Absolutely, Neek. Just send it over there to my Twitter or HeyHawksNest@gmail. I've got Kenneth Walker in my fantasy as well, so I as well got those benefits today. It feels good. I liked it. Ran the cut. I got a donation from you. I will get that donation. I do want to thank as well one more time here the sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year. I had myself a little bet this Sunday. A little bit of a bet, but I was in one of these contests they've got going. I had 5 picks, put down $20. I put it on that Jerry Jeudy would get more than 50 yards receiving. Kenny Pickett would be over 222 yards. Jason Myers would kick more than 2 field goals. Isaiah Pacheco would get more than 55 yards rushing, and that Brock Purdy would have more than 1.5 passing touchdowns. I hit on every single one of those. Turned that $20 into $400. So, Underdog, got some interesting contests out there that you can get into. They got the $100,000 Sundays. They're giving away $2 million a year this year throughout the football season. And if you use my code right now, NEST, or click the link down in the description, you're going to get 100% of your first deposit up to $100 matched by me on the Nest. $100 from me to you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you watching. Go make some money now. Go win a little bit of money. But thank you to them for that support throughout this year on Underdog. I really do appreciate them doing that. I want to thank as well Underdog or Bleacher Report. Let me get all my names right here. Bleacher Report. I did promise you guys I wanted to get the link in here if you guys want. I'll probably try to put this down in the description maybe too, but you have to download the app to watch it. So if you do want to, I'll put it down in the description after the show because I don't want to mess up the mic here. But if you do want to check out the Bleacher Report, I'll be doing another appearance with them next week. I did this week as well. So if you download the app, you can find me over there. I did a little bit of a quick wrap up here in regards to the into this game, and we'll be doing another one next week. So the same kind of standard we're going to be doing next week, where we'll be live streaming play-by-play during the game. I'll bust over to the Bleacher Report, and then we'll be doing a post-game discussion back over here after that point. So bang, 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 3 streams into next Sunday. That we'll keep doing that as we go forward here, as they're going to have me back for a couple weeks back to back over there. Really appreciate Bleacher Report having me on as they are, and trusting me up to go over there and handle some Hawks business on that side of it. Ran in the cut. It's going to finish us off nice and strong here with a big, bad, beautiful, bold $10 donation. You guys are absolutely unbelievable. Thank you is never enough. The type of support that I get on this channel. I mean, the donos were coming in today stacked. I couldn't even say nothing to get on the chat. I couldn't get during the stream of the game today, even up ahead on the donos. You guys were putting so much in. Post-game discussion, right there with it. Bam, 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 bam. Unbelievable support that I get from you guys. The love that you guys show me. I don't know if I deserve it. I don't know if I got all this coming. But I got to say, it is always there every stream that I do it. And thank you does never seem enough for what you guys allow me to do, to be able to chase my dream here, to be able to pursue this, and to see this growth really taking root and firm hold. It started last year to really get it running with that support and the way you guys brought it. You've only continued that this year. It lets me do these streams and lets me keep amping up this channel more and more content, more Bobo, more everything. And I hope you guys know, Ran the Cut, I hope you really guys understand this, how much it's appreciated, because this is what's opened this up in a way that I think most channels, when they're at 13,500, which is a good mark of subscribers, but I think it takes a lot of channels upwards of getting up into that 50, 60, 70,000 range of subscribers before they can finally look at doing this kind of as a full time. And you guys have gotten me to that mark much quicker, much sooner, much faster by supporting me like no one else that I see on YouTube. I don't see anybody with the same kind of bang for buck. It is unbelievable. I really do thank you for that. And thank you, Rand, for that donation. It says, great stream today. Love all the content. Victory Monday. Here we come. Go Hawks. Hey, Rand in the cut. Go Hawks. Wonderfully put on top of a great donation on your part. I think you've dropped a couple donations in here today. Thank you for that. And indeed, we got a great Victory Monday coming up now. Looking good. Looking right. Hopefully we can keep this rolling. Hopefully our Hawks can keep this going. Alexander says, Ems, I can't do it anymore. I'm just having a hard time with it too, Alexander. I love the team. I'm not trying to bail on them now. There's still games left. I'll probably Big Country stream. I'll probably do it tomorrow. I do, because it's going to be probably tomorrow and Saturday are the only 2 days I'll be able to do a Mariner stream this week. So if you're not, get subbed up over to my Crow's Nest channel, as I do some Mariner streams over on that side of it. But it's been hard at times with this offense. So anemic, so inept, so unable, so frustrating. But good news is I think they're going to have a good offseason. They're going to bring some bats in here finally. But still not dead yet. Still not done yet at the Mariners. So I'll try to get live out there on Monday. Cashmere M's are lucky that they're still in the playoff picture. Yeah, agreed. Rock Band Drums, appreciate the stream. I also work very hard streaming it, playing drums. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Rock Band Drums. Folks, get subbed up to Rock Man. Give them some love out there. And I love drums, man. Alexander, congratulations, Brandon, for Bills. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. That's a lot of salmon treats. That is a lot of salmon treats. I probably got to get them a nice salmon snack on the back of this. Flag Sabbath, does anybody else have any issues with the sound when it comes to Bleacher Report? I'm sorry if you are. I'll have to check that out if there's some kind of issues going on with it. Hope not. Everybody was saying it sounded okay. That I was getting back as the feedback. And Alexander, I'll link for the Bleacher Report. I can't do it right now because if I go into the deal, it'll take the mic and the camera over. It'll want to grab control of those things, I think, if I go in there. So I just want to be careful of popping that. But as soon as the stream's done today, I'll get in there and I'll get a link and I'll link it down in the description section of the video. So as soon as this wraps up, I'll jump right over there, guys, and then look down in the comment section. I'll pin the comment up, which will be a link to the Bleacher Report. You do have to download the app in order to see the deal. So it's on the app itself. Make sure you've downloaded that. If you were to download it, you'll probably have me come up pretty quick. If you just look Seahawks, I'll probably be about the first thing to pop up for you on the app. But I will get that down in the description as soon, Alexander, as the stream wraps up. Big Country sounds good. I'm going into the Mims game on Tuesday, so I'm hoping for the best. Let's have some faith, Big Country. Let me try to turn it around tomorrow. I'll probably be better once I got my energy back tomorrow, so I'll probably be ready to roll. And I did plan on doing a Monday, Saturday Mariner stream was kind of the intent. So we'll try to make it roll. Saucy Sasquatch, I'll join the jam session and play some bass. Let's go. A little drums and bass. I like it. Rock Band Drums, laughing out loud. Awesome. The Hawks Nest is the best. Hell yeah. I want to show love of my people. You got a YouTube channel. I'll promote you out here. Absolutely, I will do so. All right, well, let's wrap it up on that note, folks. We got a good almost 6 hours in here on this post-game discussion. Great streams today. Great energy today from my fellow Hawks fans out there. Just as always, support's there in this channel. Community's great here. You guys, all the way through, even in disagreement, we were able to disagree when we had those moments come up in a real respectful fashion, which is a very common place of this here, common item of this stream, and I love to see it every week. That's what we're trying to build here. Build a place we can have this open discussion. Build this place that we can have some disagreement. Build some place where we can bounce different ideas off of each other in that way. Treat it like a bit of a brain trust, like a think tank. I just like the idea of that. I really, really do. A big win for Seattle Seahawks. They handle business this week. They got their second win of the year. That Carolina Panthers, a tough team to deal with. It's going to be tough for a lot of teams to play them. They're not going to be any easy out. I know they've not been good so far. I know they're an 0-3 team, but this wasn't your typical 0-2, 0-3 team that you're dealing with. A team that had come into your house even last year. And it wasn't sexy. It wasn't detail driven. They just took it to you. They controlled both lines of the scrimmage and they won that game. You didn't allow them to do that today, not 6 months later. It's not a vastly different roster, that Panther team that did that to you last year versus this team that did what you were able to come back this year and answer that call, answer that bell in that way. Hopefully that portends to maybe a little bit of a different Seattle Seahawks team this year, especially when it comes to controlling those lines of scrimmage. Great work by the offense. Great work by Geno and Waldron. The offensive line with the backups, Curhan, Stove, Forsythe, holding up their end of the bargain. Fantastically done by those guys as they have filled in for our backup tackles and kept this season afloat until the cavalry can come back, till the reinforcements can arrive, which seems to be in very short order. Awesome stream. Please hit that like button on your way out the door. I'll get the description section link there for you guys with the Bleacher Report appearance that I did today. I thank all of you guys for your patience on bouncing back and forth on the streams here today, as we've done 3 different separate ones here. It's kind of had to go. Thank you for guys that. Thank you for the 200 people that held on here long and strong, well up into 12 o'clock. And I hope I don't have to remind you guys after a big win like this, as the team is starting to get rolling, as things are starting to look real good. But I'm going to do so anyway. So I hope to God, after a couple wins like this, after a couple of 30 burgers, with some burgers still in your mouth, chew your mouth. You still got some 30 burger in your mouth. I hope I don't have to remind you of that. Shouldn't have to remind you of that, about where this team's going to look to be going here. We very short order here. We're rising to contender status. We're trying to prop open that Super Bowl window. We're trying to make this happen right now. So I hope I don't have to remind you, but I'm going to do it anyway. Don't you ever forget. And thank you to Bobo Shorts and Videos for subscribing. And don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.